Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku inherited Gojo's infinity and 6 eyes? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Title: What if Deku inherited Gojo's infinity and 6 eyes? Chapter 1. The Hollow Boy. The sky over Musutafu was a watercolor wash of orange and purple, the kind of sunset that made the world feel softer than it was. Izuku Midoriya knew better. He stood on the roof of his apartment building, the late spring wind pulling at his school uniform. Below, the city was a living thing, breathing with the sounds of distant traffic and the quiet murmur of a world that had moved on without him. His hands, pressed flat against the sun-warmed concrete ledge, were perfectly still. He'd stopped shaking hours ago. The doctor's words from that afternoon played on a loop in his head, a scratched record of finality. "I'm sorry, Izuku. It's not going to happen. Quirkless. The diagnosis was a decade old, but today it had been a death sentence. All Might, the pinnacle of everything Izuku wanted to be, had looked at his desperate, grasping hope and found it wanting. The symbol of peace had deflated before his eyes, a giant reduced to a gaunt, bleeding stranger. And had told him the same truth everyone else did. Be realistic. He watched a flock of birds arrow across the darkening pink. His vision, always sharp, seemed to sharpen further. He could trace the individual flap of each wing, see the subtle shift of feathers as they caught the thermals. It was a cruel joke. His mind was always observing, analyzing, logging heroes and their quirks in frantic, loving detail, but his body was an empty notebook. A vessel with nothing to pour. He should go downstairs. His mother would be worrying. The thought of her wide, anxious eyes, always on the verge of tears for him, twisted something painful in his chest. He was the cause of that. His dream was the stone tied around her neck, dragging her down with him. A pressure began to build behind his eyes. Not tears, something else. A strange, static hum, like a television tuned to a dead channel, but felt inside his skull. He rubbed his temples, the gritty dew stained from the ledge sticking to his damp skin. The sensation grew, a dull ache settling deep in the sockets. He squeezed his eyes shut. Maybe this is what breaking feels like, he thought. Not a snap, but a slow, silent fracturing. When he opened them again, the world had changed. It wasn't a dramatic shift. The sunset was still there, the city still breathing. But it was more. Infinitely more. He could see everything, not just the birds, but the current of the air they displaced, the microscopic dust motes dancing in the slanting light, the thermal signatures bleeding from windows and exhaust vents. Information, pure and unfiltered, flooded into his mind: distance, mass, vector, temperature. It was a waterfall of data, a crushing tide of everything. He gasped, stumbling back from the ledge. His head screamed in protest. A white-hot drill bit boring into his frontal lobe. He clutched his skull, vision swimming. Through the agony, he saw it. The air around him wasn't empty. It was layered, stratified, an infinite series of folds, barriers. He could perceive them, a calculus of space made visible, an endless regression of reality itself stretching from his skin to the horizon. What is this? The pain crested, and for a moment, everything went blissfully blank and dark. He slumped against the rooftop access door, breathing in ragged, wet gulps. Slowly, the visual overload receded, dialing back from an impossible zenith to merely an unbearable clarity. The headache remained, a throbbing crown of needles circling his brow. He looked at his own hand. The air around his fingertips shimmered, distorting like heat haze on a summer road. He willed it to stop, and with a thought that felt like smoothing a rumpled sheet, the distortion stabilized. A calm, perfect stillness enveloped his skin. A vacuum, an infinity. The word surfaced from the depths of his panic, a term from an old physics lesson given terrifying, tactile meaning. A crash from the street below shattered his daze. The familiar, terrifying sound of concrete breaking. Then the screams. Izuku was moving before he could think, throwing open the door and hurtling down the stairs, his new vision marking the dim stairwell, a map of clear edges and sharp shadows. He burst out onto the street, the cacophony hitting him like a wall. A villain made of mismatched, Sludging metal and organic matter was rampaging, grabbing at people with viscous tendrils. It was the monster from the sewer. The one All Might had lost. Guilt, sharp and acidic, joined the cocktail of terror and confusion in Izuku's gut. And there, trapped against a shattered wall, was Katsuki Bakugo. His childhood friend tormentor, the brilliant, explosive star with a future. Now, he was drowning in the villain's body, his furious red eyes wide with a primal fear Izuku had never seen in him before. His explosions sparked and died against the sludge, useless. Heroes were on the scene. Death Arms, Backdraft, Kamui Woods, but they were holding the perimeter. Evacuating civilians. Their faces were set in grim frustration. Their quirks were unsuitable. They couldn't get the villain off without hurting the boy inside. Izuku's feet rooted to the pavement. The analysis came unbidden, a cold stream of data alongside the hot rush of fear. Villain composition. Hydrocarbon-based sludge with metallic particulate. High viscosity. Adhesion coefficient extreme. Bakugo's quirk. Nitroglycerin like sweat. Ignition requires oxygen. Sludge is smothering ignition points. Probability of asphyxiation. 87% and rising. Asterisk. He saw Bakugo's struggles growing weaker. The arrogant spark in his eyes guttering out. Everyone was standing still. Be realistic. Asterisk. All Might's hollow echo. His mother's tears. A lifetime of standing still. The static behind his eyes surged. The world resolved into grids of force and probability. He saw a path. Not clean, not safe, but a thread of possibility through the chaos. He saw the infinitesimal gaps in the sludge's grip. The weak points in its flow. His body moved. It wasn't a heroic sprint. It was a stumbling, desperate lurch. He tore past Death Arm's outstretched arm. The hero's shout of, "Hey, kid. Stop," muffled by the roaring in his ears. The sludge villain noticed him. Another brat. A massive, dripping tentacle whipped toward Izuku's head. It should have connected. It would have shattered bone. Izuku didn't flinch. The tendril stopped. Not with an impact, but with a surreal, impossible lack of one. It hung in the air, a foot from his face, vibrating violently as if trying to push through an ocean of invisible molasses. The infinity around him held. The sludge dripped and oozed, straining against a barrier that grew exponentially more infinite with each millimeter it tried to cross. Izuku didn't understand it. He just used it. He kept moving, the barrier a bubble of absolute separation around him. He waded into the main body of the villain. The sludge parted around the invisible field, repelled. He reached the center, where Bakugo's face was just visible, twisted in pain and shock. Their eyes met. Bakugo's expression was pure, uncomprehending fury. "Why you?" it screamed. Izuku didn't have an answer. He just dug his fingers into the sludge near Bakugo's mouth and pulled. His muscles burned, but it wasn't physical strength that did it. With a thought, he selected the space occupied by the sludge and pushed. The infinity reversed, not repelling, but infinitely dividing the matter itself, forcing a microscopic but absolute separation in its structure. The sludge around Bakugo's head lost its cohesion, becoming slick and loose. Bakugo sucked in a ragged, wet breath, and his eyes, for a split second, held not fury, but something else. Something like recognition. Then the villain roared in outrage, consolidating its mass to crush this irritating gnat. The pressure on Izuku's infinity spiked. He gritted his teeth. The headache was a supernova now. Maintaining the field was like holding up the sky with his mind. He felt a warm trickle of blood drip from his nose. He couldn't hold it. The data stream in his mind flashed a critical warning. Limit approaching. "I'm sorry asterisk," he thought, to his mother, to Bakugo, to the ghost of the hero he'd never be. A shadow fell over them. "I really am pathetic." The voice shook the street. A skeletal hand, trailing steam, slammed into the villain with force that rewrote the local weather. The sludge exploded outward in a million droplets, caught and contained by the following gale. All Might stood there, in his emaciated form, smoke rising from his arm. His blue eyes found Izuku, who was on his knees, the protective infinity flickering and dying. The world was a blinding, painful mosaic of too much information. All Might's gaze held a storm of emotions, shame, urgency, and a dawning, terrible awe. The pro-heroes finally surged forward, but their voices were distant. Reporters swarmed. Bakugo was being checked by paramedics, coughing, His glare locked on Izuku with an intensity that burned. All Might leaned close, his voice a bare whisper meant only for Izuku's ears, strained with pain and something like fear. What was that? Izuku tried to answer, but his voice was gone. The world tilted. The last thing he saw, before the blessed darkness swallowed him, was All Might's face, not the smiling symbol, but the wounded man beneath, staring at him as if he'd just seen a ghost. Or a monster, or something entirely new. Chapter 2. The Calculus of the Impossible. Darkness wasn't empty. It was a sea of data. Even unconscious, the torrent didn't stop. Izuku's mind swam through a silent ocean of inputs, the distant, rhythmic beep of a heart monitor translating into waveform geometry in the blackness. The smell of antiseptic resolving into a chemical formula that hung in the air, the pressure of the sheets on his skin mapping every thread's contact point. He surfaced slowly, the headache a dull, familiar throb behind his eyes. He kept them closed, clinging to the dark. The last thing he remembered was the street, the sludge, the impossible stillness he'd created, and All Might's whispered question. What was that? Asterisk. He didn't know. He was afraid to find out. A sound cut through the digital hum, a soft, hitched breath. His mother. She was close. He could feel her presence, a distinct, warm silhouette against the cooler backdrop of the hospital room. He could sense the minute vibrations of her trembling hands clasped together. He couldn't pretend any longer. Izuku opened his eyes. The world assaulted him. The white ceiling wasn't just white. It was a textured landscape of minute imperfections, hairline cracks in the plaster like river deltas, each pore in the acoustic tiles clear as a crater. Light from the fluorescent strips didn't just illuminate. It fractured, each ray's path visible, bending through the air, reflecting off dust motes that hung like distinct galaxies. He saw the room in layers, the visual, the thermal, the spatial. It was beautiful and terrifying. Izuku. His mother's voice was a ragged sob. Her face filled his view, her eyes red-rimmed and puffy. The love and fear etched into every line of her face was so raw it felt like a physical blow. He could see her pulse fluttering in her throat, count her eyelashes glistening with tears. Mom. His voice was a dry croak. She fussed over him, pressing the nurse call button, smoothing his hair, her hands fluttering like trapped birds. Don't try to talk, baby. You're okay. You're in the hospital. The doctor said it's exhaustion and a severe migraine. They couldn't find anything else. Her words came out in a rush, but her eyes searched his face, looking for the son she knew. They said on the news you did something. That you ran in. That there was some kind of barrier. The door swung open, saving him from a reply he couldn't form. But it wasn't a doctor. Toshinori Yagi, in his skeletal form, hunched and dressed in an ill-fitting suit, stood in the doorway. He held a fruit basket that looked comically small in his long fingers. His smile was strained, a pale imitation of All Might's brilliant grin. Young Midoriya, Mrs. Midoriya, I'm, from the All Might Agency. Damage assessment and, well wishes. He bowed slightly. Inko jumped up, bowing repeatedly. Oh, thank you for saving my boy. The thanks, All Might said, his voice quiet, is not mine to take. His blue eyes, sunken but piercing, locked onto Izuku's. In that gaze, the question from the street hung between them, heavy as stone. Inko, sensing the tension, wrung her hands. I'll go get some tea. For our guest. She gave Izuku one more worried look before slipping out. Silence descended, broken only by the beeping monitor and the hum of the lights, a hum Izuku could now see as a faint, pulsing aura around the fixtures. All Might set the basket down. He moved to the side of the bed, and his form seemed to shrink further. They're calling it a mysterious defensive quirk on the news. A late, stress-induced manifestation. He paused. Is that what it was, young Midoriya? Izuku stared at his own hands resting on the sheets. He focused. The air around his skin shimmered. Not a glow, but a distortion, a lensing effect. He watched. A dust mote approached the back of his hand. It slowed, and slowed, and slowed, never quite touching, caught in the infinite division of space. I don't know, he whispered. It doesn't feel like a quirk. It feels like math. Like I'm solving a problem my body already knows the answer to. And my eyes, he looked up at All Might. I can see everything, all of it, all at once. It hurts. All Might's expression was grave. He pulled up a chair, the legs scraping softly. Tell me, from the beginning. The roof. Izuku did. Haltingly, he described the pressure, the pain, the world fracturing into infinite clarity. The feeling of the barrier. The analysis of the fight that flooded his mind unbidden. The desperate, instinctual use of it to reach Bakugo. All Might listened, not as the symbol of peace, but as a man who had seen the edges of the impossible. When Izuku finished, he was silent for a long moment, staring out the window at the city skyline. I owe you 2 apologies, young Midoriya, he said finally, his voice raspy. The first, for my words on the roof. I told a young man with more heroism in his heart than most pros that he could not be a hero. I was wrong. He turned back, his gaze fierce. You ran in when no one else would. That is the heart of a hero. Izuku's breath caught. The words he'd longed for his entire life. But they were buried under the weight of what came next. The second apology, All Might continued, is for this. He gestured vaguely at Izuku. I do not know what has happened to you. It is not one for all. It is something alien, something profound, and I fear by crushing your dreams so utterly, may have been the catalyst that unlocked it. Or broke something open. He leaned forward. This power, this infinity, this sight, it is a burden of a magnitude I cannot fathom. To perceive the infinite, it would break most minds. It feels like it's trying to, Izuku admitted, the headache pulsing in agreement. Can you control it? Turn it off. Izuku focused inward. He tried to shut the input down, to go back to the blurry, normal world. It was like trying to unlearn how to breathe. The data stream stuttered, blurred at the edges, but remained. The 6 eyes, as he'd unconsciously named them, were always on. The infinity required conscious thought, a constant, low-level calculation to maintain a neutral state. Letting it drop eerily left him feeling terrifyingly vulnerable, his skin crawling with the anticipation of touch. No, he said, his voice small. I don't think I can. All Might nodded slowly, a deep weariness in his bones. Then you must learn to live with it, to master it, for if you do not, it will master you. He stood up, his shadow long and thin on the wall. UA's entrance exam is in 10 months. Your body, as it is, could not handle my power now. But this changes things. You have a power of your own. A devastatingly powerful one. He placed a large, bony hand on Izuku's shoulder. I cannot offer you one for all, young Midoriya. Not now. Perhaps not ever. The interaction of 2 such legacies. It is an unknown too dangerous to risk. But I can offer you this. I will help you train. Not just your body, but your mind. To withstand this gift. To become its master. So that you may take the exam, and walk the path of a hero with your own strength. The offer was everything and nothing. It was mentorship from his idol. It was a path forward. But it was also a confirmation that his original dream, to inherit All Might's Quirk, to be his successor, was dead. Replaced by this cold, infinite mystery. Why? Izuku asked, tears finally welling up, distorting the overwhelming visual data into prismatic streaks. Why would you do that for me? All Might's smile returned, a little warmer, a little sadder. Because a true hero helps those in need of salvation, young Midoriya. And I look at you, drowning in a sea of infinity, and I see a boy who needs saving from his own power. He paused at the door. Rest. We begin when you are discharged. And try not to use your eyes on the hospital's electrical grid. The head nurse is complaining about the lights flickering on this floor. He left, and Izuku was alone with the universe humming in his skull. He looked at his hand again, at the mote of dust still hanging, eternally approaching. He was no longer quirkless. He was something else entirely. And he had no idea what that meant. Chapter 3. The Weight of a Limitless World. The beach wasn't a beach anymore. It was a graveyard. Takuoba Municipal Beach, once picturesque, was now a monstrous junkyard of abandoned appliances, rusted cars, and mountains of trash piled higher than houses. The salty air fought a losing battle against the smell of decay and stale oil. Izuku stood at the edge of it all in a tracksuit, the morning sun painting the metallic peaks in harsh, blinding light. To his new eyes, the scene was almost apocalyptic. He could see the heat distortion, rising from the blackened husk of a refrigerator, the precise stress fractures in a cracked engine block, the teeming micro-ecosystem of insects and rot inside a moldy sofa. The sheer, chaotic data was a physical pressure. A fitting training ground, don't you think? All Might's voice boomed, then choked into a cough. He stood beside him in his true form, a golden giant against the debris, but Izuku's eyes could see the flickering, unstable energy within, the lingering injury that drained him like a leaky cup. This is a place abandoned by society, a symbol of waste and complacency. And we, he declared, striking a pose that seemed to defy his skeletal secret, shall return it to its former glory. This will be your gym, young Midoriya. Izuku stared at a tower of tires. He could calculate their combined mass, their center of gravity, the friction coefficient of their rotten rubber. You want me to clean the beach. I want you to learn control, All Might said, his tone shifting to something more serious, more teacher-like. Your power, infinity, it isolates you. It creates a world where nothing can touch you. A hero cannot live in a bubble, young Midoriya. A hero must connect, must touch the world to save it. So, step 1. You will not use infinity while training here. Not to lift, not to protect your hands, not at all. The idea sent a jolt of panic through Izuku. The barrier had become a subconscious crutch in the 2 days since the hospital. Letting it go felt like stepping out of a spaceship into the void. Step 2, All Might continued, pointing a finger at Izuku's head. You must tame those eyes. The information will come. You cannot stop it, but you must learn to filter it, to focus on what is necessary, or you will be paralyzed by the sheer everything of it all. Start simple. Look at that washing machine over there. Izuku looked. He saw its dents, its rust patterns, the ghost of a logo, the thermal differential between its sun-baked side and its shadowed side. The way its weight settled into the sand, the probability of its structural collapse if he pushed it from a specific angle. Not everything. All Might's voice cut through the spiral. Just its color. Tell me its color. It was a ridiculous, childlike instruction. But Izuku tried. He fought against the torrent, trying to single out one data stream from the flood. He pushed away the material analysis, the thermal profile, the spatial coordinates. It's white, he gasped, sweat beading on his temple from the mental effort. Or, it's stained, yellow and gray. Good, All Might said, encouragingly. Now, just its shape, not how it's warped, just its basic shape. It was agonizingly slow work, like trying to drink from a fire hose by catching individual droplets. His headache, a near constant companion, throbbed in protest. But after an hour of simple, almost meditative commands, look at the sand, just its texture, look at the ocean, just its color asterisk, he found he could, for fleeting seconds, dial back the onslaught to something merely hyperacute, not overwhelmingly infinite. Then came the physical labor. All Might handed him a pair of heavy work gloves. Start with the small stuff. Carry what you can to the truck. No shortcuts. Izuku's first target was a microwave oven. He bent his knees, wrapped his arms around it, and lifted. The strain was immediate. His muscles, built for note-taking and evading Bakugo's ire, not for manual labor, screamed. He could feel every micro-tear, see the tremor in his own muscles through his enhanced perception. He took a stumbling step, the sand shifting underfoot. A jagged piece of metal from a broken chair snagged his pant leg. Without thinking, infinity flickered to life around his calf. The metal scraped against the barrier, slowing to a stop before touching the fabric. Izuku, All Might's voice was stern. He flushed, let the infinity drop. The metal tugged at his pants. He adjusted his grip on the microwave, feeling its sharp edges bite into his forearms through the gloves. This was the reality, the weight, the strain, the feeling. He carried the microwave to the beat-up flatbed truck All Might had procured. It took him 10 minutes for one trip. He was panting, his arms shaking. Again, All Might said, not unkindly. The day became a cycle of brutal simplicity. Lift, carry, drop, filter, focus, breathe. The sun climbed, and the heat became another layer of data his body reported in exquisite, miserable detail. Sweat stung his eyes. His palms grew raw inside the gloves. During a water break, sitting on the skeleton of a car, All Might spoke. Power is not just about what you can do. It is about what you choose not to do. Your infinity could move this trash without you ever touching it, could it not? By dividing space, You could effectively render it weightless, or push it away. Izuku thought about it. The calculus appeared in his mind unbidden. Yes, by applying a select T.V infinity field to the object's relationship with gravity and the ground, I think I could. But you won't, All Might said. Because strength isn't given, it's built, layer by layer, tear by tear. Your quirk is a shield. I need you to build a sword. A body that can act, not just react. It was a different philosophy from the one he'd scribbled in his hero journals. It wasn't about flashy techniques or ultimate moves. It was about foundation, about learning to be in the world, not separate from it. The next piece of trash was a water heater, bulky and awkward. As he strained to lift it, his grip slipped. It tumbled toward his foot. Instinct screamed. Infinity flared. A panicked, uncontrolled burst. The water heater didn't just stop. The space around it fractured. It didn't hang in the air. It seemed to multiply asterisk. An infinite series of afterimages stacked atop itself, vibrating with a high-pitched, tearing sound. The ground beneath it cracked in a perfect circle, sand turning to glass from the intense spatial friction. Izuku cried out, clapping his hands to his head. The feedback was a white-hot spike through his temples. He dropped to his knees, the world kaleidoscoping. All Might was at his side in an instant, a steadying hand on his back. Breathe. Focus on my voice. Just my voice. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block out the visual storm. He focused on the sound of the waves. On All Might's steady breathing. Control, All Might murmured. Not power. Control. Always control. When the pain receded to its usual dull roar, Izuku opened his eyes. The water heater lay on the glassy sand. Normal again, but slightly blurred, as if its edges were uncertain. What did I do? You lost focus, All Might said. Your power responded to panic, not intention. This is why we train. To make the conscious mind the master, not the frightened heart. The rest of the day was a haze of exhaustion. By sunset, the flatbed truck was only a quarter full. His body ached in places he didn't know existed. His mind was a wrung-out sponge. But as he stood looking at the pathetic little clearing they'd made, a handful of square feet of clean sand revealed like a secret. He felt something unfamiliar. Accomplishment. It was small, infinitesimal compared to the task ahead. But it was real. He had touched the world, and the world had left its mark on him in the form of blisters and sore muscles. And he had, for a few moments here and there, managed to look at the sunset and see just a sunset, not the scattering of photons through atmospheric particles. As they prepared to leave, a familiar, angry voice cut across the beach. Deku. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the top of the access stairs, his hands in his pockets, his silhouette sharp against the orange sky. His expression was unreadable, but his energy was a crackling, volatile signature in Izuku's heightened awareness. All Might glanced between them. I'll be at the truck. Bakugo waited until All Might was out of earshot before stomping down the stairs. He stopped a few feet away, his red eyes scrutinizing Izuku with an intensity that rivaled the six eyes. You look like shit, Bakugo stated. Thanks, Izuku mumbled, too tired to be afraid. A tense silence stretched, filled only by the sigh of the waves. Bakugo's gaze flickered to the cleared patch of sand, then back to Izuku's raw, trembling hands. That thing on the street, Bakugo finally said, his voice low, avoiding Izuku's eyes. That wasn't a damn quirk. Not a normal one. That was some freaky, mind bullshit. Izuku said nothing. He couldn't explain what he didn't understand. Bakugo took a step closer, his voice dropping to a harsh whisper. The extras are talking. They're saying you finally manifested. That you got lucky. They don't know. But I was there. He jabbed a finger at his own temple. I saw your eyes. They were all wrong. And that feeling, like the air turned into steel wool. He glared, a familiar fury rising. You've been holding out on me. Playing the pathetic loser. What the hell is it, Deku? Some kind of illusion. A trick. It's not a trick, Kaken, Izuku said, his own voice quiet but steady. He met Bakugo's glare, and for the first time, he didn't flinch away. He saw the confusion, the bruised pride, the genuine, baffled anger underneath the bluster. I don't know what it is, but it's real, and it's heavy. Bakugo searched his face, looking for deceit, and found only exhausted sincerity. It seemed to infuriate him more. He scoffed, turning away. Whatever, doesn't matter, it's still a defensive quirk. A shield. You can't be a hero with just a shield. You'll always be a damn liability. He started walking back up the stairs, then paused, half turning. His next words were thrown over his shoulder, almost lost in the wind. You shouldn't have moved. I had it handled. He left, leaving Izuku alone on the reclaimed sand. Izuku looked at his blistered hands, then out at the endless, trash-choked horizon. Bakugo was wrong. This power wasn't just a shield. The water heater incident proved it could be something terrifyingly active if he lost control. But Bakugo was also right. He couldn't be a hero with just a barrier. He needed to be more. He needed to learn how to touch the world without breaking it. And without letting it break him. The weight of the limitless world settled onto his sore shoulders, and he knew the beach was only the beginning. Chapter 4. The Ghost in the Machine. The beach was a calendar, its shrinking mountain of trash marking the passage of days into weeks. Each cleared patch was a lesson, each bead of sweat a line in a new, brutal textbook Izuku was writing with his own body. The physical toll was immense, but predictable. His muscles hardened, his stamina grew. He could now carry a cracked engine block, his back screaming in protest but holding. The real battle was fought silently, behind his eyes. All Might's training was a dual forge. Mornings were for the body, lifting, hauling, running through the surf with tires chained to his waist. The afternoons were for the mind, a grueling mental martial arts. Focus on the sound of the ocean, All Might would instruct, as Izuku sat cross-legged on the sand, eyes closed against the visual storm. Separated from the sound of the wind, from the cry of the gulls, from the hum of the power lines 3 blocks away. Izuku's world was a symphony played by 1,000 orchestras at once. Learning to isolate a single violin was torture. The 6 eyes didn't just see, they perceived vibration, energy signatures, electromagnetic whispers. He could hear the faint heartbeat of a crab buried in the sand 2 meters away. Turning that off was impossible. Learning to tune it out was his only salvation. Your mind is a lighthouse in a hurricane, All Might said one afternoon, after Izuku had spent an hour trying to count grains of sand in a single handful, a futile exercise meant to train extreme narrow focus. The storm is the information. You cannot stop the waves. But you must keep the light steady, or ships will be lost. Progress was measured in seconds. Old now maintain a semi-filtered state for almost a minute before the pressure built and the migraine clawed its way back. He learned to categorize the data streams: tactical, threat vectors, structural weaknesses, environmental, temperature, air density, particulate matter, biological, heart rates, thermal signatures, muscle tension. He built mental walls, compartments, learning to open and close them like filing cabinets. It was the only way to stay sane. The infinity was a different beast. All Might was right. It was a shield by nature, a passive, omnidirectional negation. But Izuku's analytical mind, now operating at light speed, began to see its edges. He practiced on the surf. Standing ankle deep, he would let a wave crash towards him. At the last moment, he'd raise a hand, and will asterisk the space in front of it to slow. The water would strike an invisible, gelatinous wall, cresting and foaming but not touching his skin. He learned to shape the field. A dome, a flat plane, a cylinder around a single finger. He learned that maintaining it was a constant, subtle drain, a calculus problem his brain solved autonomously, but expanding it or intensifying it required fierce concentration. One evening, as the sky bled into indigo, All Might presented a new test. He held a small, smooth stone. You have learned to stop the large, the obvious, he said. Now, stop the infinitesimal. He tossed the stone underhand at Izuku's chest. Izuku focused. The infinity around his torso activated. The stone slowed, but not completely. It was like watching it sink through thick syrup. It took a full 3 seconds. But it finally touched his shirt with a soft tap before falling to the sand. Izuku stared, frustrated. Why? I stopped a truck door yesterday. Mass and Veliki. Tire factors your power intuitively understands, All Might explained, picking up the stone. A large, fast object occupies clear, definable space. It is easy for your mind to create an infinite series against it. But this, he rolled the pebble in his palm. Small, Slow. Its threat is negligible. Your subconscious assessment likely deemed it non-threatening, so your barrier's automatic response was weaker. True mastery, young Midoriya, is not just stopping what you fear. It is controlling what you allow. You must be able to choose to stop a speck of dust, or a kiss, or a bullet, with equal precision. Or to allow them. The concept was dizzying. His power wasn't just an on-off switch. It was a filter, and he was the one who had to program it, consciously, for every possible stimulus in an infinite universe. He spent the next week on pebbles, then grains of sand, then individual droplets of water from a hose. The mental strain was worse than hauling refrigerators. He'd end these sessions nose bleeding, vision swimming, curled on the sand as All Might stood watch, his expression a mix of pride and deep, solemn concern. The world outside the beach was a muted buzz. He avoided his old classmates. His mother watched him with new, complex eyes, relief that he had a power, terror at the headaches that left him pale and trembling, or at the subtle, strange distortions in the air around him when he was deep in thought. He was becoming a ghost in his own life, half in the tangible world of sweat and sand, half in the silent, infinite expanse inside his skull. Then, the first, real test came from an unexpected direction. It was a Thursday. The beach was almost half cleared. A new, aching kind of beauty was emerging, patches of clean, white sand meeting the slate-gray sea. Izuku was wrestling a waterlogged, foul-smelling mattress, his infinity carefully dialed down to nothing, letting the grime and gritty water soak into his gloves. The smell was a complex, horrible cocktail. His senses broke down involuntarily. A flicker on the edge of his perception. Not sight, not sound. A distortion in the ambient energy of the city, a few blocks inland. A ripple of panic spectrum bioelectricity, concentrated. A scream, swallowed by distance. His head snapped up. The data compiled instantly. Approximately 420 meters northeast. Multiple biological signatures in distress. One signature large, volatile. Non-humanoid energy output. Kinetic readings suggest structural damage occurring. Asterisk. All Might, he said, his voice tight. All Might, who was stacking scrap metal, followed his gaze. He saw nothing, heard nothing, but he saw the absolute certainty on Izuku's face, the way his eyes had gone distant, seeing what no one else could. A villain, yes, a bank, on Nakauchi Street. The information was just there, pulled from the city's unconscious hum of Wi-Fi, security feeds, radio waves his brain could now apparently pass. 2 hostages visible from the street. The villain has a crystallization quirk. He's sealing the doors. All Might's form seemed to vibrate with the urge to transform, to leap. But he held still, his blue eyes locking onto Izuku's. The pros will be en route. Izuku's enhanced hearing picked up the distant wail of sirens, still too far. He saw the energy spike of the villain again, a build-up. The crystallization was moving inward, toward the hostages. They had seconds, not minutes. They won't make it in time, Izuku whispered. The ghost had to act. He didn't wait for permission. His body moved, a coiled spring released. He wasn't fast like All Might, but his movements were preternaturally efficient. He didn't waste a single calorie of motion. He sprinted off the beach, up the stairs, and into the maze of side streets, All Might's shout of, "Young Midoriya!" fading behind him. He ran, the world streamlining into a tunnel of necessary data. He didn't see the colorful storefronts, the people. He saw paths, clearances, the shortest vectors. His breathing was steady, his heart a drum in his chest. The headache spiked with the effort, a white noise behind the mission. The bank came into view. It was a small branch, its front now a grotesque geode of shimmering purple crystal, sealing the entrance and windows. A crowd had gathered behind a police cordon. Officers were shouting through megaphones. Izuku saw it all in a flash, the 2 hostages, a young woman and an older man, trapped in a shrinking cage of crystal in the center of the lobby. The villain, a hulking man with skin like rough amethyst, was laughing, one hand pointed at them. The crystal creeping across the floor like frost. The pros weren't here yet. Izuku didn't break stride. He slipped under the police tape, ignoring the shouts. His focus was absolute. Filter. Tactical only. Hostage positions. Crystal growth rate. Villain's stance. Structural integrity of the building. Asterisk. The villain saw him. A kid. Get lost. A shard of crystal shot from the ground towards Izuku's leg. Izuku didn't dodge. The shard hit the infinity around his shin and shattered. Not into pieces, but into fine, harmless dust, its kinetic energy infinitely divided upon impact. It was the first time he'd used the barrier offensively, or rather, defensively in motion. He didn't pause. He walked straight through a hail of crystalline spikes, each one meeting the same silent, total negation, exploding into glittering powder around him like a macabre parade. The villain's laughter died. What the? Izuku reached the crystal wall sealing the door. He placed a hand against it. He didn't push. He applied infinity, not to repel, but to separate. He selected the molecular bonds holding the crystal structure together and introduced an infinite division between them. A perfect, circular section of the wall, 2 meters across, simply disintegrated into the finest purple sand, pouring to the ground with a soft hiss. He stepped through the hole. Inside, the air was cold. The hostages stared, wide-eyed. The villain roared and slammed a crystal-fisted hand down. The floor erupted in a forest of jagged spikes aimed to impale. Izuku's mind worked faster than light. He couldn't protect everyone with a dome. The spikes were coming from below. So he didn't. He moved. In 3 steps, calculated to the millimeter, he was between the hostages. He didn't raise a shield. He selected the space occupied by the emerging spikes directly beneath their feet and willed it to be infinite. The crystal spears didn't stop. They simply, never arrived. They grew upwards from the floor, but the space between their tips and the hostages' shoes became an uncrossable divide. They stretched, becoming thinner and thinner, the growth arrested in an impossible asymptote. To the hostages, it looked like the spikes had turned to soft, stretching taffy before stopping an inch away. The villain stared, his confidence crumbling into confusion. Izuku turned his 6 eyes on him. He saw the flow of the man's quirk, a biological process that drew minerals from the man's body and the environment. He saw its core, the organ in his chest that glowed with ugly violet light. He saw the weak points in his crystalline armor, the seams where human skin met mineral. He didn't attack. He spoke, his voice echoing strangely in the crystalline room. Your quirk is dehydrating you. Your kidney function is down 40%. If you continue for another 2 minutes, you will cause yourself permanent damage. It was a cold, clinical analysis. Not a threat. A fact. The villain stumbled back, clutching his chest, the glow within flickering. How? How do you know that? The wail of sirens was right outside. The pros had arrived. Izuku looked at the terrified hostages, then back at the villain. He let the infinity on the spikes drop. They snapped back to their normal, hard state, but now formed a harmless cage around the hostages' feet. It's over, Izuku said, the words simple, final. He turned and walked back through the hole in the wall. The police and newly arrived heroes, a local duo he recognized as Airjet and Gunhead, stared at him, stunned. He ignored them, his gaze finding All Might, who had arrived in his skeletal form at the edge of the crowd. Izuku walked past the cordon, past the gawking faces, back towards the beach. The adrenaline faded, and the full weight of his headache crashed down, a tidal wave of pain. He made it to the first side street before his knees buckled. All Might caught him before he hit the ground, supporting him. You used your power to analyze his biology, All Might said, his voice low with awe. Not just to stop him, to understand him. Izuku, leaning heavily against him, nodded weakly. The ghost had touched the world. He had acted. He had saved people. But as he vomited into the gutter from the migraine's aftershock, the taste of bile sharp in his mouth, he felt a new, chilling fear. He hadn't just seen the villain's quirk. He had seen everything about him. His panic, his failing health, the cheap, frayed hem of his pants. It was one thing to see the infinite complexity of trash or ocean waves. It was another to see the infinite, fragile complexity of a person, and to hold their vulnerability in your mind like a loaded gun. He had been a ghost. Now, he felt like a god. And it was the most lonely, terrifying feeling in the world. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5. The Fractured Mirror. The aftermath of the bank incident was a quiet storm. There were no headlines blaring, mysterious boy hero saves day. The police report, influenced by a discreet word from All Might's agency, listed the takedown as the work of Airjet and Gunhead, with an unregistered civilian with a defensive quirk, providing critical Temporary protection for the hostages. It was buried in the local news cycle. But in the shadows, eyes turned. UA's staff, always monitoring for potential, took note of the strange report. The police department's Quirk registry had a new, puzzling entry. And in the underworld, whispers began about a kid who walked through crystal like it was mist. Izuku felt none of this. He was trapped in the aftermath inside his own head. Saving people should have felt good. It was the core of his dream. Instead, he felt hollow. The clinical precision of it haunted him. He hadn't felt a surge of righteous fury, or the blazing heat of courage. He'd solved a problem, a complex, dynamic problem involving human variables, but a problem nonetheless. The villain had been a system to analyze and neutralize. The hostages had been objectives to secure. He'd looked into a man's soul through the lens of his biology and seen a broken machine. The beach training grew more intense. All Might, perhaps sensing his turmoil, pushed the physical harder. The trash mountains grew smaller. Izuku's body transformed, lean muscle replacing softness, his movements gaining a sure, economic grace. He could now run the length of the beach and back without his infinity, his lungs burning but holding. The mental training shifted too. You must learn not just to filter the world, All Might said one afternoon, as they sat facing each other on the newly cleared sand, but to filter yourself. Your power gives you ultimate perception. It can make others seem like open books. This is a profound violation, young Midoriya. A hero must respect the sanctity of the person, even the villain. How? Izuku asked, his voice raw. How do I not see it? It's just there. You must build a new compartment. All Might said gently, not for tactical data, but for empathy. When you look at a person, you must choose to see the person first, not the data. Practice. Look at me. Izuku looked. He saw the flickering candle of one for all, guttering in a damaged vessel. He saw the old injury, a twisted, dark mass of scar tissue that glowed with persistent wrongness in his thermal vision. He saw the minute tremors in his hands, the slight strain in his cardiovascular system. Now, All Might instructed, his smile warm and patient. Look at me, Toshinori Yagi, the man who is proud of you. Izuku tried. He fought against the diagnostic readout. He focused on the crinkles around All Might's eyes, the genuine warmth in the blue irises, the way his smile, though strained, was meant for him alone. He saw the mentor, not the patient. For a fleeting second, the data receded, and just the man remained. It was harder than stopping a truck. He practiced on his mother, on people passing by the beach. He'd watch from a distance, forcing himself to wonder about their lives, their hopes, instead of calculating the gate efficiency or hearing the digesting lunch in their stomachs. It was during one of these practices that he saw her, a girl, about his age, standing at the top of the beach access stairs. She had wide, curious eyes and hair the color of sunset. She was watching him as he practiced with infinity on the surf, making a single wave split around a pinpoint barrier like a stone in a river. Their eyes met across the distance. His 6 eyes instantly fed him data, elevated heart rate, adrenal response, curiosity, not fear, minor genetic anomaly in ocular structure, potential quirk manifestation in hands. He shut it down. He just looked at her. She didn't look away, intimidated. She smiled, a bright, open thing, and gave a small wave. Flustered, Izuku let the infinity drop. The wave crashed over him, soaking him to the skin. He sputtered, wiping saltwater from his eyes. When he looked back, she was gone. He pushed the encounter aside. A curious bystander, nothing more. The real mirror came a week later, in the form of Katsuki Bakugo, and he wasn't wearing a smile. It was a Sunday. The beach was 3/4 clean. Izuku was alone. All Might called away on agency business. He was practicing something new, something born from the bank incident and his endless analysis. He called it Blue, a provisional name from the deep, instinctual well his power seemed to draw from. He held a rusted pipe in his hand. He focused not on repelling, but on attracting. He applied the principles of infinity in reverse, not dividing space, but compressing it. He selected a point in the air 2 feet in front of him and the pipe in his hand, and willed the space between them to contract. The pipe jerked forward violently, as if yanked by an invisible giant. It tore from his grip and shot through the air, not towards the point, but around it, caught in a sudden Violent vortex of compressed space before clattering to the sand. The recoil, the negative energy of the technique, slammed into his mind. He cried out, blood dripping from his nose, the world graying at the edges. The hell was that? Izuku whipped around. Bakugo stood there, having approached silently. He wasn't in his school uniform. He was in training gear, damp with sweat. He must have been running the coastline. Bakugo's eyes weren't on Izuku's pained face. They were locked on the pipe, now bent from its violent flight. Then they snapped to Izuku. Some defensive quirk that pulled that pipe like a magnet. You lying piece of shit. It's not. Izuku started, his head throbbing. Save it, Bakugo snarled, stomping closer. The air around him grew hot. I knew it. I knew there was something off. You've been looking at me differently for weeks. Like you're reading my damn grocery list. And now this. He gestured angrily at the pipe. You've been holding back, playing weak, laughing at me behind those creepy eyes. That's not true, Kaken. Izuku protested, standing up straight, ignoring the pain. The old fear was there, a cold stone in his gut, but under it was a new, solid layer of frustration. I'm not laughing at you. I'm trying to understand this. It's not some secret weapon I've been hiding. It's a curse as much as it's a power. A curse. Bakugo barked a laugh, devoid of humor. Sparks popped in his palm. You have a quirk that can stop anything and now throw shit with your mind, and you call it a curse. You're still the same pathetic Deku. Always whining, always looking down on me from your high horse of fake weakness. He took another step, into Izuku's space. The aggression was a tangible force, a cocktail of pheromone. And hostile intent. Izuku's senses screamed at him to analyze. He shut it down. He looked at Bakugo, not the data. He saw the fury, yes. But under it, he saw something he'd never been able to perceive before, a deep, festering insecurity. Bakugo's entire identity was built on being the strongest, the best. Izuku's sudden, inexplicable power was a crack in that foundation. It wasn't just anger, it was terror, the terror of being left behind by the one person he'd always seen as beneath him. I'm not looking down on you, Kaken, Izuku said, his voice quieter now. I never have. Something in his tone, the lack of cowering, the directness, seemed to ignite Bakugo's final fuse. Shut up, he roared. Stop analyzing me. Fight me. For real. No holding back. Show me what your curse can really do. He didn't wait for an answer. He lunged, his right hand swinging forward in a brutal, sparking haymaker. Die. It was fast. Faster than the sludge villain. Faster than the crystal spikes. Izuku didn't choose to activate Infinity. It reacted. The autonomous, threat-based filter he'd been honing for weeks snapped into place. Bakugo's fist stopped, not an inch from Izuku's face. It didn't vibrate. It didn't slow gradually. It just ceased. All momentum, all energy, was erased in an instant of infinite division. The explosion that should have followed fizzled into nothing against the barrier. A pathetic puff of smoke and light. Bakugo's eyes widened in pure, unadulterated shock. Izuku saw it all. The confusion, the dawning horror, the shattered worldview. And in that moment, his own control slipped. The empathy compartment he'd been building cracked. The six eyes, fueled by adrenaline and pain, went to full diagnostic mode. He saw Bakugo's muscular system straining. He saw the exact chemical composition of his sweat pooling in his glands. He saw the micro tears in his own knuckles from countless explosions. He saw the frantic, skyrocketing activity in his amygdala, the fear center of his brain. He saw the ghost of an old, childhood memory imprinted in his neural pathways, a smaller Izuku offering a hand, and Bakugo's own childish brain interpreting it as pity. He saw the fractured mirror of their entire history. It was too much. An overwhelming, intimate violation. Bakugo stumbled back, yanking his fist away from the uncanny stillness around Izuku. He stared at his own hand, then at Izuku, his expression cycling from rage to something like revulsion. You freak, he whispered, the words carrying more impact than any shout. He turned and walked away, his steps quick, almost running. He didn't look back. Izuku stood frozen, the infinity fading from around him. The silence left in Bakugo's wake was deafening. The echo of that word hung in the salty air. Freak. Asterisk. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling. Not from exertion, from the terrible, undeniable truth. He had seen into the heart of the person who knew him best, and in doing so, he had confirmed his deepest fear. This power didn't bring him closer to being a hero. It was building an infinite, invisible wall between him and the rest of humanity. He was alone in a way he had never been. Even when he was quirkless. The sunset that night was the most beautiful, most detailed, most agonizingly vivid he had ever seen. He watched it until the colors bled into black. Until the stars emerged, each one a pinpoint of infinite data, a cold, distant sun. He was limitless, and he had never felt more finite, or more broken. Chapter 6. The Uninvited Guest. Sleep was a fragmented thing. A series of shallow dives into dark water where the only sound was the hum of his own nervous system. Izuku woke before dawn, the phantom taste of copper and salt in his mouth, blood and sea. The word freak asterisk was a brand on the inside of his skull. The beach was his sanctuary and his prison. He arrived in the pre-dawn gloom, the trash piles now more like hills than mountains. The physical work was a mercy. He could lose himself in the strain of muscles, the burn of lungs. He attacked a skeleton of a car with a crowbar, prying off doors with a fury that was new. Metal shrieked in protest. His enhanced senses made every sound a symphony of stress and fracture, but he leaned into it, let the noise fill the silent space Bakugo's words had left. He was drenched in sweat when the sun finally crested the horizon, painting the world in brutal, hyper-real clarity. That's when he saw her again. The girl from the stairs. She was closer this time, sitting on the hull of an overturned dinghy near the high tide line. Watching him, she wore a simple t-shirt and shorts, her sunset hair tied back. She didn't wave this time. She just observed. Izuku paused, leaning on the crowbar. His 6 eyes gave him the involuntary report. Steady heart rate. No aggressive posture. Quirk energy localized to palms. Passive, dormant state. Curiosity spectrum dominant. Asterisk. He forced the data away. He just looked at a girl on a beach, a stranger. She met his gaze, unflinching. After a moment, she smiled. It wasn't a wide, beaming thing like before. It was smaller, more thoughtful. Then she pointed at the space around him, her finger tracing a vague circle in the air. He looked down. He hadn't realized it, but while working, a low-level infinity field had automatically sustained itself around his hands and arms, protecting them from sharp edges and friction. The air shimmered faintly, like heat haze. He'd grown so used to the constant, subconscious calculation he barely noticed it anymore. Self-conscious, he let it drop. The world felt abruptly sticky. The breeze carried particles that now threatened to touch his skin. The sensation was unnerving. The girl hopped off the dinghy and walked towards him. She moved with a quiet confidence, stopping a respectful distance away. "That's an amazing quirk," she said. Her voice was clear, carrying over the sound of the waves. "It's like you have your own personal force field. But you can shape it, can't you? I saw you playing with the water last week." Izuku stiffened. He wasn't used to being perceived, only to perceiving. "It's not really a force field," he mumbled, looking at the sand. "What is it, then?" The directness of the question threw him. No one had asked him that. All might had theories, but no answers. Bakugo had hurled accusations. This girl just wanted to know. I'm not sure," he admitted, the truth slipping out. "It's more like controlling space." Her eyes lit up, not with fear or greed, but with genuine, scientific fascination. "Space, like telekinesis." "No, not moving things. Just the space between things." He struggled for an analogy. "Like making the distance between point A and point B infinite. Or sometimes the opposite." "The opposite." She tilted her head, making it 0. He nodded, surprised she followed. "In theory. I haven't. It's unstable." "Wow." She breathed the word out. "That's incredible. And your eyes, they change color when you use it, you know. They get this really pale, icy blue ring around the iris. It's pretty." Izuku blinked. He hadn't known that. He'd never seen his own reflection while actively using the 6 eyes. The idea that his power had a visible sign, a tell, was startling. It made him feel exposed. "I'm Okako Uraraka," she said, extending a hand. Then she paused, glancing at his gloved, grimy hands and pulling hers back with a sheepish grin. Sorry, you're working. I live nearby. I see you out here every morning. I'm training for the UA entrance exam too. That got his attention. His head snapped up. You are? Yep, gotta get into the hero course. Her determination was a bright, warm flame in the cool morning. My quirk is zero gravity. I can make things float by touching them with all 5 fingers. She held up her hands. It's not as flashy as some, but it's mine. I want to use it to save people. To give them weightless relief. Her explanation was simple, earnest. She wasn't boasting. She was sharing. It was such a normal, human interaction it almost hurt. I'm Izuku Midoriya, he said. And I'm trying to get into UA too. I figured, Okiko said. No one cleans a whole beach for fun. Well, maybe some people. She looked around at the monumental task. This is crazy impressive. How long have you been at it? A few months. And you're doing it all without your quirk. To build strength. He nodded, stunned by how quickly she understood. My mentor said I needed to. Smart. She nodded sagely. A quirk's just a tool. The hero's the one who wields it, right? She bounced on the balls of her feet, energy practically radiating off her. Hey, do you want a hand? I'm done with my run. I could float some of the bigger stuff to the truck for you. It'd be good practice for fine control. The offer was so generous, so unexpected, it left him speechless. He was used to solitude, to All Might's focused mentorship, to Bakugo's antagonism. This was different. This was collaboration. You don't have to, he stammered. I want to, she said brightly. Come on, show me the worst of it. Answer, for the first time, Izuku didn't train alone. Okiko Uraraka became an uninvited guest in his solitude, and she brought sunlight with her. She was a whirlwind of cheerful efficiency. She'd touch a broken washing machine, her pink pads glowing, and it would lift into the air with a soft puff. She'd guide it, face scrunched in concentration, to the flatbed, setting it down with surprising gentleness. She asked him questions about his training, about what he thought UA would be like, about his favorite heroes. Her chatter was a constant, pleasant stream that helped dam the flood of his own thoughts. He found himself talking more than he had in months. Not about infinity, not about the eyes, but about hero stats, rescue protocols, All Might's best takedowns. He slipped into analysis, and instead of being creeped out, she listened, fascinated, asking follow-up questions. During a break, sitting on a cleared patch of sand sharing a water bottle she'd brought, she looked at him thoughtfully. You see things differently, don't you? She said, not accusingly, but with curiosity. The way you talk about quirks, it's like you can see inside them. The old fear clenched in his chest. He looked away, at the horizon. Sometimes, it's part of it. Must be overwhelming, she said softly. 2 words. Not freakish, not amazing, overwhelming. It was the most accurate, most empathetic thing anyone had said to him about his power. He felt something in his throat tighten. He just nodded. Well, she said, standing up and dusting sand off her shorts, a determined set to her jaw. If it ever gets too much, you can just look at something simple. Like the ocean, or a rock, or, she grinned, a really ugly piece of junk. That's what I do when I'm feeling floaty. She spent 2 hours with him that morning. When she left, waving cheerfully as she jogged back towards the city, the beach felt different. Not just because more trash was gone. It felt lighter. The silence she left behind wasn't oppressive. It was peaceful. All Might arrived later, as Izuku was loading the final items from the morning's work. He took in the significant progress, his eyebrows rising. You've been busy, young Midoriya. I had help, Izuku said. All Might's eyes sharpened. Help, Izuku explained about Okiko. All Might listened, a thoughtful frown on his face. Uraraka, I know that name. A recommendation from a construction hero. Good quirk, better spirit. He looked at Izuku, and she wasn't unsettled. No, Izuku said, and the word felt like a revelation. She was curious. Curiosity can be a bridge, All Might mused, or a prelude to fear. Be cautious, but do not shun the bridge if it is offered, my boy. A hero cannot walk alone. He clapped a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. Now, we have a new challenge. The beach is nearly clean. It is time to test the limits of what you have built. Not just your body, your mind, and your technique. He led Izuku to the western end, where the last major structure stood, the rusted shell of a small fishing trawler, beached long ago and half buried in sand. Your blue technique, All Might said. The compression, it is a weapon, but an unwieldy one. It backlashes. Today, you will not use it on an object. You will use it on the air itself. Izuku stared. On the air. Create a point of compressed space in the atmosphere. A singularity. See what happens. It was a terrifying proposition. The recoil from compressing solid matter was bad enough. The air was everywhere. The variables were infinite. But he trusted All Might. He stood before the trawler's hull, took a deep breath, and filtered his perception. He dialed down everything except spatial awareness and kinetic energy. The world became a grid. He raised a hand, focusing on a point 2 meters in front of his palm. He didn't think of pulling. He thought of making here and there become nowhere. He inverted the infinity. The air shimmered. A pinprick of darkness appeared, not a color, but an absence. A tear in reality's fabric. And then the world exploded. The air rushed, not with wind, but with a violent, howling suck. As the compressed space tried to fulfill its nature. Sand, pebbles, shreds of seaweed were ripped from the ground and hurled towards the point, only to be shredded into nothingness as they hit the event horizon of the microscopic singularity. The trawler's hull groaned, bending inward with a shriek of tortured metal. The recoil was a sledgehammer to Izuku's soul. It wasn't physical. It was existential. His mind, the generator of this impossibility, felt the strain of violating natural law. Blood poured from his nose, his ears. He screamed, but the sound was stolen by the vortex. He lost control. The point wavered, destabilized, and it moved. Not much. A centimeter. But a centimeter was enough. The path of destruction swept sideways, carving a deep, glassy scar in the sand before. The technique collapsed with a sound like a universe sighing. Silence. Izuku fell to his hands and knees, vomiting clear fluid, his whole body seizing with aftershocks. The headache was a nuclear blast behind his eyes. All Might was at his side in an instant, a steadying presence. He said nothing, just waited for the worst to pass. When Izuku could finally see again, he looked at the trawler. A massive, concave dent was smashed into its side, edges melted and smooth. A trench, 10 feet long and deep, glistened in the sand beside it, the silica fused into glass. He had created a natural disaster in a 5-foot radius. I called it blue, Izuku rasped, his voice raw. But that's not blue. That's black. A fitting name, All Might said, his voice grave. A technique that consumes, that destroys. This is the other side of your infinity, young Midoriya. The power to negate, and the power to annihilate. You must never use this lightly. You must never lose control of it. Izuku stared at the destruction, at his own trembling, blood-streaked hands. The peaceful feeling from the morning was gone, obliterated. Okuko's simple kindness felt like a dream from another life. He had just proven, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that he was not just a shield. He was a walking catastrophe. And the exam, where he would be surrounded by other students, was barreling towards him. Chapter 6 End. Chapter 7. The Eye of the Storm. The final piece of trash, a waterlogged, splintered plank, was placed on the overflowing flatbed truck. Izuku stood back, his breath frosting in the crisp morning air. Takuoba Municipal Beach stretched before him, a vast crescent of pristine, white sand meeting the steel-gray winter sea. It was beautiful. It was empty. 10 months of blood, sweat, and mental agony had culminated in this, a clean slate. All Might stood beside him, not in his skeletal form, but as the symbol of peace, broad and golden in the dawn light. He placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. You did it, young Midoriya. You have built a foundation stronger than any I have seen. You have faced an ocean of infinity and not drowned. You have earned this. The pride in his voice was genuine, warm. Izuku should have felt elated. He felt only a deep, resonant exhaustion and a simmering anxiety. The beach was clean. There were no more distractions. The UA entrance exam was in 1 week. The world was waiting. His body was a testament to the work, toned, capable, humming with a latent strength. His mind was a labyrinth of filters and compartments, holding back. The tidal wave of data most of the time. His control over infinity was instinctual now, a constant, subconscious background process like breathing. He could stop a raindrop or allow a handshake with equal, precise intention. But, Blue, the void fist, was a sleeping dragon in his chest. He had practiced it only twice more under All Might's strict supervision, each time leaving him shattered and sick for days. It was a last resort, a sin against physics he was terrified to commit. The exam will test you in ways I cannot predict, All Might said, his smile fading into seriousness. It is not just about power. It is about choice, instinct. Your eyes will give you an advantage in perception, but they may also overwhelm you with the chaos. Remember your training. See the person, not just the data. Make the choice a hero would make. Izuku nodded, his throat tight. The ghost of Bakugo's freak whispered in his ear. Would he see the other examinees as people, or as collections of strengths, weaknesses, and threat assessments? There is one more thing, All Might said, his voice dropping. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of fabric. He handed it to Izuku. It was a blindfold, simple black cloth. Your eyes are your greatest tool and your greatest vulnerability, All Might explained. The strain is constant, and in a high-stakes scenario, the sensory overload could lock you up. This is for you asterisk, not for the exam. When the world becomes too much, when you need to think without seeing the threads of reality itself, use it. It will force you to rely on your other senses, on the spatial awareness your power gives you without the visual flood. It is a circuit breaker. Izuku took the blindfold. It was soft, light. The idea of voluntary blindness was terrifying. His power was so tied to sight. But he understood. Sometimes, to see clearly, you had to close your eyes. The week passed in a blur of final preparations. He visited his mother, who fussed over him, her eyes shining with tears of pride and worry. He packed his gear. He tried to rest, but his mind was a kaleidoscope of simulations, running infinite scenarios for the exam. The night before, he couldn't sleep. He stood on his balcony, looking at the city. With the 6 eyes, the night wasn't dark. It was a tapestry of energy. Streetlights bleeding halos, the pulse of distant traffic. The warm glow of 1,000 sleeping lives. He could see too much of the world dreaming. He slipped the blindfold from his pocket and, after a long moment of hesitation, tied it over his eyes. Darkness, not true darkness. His spatial awareness, a function of the infinity field that constantly surrounded him, painted a ghostly, echolocated map of his immediate surroundings. He could feel the railing of the balcony, the potted plant 2 feet to his left, the faint disturbance of air as a moth fluttered past. But the crushing, beautiful, painful detail was gone. The infinite data stream reduced to a murmur. He breathed. For the first time in months, his headache receded to a dull, almost forgotten whisper. The silence behind his eyes was peaceful. He was alone with his thoughts, not the universe's thoughts. He understood All Might's gift. This was his eye of the storm. The UA campus was a monument to heroism, its towering H-shaped main building looming against a bright sky. The air crackled with the nervous energy of hundreds of hopefuls. Izuku stood among them, his plain green tracksuit feeling inadequate next to some of the more elaborate costumes. He kept his head down, his gaze fixed on the ground, manually filtering his perception to a bare minimum. He saw shoes, pavement, shadows. He did not let himself see the intricate bioluminescent patterns on one girl's skin, or the complex mechanical joints of another boy's legs, or the volatile chemical reactions simmering in the sweat of a familiar, spiky-haired blonde standing 30 feet away. He avoided Bakugo. The memory of their last encounter was a fresh wound. Inside the auditorium, it was worse. A sea of life signs, of quirks glowing and humming in his peripheral vision. The pressure built behind his eyes. He focused on the stage, where the voice hero, present Mike, was giving a bombastic explanation of the practical exam, destroying robots for points. Izuku analyzed the robot models displayed on the screen. His mind, even filtered, provided instant breakdowns, weak points at the joints, sensory apparatus locations, power core vulnerabilities. It was a tactical puzzle, and he was a supercomputer built for it. For a moment, he felt a flicker of confidence. Then a tall, stern-looking boy with glasses stood up, pointing at Izuku and then at another kid who'd muttered something. "You there, The one with the unkempt hair. And you, the one mumbling, "This is a serious proceeding. Show some respect." All eyes turned to him. Izuku flinched, shrinking into his seat. The attention was a spotlight, amplifying his sense of exposure. He could feel Bakugo's glare burning into the back of his head. The written exam was a breeze. His enhanced recall and processing speed made it trivial. It was the practical exam waiting area that was torture. He stood at the gate of Battle Center B, bouncing on his balls of his feet. The blindfold was a weight in his pocket. He wasn't sure he was brave enough to use it. "Hey, Midoriya." "Right." The voice was bright, familiar. He turned. Okako Uraraka pushed through the crowd, wearing a sleek, pink and black bodysuit. Her smile was a beacon of normalcy. "I knew I'd see you here. Good luck." The sight of her, a friendly face in the storm of anxiety, was like a lifeline. "Why you too, Uraraka?" he stammered, managing a small smile. "Stick to the plan, right?" she said, giving him a thumbs up before heading to her own gate. Her presence steadied him. He took a deep breath. "See the person asterisk," he reminded himself. Present Mike's voice blasted over the speakers. "Start." The gates boomed open. The crowd of examinees surged forward. Izuku was swept along in the rush. The fake city was a chaos of noise, dust, and screaming metal. One-pointer robots scuttled from alleys. Two-pointers rolled on treads. Three-pointers loomed like buildings. Izuku didn't run towards the first robot. He stopped just inside the gate, letting the crowd stream past him. He closed his eyes for a second, and then, with a decisive motion, he pulled the blindfold from his pocket and tied it securely over his eyes. The world went dark and quiet. He breathed, and then he listened. His spatial awareness, untethered from the visual, expanded. He could feel the vibrations of robots moving through the simulated streets, the displacement of air from their limbs, the subtle hum of their power cores. He could sense the examinees around him as moving voids in the fabric of space, their quirks creating unique, invisible ripples. A one-pointer rounded a corner, its metal legs clanking. Izuku didn't see it. He felt its mass, its trajectory. As it lunged, he stepped aside, the claw passing through air that suddenly thickened inches from his shoulder, a minimal, automatic infinity. He reached out, his hand finding the joint between its leg and body. He didn't punch. He applied a precise, infinitesimal, glue, not to compress, but to shear. A micro-C. Angularity formed for a nanosecond at the joint. The leg separated from the body with a clean snick asterisk, as if sliced by a monomolecular wire. The robot collapsed. 1 point. He moved. He was a ghost in the battlefield, flowing between robots and examinees alike. He didn't fight. He dissected. A touch to a sensor housing disabled a two-pointer. A guided compression of space around a three-pointer's ankle joint made it buckle. He collected points with cold, brutal efficiency. His world was a pure, mathematical ballet of force and resistance. No visuals, no distractions. Just the problem and the solution. He felt larger ripples. Bigger robots, bigger quirks being used. He felt Bakugo's explosions, like suns going off in the distance, each one a violent distortion in his spatial sense. He felt the glacial, powerful movements of the stern boy from the auditorium, his engines a rhythmic pulse. And he felt her, Okako, a lighter signature, using her quirk in bursts, the gentle nullification of gravity a soft, unique imprint. He was accumulating points, but he felt disconnected. He was solving equations, not saving people. The heroism All Might spoke of felt distant. Then, the ground shook. Not from explosions. This was deeper, heavier. A seismic tremor that made the buildings rattle. A roar, deeper than any engine, echoed through the canyons of the fake city. The zero-pointer. Izuku felt it before anyone saw it. A mountain of moving metal, a void of immense density and crushing power, rolling down the central boulevard. It wasn't a target. It was a disaster scenario. Panic erupted. Examinees turned and fled, their point grinding forgotten. Izuku stood still, his blindfolded face turned towards the behemoth. His spatial sense mapped its terrifying scale. It was meant to be avoided. But then he felt a signature not moving. A small, trapped ripple of energy and life, pulsing with pain and fear. Buried under rubble in the shadow of the giant robot. Okako. The data was clear. Her leg was pinned. She was trying to use her quirk on the debris, but she was disoriented, in pain. The zero-pointer's foot was ascending, preparing to crush the area where she lay. No one else was stopping. They were all running. Make the choice a hero would make. Asterisk. Izuku didn't think. He ran towards asterisk the quake. He tore the blindfold from his eyes. The world exploded back into hyper-detail. Dust motes, screaming faces. The grim, gear-strewn surface of the zero-pointer. The headache slammed back with vengeance. He ignored it. He saw her, Okako, pinned under a slab of concrete, her face pale. Her eyes wide with terror as the shadow fell over her. The robot's foot began its descent, a city block of metal dropping like a guillotine. There was no time for subtlety. No time for precision. Izuku skidded to a stop between Okako and the descending doom. He looked up at the mountain of metal blotting out the sky. He raised both hands, palms facing the colossal foot. This wasn't about stopping a pebble or a punch. This was about stopping a skyscraper. He didn't just activate infinity. He unleashed it. He poured every ounce of his concentration, every iota of the mental fortitude built over 10 months. Into a single, simple command. This space shall not be crossed. Asterisk. The air around him crystallized. Not into ice, but into absolute stasis. The foot of the zero-pointer crashed down. And stopped. There was no sound of impact. No shudder of strain. One moment it was falling, the next it was frozen, 15 feet above the ground. The metal groaned in protest. The entire robot's momentum arrested in an instant. Stresses it was never designed for shot through its frame. Gears stripped. Hydraulics burst with muffled pops. On the ground, Izuku didn't flinch. He stood, arms raised. A solitary figure holding up a mechanical god. His nose bled freely. A single, thin trail of blood leaked from the corner of his eye, tracing a path down his dust-covered cheek. The 6 eyes blazed with an icy, inhuman light, seeing the infinite stress vectors, calculating the endless load. He held it, for 5 seconds. 10, with a final, pathetic whine, the zero-pointer's internal systems failed. It didn't fall. It just went limp, balanced impossibly on the invisible, infinite shelf Izuku had created. He dropped his hands. The infinity held for a moment longer, a lingering afterimage of defiance. Then faded. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence across the entire battlefield. Izuku turned, his movements stiff. He walked to Okako, knelt, and placed his hands on the concrete slab. A focused application of blue at a microscopic level turned its structure to dust. He pulled her free. She stared up at him, her eyes reflecting his own glowing ones, her face a mask of awe and horror. Midoriya, your eyes. He tried to smile. It felt like cracking clay. Are you okay? Then the world went sideways. The backlash of such an immense, sustained use of his power hit him like a freight train. The headache became a white-hot void. His vision tunneled. The last thing he heard before the darkness took him was the distant sound of a buzzer, and Present Mike's voice, uncharacteristically subdued. Announcing, time's up. He had made his choice. Now he would face the consequences. Chapter 8. The Unseen Cost. Consciousness returned in fragments. The first thing he was aware of was the absence of sound. Not true silence, a low electrical hum, the rhythmic beep of a monitor, the soft sigh of a ventilation system, but compared to the cacophony of the exam, it was a void. The second thing was the pain. A full-body ache, deep in the marrow, as if he'd been stretched on a rack. And behind his eyes, the familiar, monstrous headache had settled into a permanent, grinding residency. He was in the UA infirmary. The ceiling was high, white, and agonizingly detailed. He could see the microscopic texture of the acoustic tiles, the paths of individual fibers in the fabric of the privacy curtain. He let his gaze go unfocused, a trick he'd learned to soften the edge of the 6 eyes' intensity. Awake, are you? The voice was dry, female, and utterly exhausted. A woman with hair the color of wilted mint and a perpetual slouch stepped into his field of view. She wore a white coat over a hero costume. Recovery girl, the youthful heroine. She peered at him, her eyes sharp behind her visor. You gave us quite a scare, young man. Severe neurological overclocking, capillary rupture in the optical nerves, systemic exhaustion bordering on collapse. And that's just the physical readouts. Your brainwaves looked like someone set off a firework in a supercomputer. She scared, shaking her head. What on earth were you thinking, taking on the zero-pointer like that? Izuku tried to speak. His throat was desert dry. A cup with a straw was pressed to his lips. He drank greedily. There was someone, he croaked. I know, Recovery Girl said, her tone softening a fraction. The Uraraka girl. She's fine. A sprained ankle, thanks to you. You saved her life, no doubt about it. But at what cost? She leaned closer. Your quirk. It's not just a barrier, is it? The energy signature is alien. It doesn't play by normal rules. And the strain it puts on your central nervous system is catastrophic. You can't keep doing this. The door slid open with a quiet hiss. Toshinori Yagi, in his skeletal form, slipped inside. He looked worse than usual, shadows like bruises under his eyes. He gave Recovery Girl a nod. May I? She sighed. 5 minutes. He needs rest, not more hero talk. She shuffled out, muttering about reckless children and glorified suicide. All Might pulled a chair to the bedside. For a long moment, he just looked at Izuku. His expression a complex tapestry of pride, sorrow, and deep, deep worry. They're calling it the Miracle of Battle Center B, in the observation room, he said quietly. The teachers have never seen anything like it. Freezing a zero-pointer in midair. No visible energy emission. Just stopped. I had to, Izuku whispered. I know. All Might's hand, large and bony, covered Izuku's on the sheets. And I am prouder of you than I have words to express. That was the heart of a true hero. But Recovery Girl is right. The cost. His voice tightened. When I saw you on the monitor, holding up at Mountain of Metal, I saw your body breaking down in real time. Your systems were overloading. If the buzzer hadn't sounded when it did. He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. The exam, Izuku said. A new anxiety piercing the fog of pain. All Might's smile was thin. You passed. With flying colors. Your points from the smaller robots were more than sufficient. And while there are no official rescue points in the exam, let's just say the judges were impressed by your final act. You will be receiving a letter. Relief, warm and weak, trickled through him. He'd made it, but the victory felt hollow, buried under the mountain of his own fragility. They will want to know about your quirk, All Might said, his voice dropping further. Nezu is intensely curious. Aizawa, the homeroom teacher for 1A, is deeply suspicious. He believes any power with such a high collateral cost to the user is a liability. You will be under a microscope, young Midoriya. More than any other student. Izuku looked at his hands. The faint, ever-present shimmer of the neutral infinity field was there. A constant reminder. What do I tell them? The truth, All Might said. As much of it as you know. That it is a late-blooming, complex quirk involving spatial manipulation and enhanced perception. That it carries a significant mental and physical strain. You do not need to tell them about the rooftop. About the nature of it. That is your story to tell, or not. He leaned forward. But you must make them understand one thing. You are in control. You are learning your limits. You are not a danger to your classmates. Quote, are you sure about that? Izuku thought, remembering the glass trench on the beach, the shredded pipe. The door opened again. Okako Uraraka stood there, leaning on a crutch, her ankle bandaged. Her face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. When she saw Izuku awake, a fresh wave of tears welled up. I'm so sorry, she blurted out, hobbling forward. This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so clumsy, you wouldn't have had to. Your eyes, you were bleeding, and I just. It's not your fault, Izuku interrupted, his voice stronger than he felt. You were hurt. I helped. That's what we're training to do, right? She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, sniffling. But the way you looked, it was like you were holding up the world. And it was hurting you. I could see it. All Might rose gracefully. I'll give you two a moment. He gave Izuku a meaningful look before slipping out. Okako sat in the chair he'd vacated. She was quiet for a moment, studying his face. Your eyes are back to normal. Green, I mean. They were blue. A really scary, beautiful blue. And they glowed. It happens when I use it a lot, Izuku admitted. It was strangely easy to talk to her about this. The perception part. It gets intense. You were blindfolded at the start, she said. It wasn't an accusation, just an observation. Too much information, he said simply. I needed to focus. Quote. She nodded slowly, as if that made perfect sense. It's a really amazing quirk, Midoriya. But it's lonely, isn't it? The word struck him like a physical blow. He hadn't been able to name it. But that was it exactly. The infinite distance it created. The separation. The burden of seeing too much. He could only nod, his throat tight. Well, she said, her smile returning, wobbly but genuine. You're not alone anymore. We're going to be classmates. And I owe you one. A really, really big one. She reached out and, after a slight hesitation, placed her hand over his. Not a romantic gesture. A solid, human connection. So no more almost killing yourself to save me, okay? We save each other. That's what heroes do. Her hand was warm. The contact was simple, real. His infinity didn't stop it. He'd long ago programmed it to allow friendly touch. He'd just never had the opportunity to test that setting. He felt the prickle of tears in his own eyes. Okay, he whispered. A week later, the official letter arrived. It was a holographic projector disc. When activated, All Might's symbol of peace form filled the living room, delivering the news of his acceptance into Class 1A. His mother wept with joy. Izuku felt a fierce, quiet pride. But the disc had a second message. After the congratulations, the image shifted to show a much smaller, white-furred creature in a suit, Principal Nezu, sitting behind a large desk. Midoriya Izuku, Nezu said, his voice cheerful but his black eyes piercing even through the recording. Congratulations on your exemplary performance. Truly remarkable. As you are undoubtedly aware, your quirk presents unique characteristics. To ensure your safety and the safety of your peers, UA will be implementing a tailored support plan. This includes weekly sessions with Recovery Girl to monitor your neurological health, and a mandatory meeting with your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, before the start of term. Welcome to UA. I look forward to picking apart the fascinating puzzle that is you. The message ended. Inko looked worried. A tailored plan. What does that mean, Izuku? It means they're going to be watching me, Izuku said, staring at the spot where Nezu's image had been. The principal's curiosity felt less like interest and more like being placed on a dissection slide. The day before the start of term, he stood once more on the clean beach. The wind was cold, scouring the sand into ripples. It was here his new life had been built, from the ground up. He felt stronger, yes, but also more aware of the cracks in his foundation. He practiced, not lifting, but seeing. He watched a seagull riding the wind, and instead of calculating its aerodynamics and metabolic rate, he tried to appreciate its grace. He focused on the sound of the waves, not as vibrations per second, but as a rhythm. He was learning to be a person who happened to have impossible power, not a power that happened to inhabit a person. It was the hardest training of all. On his way home, he took a detour through a quieter part of the city. His senses, dialed down to a passive state, caught a flicker of wrongness. A distortion in the ambient energy down a narrow side street. Not a villain, something subtler. A pocket of stillness. An absence of the usual urban hum. Curiosity, the same analytical drive that filled his hero notebooks, pulled him forward. He peered around the corner. The street was empty, lined with closed shops. But in the middle of the pavement, the air shimmered, not with heat, but with a faint, purple haze. It was a tear, a ragged seam in reality itself, about the size of a manhole cover. From it, he felt a gentle, sickly pull, not of gravity, but of something else. Space itself seemed to be draining into it, a quiet, hungry vortex, a portal, a quirk. It felt old, wrong, it didn't belong. As he watched, the edges of the tear frayed slightly, reaching out like seeking fingers. A stray newspaper blown by the wind touched the haze. It didn't pass through, it unraveled. The paper disintegrated into a stream of confetti, then into individual fibers, then into nothing, consumed by the purple static. A chill that had nothing to do with the wind shot down Izuku's spine. This wasn't a hero's tool. This was a wound. He took a step back, his mind racing. He could report it, but to whom? The police. What would he say? There's a hole in the world eating a newspaper. He focused his 6 eyes on it, dialing up the analytical filters. He saw the structure of the anomaly, a complex, unstable knot of spatial coordinates that refused to resolve. It was artificial, manufactured, And it was leaking *, its energy signature faint but unmistakably malignant. As he analyzed, the tear seemed to sense his attention. The purple haze pulsed. A single, glitched out syllable, twisted and electronic, echoed from the void, so quiet it might have been the wind. See. You. Then, with a sound like a sigh, the tear stitched itself back together. The air was just air again. The street was just a street. Izuku stood frozen, his heart hammering against his ribs. The headache, ever present, gave a threatening throb. He had seen something he was not meant to see. Something that saw him back. The boundless horizon of UA, of hero training, of his new life, suddenly felt small. There were depths to this world, shadows at the edges of infinity, that his new eyes could perceive. And now, one of those shadows had perceived him back. He walked home slowly, the clean triumph of the beach, the hopeful promise of UA, now shadowed by a single, pulsing question. What else was out there, looking back? Chapter 8 End. Chapter 9. The first day of forever. The UA uniform felt like a costume. The crisp Gakuran jacket was stiff, the tie a noose of expectation. Izuku stood before the massive door to Class 1A, his hand hovering an inch from the polished wood. Behind it, he could sense a cacophony of life signs, 18 other sources of energy, quirks, heartbeats, and buzzing potential. It was a storm contained in a rectangle. He took a deep breath, manually, dialing down his perception to social setting, a filter he'd been practicing. He would see people, not diagnostics. He would hear voices, not cardiovascular efficiency. He slid the door open. Chaos. The tall, stern boy from the exam, Ida Tenya, was chopping his hands robotically at Bakugo, who had his feet on a desk and was snarling. A girl with pink skin and horns was laughing. A boy with a lightning bolt streak in his hair was trying to flirt with a girl who was creating floating crystals with her hands. It was a zoo, and in the corner, seated at a desk, a caterpillar-shaped yellow sleeping bag unzipped, and a man with long, unkempt black hair and bloodshot eyes emerged. A razorhead, Shota Aizawa. His gaze landed on Izuku like a physical weight. It was a look that saw through bravado, through power, straight to the core of a person. A look that asked, "Are you worth the trouble?" Izuku's 6 eyes, despite his filters, gave him a readout anyway. Extreme fatigue. Quirk. Erasure. Targets emitter types via line of sight. Threat assessment. High. Not a physical threat, but an existential one. He looked away quickly, finding an empty seat near the back. He passed Bakugo, who didn't look at him, but the temperature around his desk spiked a few degrees. He passed Okako, who gave him a bright, relieved smile and a thumbs up. He sank into his chair, trying to make himself small. Aizawa stood, shedding the sleeping bag. The class quieted, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "It took you 8 seconds to shut up," he said, his voice flat and gravelly. "Not acceptable. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Time is limited. Your orientation and guided tours are a waste of time." So we're starting with a quirk assessment test. A ripple of confusion and excitement went through the class. A quirk assessment, a red-haired boy with sharp teeth exclaimed. But what about the entrance ceremony? At UA, Aizawa said, cutting through the chatter, we're not tethered to traditions. We have the freedom to run our classes as we see fit. He held up a softball. Bakugo, you scored first in the practical exam. What was your best softball throw in junior high? Bakugo smirked. 67 meters. Step into the circle. Use your quirk. Don't hold back. Bakugo did, unleashing a blistering explosion that sent the ball rocketing into the distance. The device in Aizawa's hand beeped. 705.2 meters. The class erupted in awe. 705. Whoa, that's insane. Aizawa's lips curled into something that wasn't a smile. You think this is fun? Games. His gaze swept over them, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop. The person who comes in last place in these 8 tests will be judged to have no potential, and will be expelled. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence. Izuku's blood ran cold. Last place. Expelled. On the first day. His eyes flickered to Aizawa. The man wasn't bluffing. He meant it. Welcome, Aizawa said, to the hero course. Panic set in. This wasn't what Izuku had prepared for. He'd prepared for spars, for theory, for rescue simulations. not for a brutal, public culling. The tests began. The 50-meter dash. Izuku watched as Da used his engine quirk to blur across the line in a blink. The pink girl, Mina Ashido, slid on acid. The lightning-bolt boy, Kaminari, stumbled and got a mediocre time. When it was Izuku's turn, he stood at the line. He could use infinity to negate air resistance, to give himself a push, but that felt like cheating the spirit of the test. He needed to use his body. He ran, his trained muscles carrying him to a respectable, if not stellar, 5.15 seconds. Aizawa's eyes followed him, unreadable. The grip strength test. Izuku focused, squeezing the dynamometer. His physical strength was far beyond what it had been, but compared to the bespectacled, mammoth boy named Sato who scored over 500 kilograms, or even the invisible girl, Hagako, who somehow managed a decent score, his 85 kilograms was middling. The standing long jump. Everyone cleared the sandbox easily with their quirks. Izuku jumped, and at the apex of his leap, he applied a precise infinity under his feet, not to push, but to create a momentary, solid platform in the air. He pushed off it, a second jump mid-air, clearing the box with ease. It was a subtle use, one he hoped Aizawa would chalk up to a unique application of a barrier quirk. But when he landed, he caught Aizawa's gaze. The teacher's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd seen. He knew it wasn't that simple. Test after test. The repeated side steps. The ball throw. The seated toe touch. The endurance run. Izuku hovered in the middle of the pack. He was physically fit, but his quirk wasn't naturally suited for raw power output in these metrics. He watched others shine. A boy named Tokiyami with a living shadow. A girl named Yaoyorozu who created a cannon from her skin. Bakugo, dominating everything with brutal efficiency. Okako used her zero gravity on the softball to send it into orbit, scoring an infinity symbol that left the class gaping. She grinned at Izuku, and he felt a surge of pride for her. Then it was his turn for the ball throw. He stepped into the circle. The softball felt heavy in his hand. He could use blue. He could compress space behind the ball and send it into the stratosphere. But the recoil, the backlash, in front of everyone, it was too risky. Too revealing. He could use infinity to simply remove the ball's ability to fall, sending it on a perpetual tangent. But that was also a spectacle he wasn't ready for. Aizawa was watching him, those tired eyes seeing his hesitation. "You're overthinking, problem child." The nickname, delivered with zero affection, jolted him. He saw Bakugo sneering from the sidelines. Izuku closed his eyes for a second. He didn't need a spectacle. He just needed distance. He opened his eyes, focused on the sky. He wound up and threw, putting his whole body into it. As the ball left his fingers, he didn't apply force. He applied permission. He selected the space immediately around the ball and willed it to have zero friction with the atmosphere. No air resistance at all. The ball didn't explode away. It just kept going. It shot from his hand in a perfectly straight, silent line, not slowing, not arcing, vanishing into the blue within 2 seconds. Aizawa's device beeped. He looked at it, his expression not changing. 856.3 meters. A murmur went through the class. Not as flashy as infinity, but further than Bakugo's. A clean, efficient, almost eerie result. Bakugo's S. Near turned into a snarl of pure outrage. Izuku walked back to the group, avoiding everyone's eyes. He felt Aizawa's gaze boring into the back of his head. The final tally was calculated. A holographic display listed the rankings. Izuku held his breath, scanning. He wasn't last. He was 12th, solidly in the middle. Relief washed over him, followed by shame. He could have done better. He'd held back. Then he saw the name at the bottom. The boy with the purple ball-like hair, Mineta Minoru. He'd scored poorly in every physical test, his quirk useless here. Mineta was trembling, tears in his eyes. Aizawa looked at him. The class held its breath. Then Aizawa's face split into a terrifying, wide grin. "I was lying about the expulsion." A collective gasp. Mineta collapsed in relief. "It was a logical ruse," Aizawa said, the grin vanishing as if it had never been. "To pull out your best performance." His eyes swept over them, lingering on a few, on Izuku, on Bakugo, on Yaoyorozu. "But understand this, the threat is real. In this world, heroes are always on the brink of failure. of expulsion, of death. Don't forget the fear you felt today. Now, grab your syllabi from the classroom. There are no other classes today. Dismissed. The class erupted into nervous chatter, the tension breaking. People began to file back towards the building. Izuku was turning to follow when Aizawa's voice stopped him. Midoriya. A word. The others glanced back curiously but moved on. Okako gave him a worried look. Bakugo shot him a venomous glare before stomping away. Izuku approached the teacher. Up close. Aizawa's tiredness was a palpable aura. He smelled like coffee and exhaustion. Your quirk registration lists it as spatial manipulation and enhanced perception, Aizawa said, not wasting time. Vague. Unhelpful. What I saw today wasn't vague. It was controlled. Calculated. You used it to augment physical performance in subtle ways. The mid-air jump. The frictionless throw. That's fine. Smart. Even. He took a step closer. His eyes, now fully open and focused, seemed to erase the world around them. But that's not all it is it? The zero-pointer. You didn't throw it. You didn't blow it up. You stopped it. Completely. A total negation of kinetic energy on a massive scale. That's a different order of power altogether. Izuku said nothing. His mind raced, but no words came. Power like that, Aizawa continued, his voice dropping to a gravelly whisper, is a double-edged sword. It isolates you. It makes you a target. And from the medical reports Recovery Girl gave me, it's eating you alive from the inside out. Neurological strain. Hemorrhaging. You're a glass cannon, Midoriya. The most powerful and the most fragile person in this class. He leaned in, and Zuko felt the full force of his teacher's scrutiny. Here is my lesson for you, problem child. UA will not be your sanctuary. It will be your crucible. I will push you, break you, and rebuild you into someone who can wield that power without shattering. You will learn your limits, not by avoiding them, but by brushing against them every single day. And if I ever see you sacrifice yourself like you did in the exam, if you turn yourself into a martyr for a single point or a single person, I will expel you myself. Because a corpse is not a hero. Do you understand? The words were harsh, cold, but buried in them, Izuku heard something else. A brutal kind of care. A refusal to let him break himself on the altar of his own power. I understand, sir, Izuku said, his voice steady. Aizawa studied him for a long moment, then sighed. The intensity bleeding out of him, replaced by sheer weariness. Go get your syllabus. And get some damn glasses with tinted lenses. Your eyes give me a headache. Izuku blinked. Sir, the two are where? Aizawa said, turning and walking away, his sleeping bag already half-zipped. They see too much. It's unsettling. For everyone. Izuku stood alone on the training field. The sounds of his new classmates fading. The first day was over. He hadn't been expelled. He'd made a friend. He'd impressed his teacher, and terrified him. He looked at his hands. The invisible barrier that separated him from the world. UA was not an end. It was a beginning. A crucible, as Aizawa said. And he was standing at the edge of the fire, about to be thrown in. Chapter 10. The Crucible's first heat. The routine of UA was a hammer, and every day shaped him. Morning classes were a test of mental endurance. Present Mike's English was a sonic assault Izuku had to manually filter to a tolerable level. Midnight's modern hero art history was easier. He could get lost in the strategic analysis of famous battles. But it was in the practical periods that the true forging began. Foundational hero studies was taught by All Might himself, in his full, booming glory. Their first lesson, indoor combat trials. Teams of 2, heroes versus villains, with a nuclear weapon mock-up. Izuku's name was called with Okako Uraraka's hero team. Their opponents, villain team, consisting of Katsuki Bakugo and the stern, glasses-wearing Ida Tenya. A cold dread settled in Izuku's stomach. He saw it on Okako's face too. Bakugo's fury was a live wire, crackling across the monitor room. Ida was all rigid professionalism, but his eyes held a competitive fire. All Might's booming voice gave the start. They had 15 minutes. Inside the building, a labyrinth of concrete and steel, the silence was oppressive. Okako looked at him, her face set with determination. Her knuckles white on the building's blueprint. What's the plan, Midoriya? His mind was already a whirlwind of data. He dialed up his tactical filters, pushing back the ambient hum of the building's electrical system. The thermal signatures of his classmates in other zones. He focused on their floor plan, on the probable strategies of their opponents. Ida will guard the bomb, he said, his voice low and steady. He's fast, disciplined, he'll stay put. Bakugo, he paused, seeing the volatile signature already moving, a comet of aggression streaking through the lower floors, searching. He's coming for me, he'll hunt, he doesn't care about the bomb, not primarily. He wants to prove something. Okiko's eyes widened. So we split up. I go for the bomb while you distract Kaken. No, Izuku said, surprising himself. The old Izuku would have agreed, would have thrown himself as a sacrificial pawn. Aizawa's warning echoed. A corpse is not a hero. That's what he expects. He wants to isolate me. If he takes me out quickly, he can double back to help Ida, and you'll be alone against both. We stick together. We use the building. They moved. Izuku led, his steps silent, his enhanced senses mapping every creak of the structure, every distant echo of Bakugo's stomping search. He could feel the vibration of Ida's engines, idling on the top floor. He found a central stairwell, a choke point. Here, he whispered to Okiko, we let him come to us. They didn't have to wait long. Bakugo rounded the corner, his expression a mask of feral glee. There you are, Deku. No running away this time. He didn't bother with banter. He lunged, his right hand already sparking, a full-powered blast aimed not to maim, but to obliterate. Die. Izuku didn't move. He raised a hand. The explosion filled the corridor. A sunburst of noise and light and heat. The concrete walls blackened. Smoke billowed. When it cleared, Izuku stood unharmed, his hand still raised. Between him and the point of detonation, the air was perfectly clean, a cylindrical column of untouched space. The explosion had wrapped around an invisible pillar, harmlessly expending its fury on the walls. Not a single spark, not a molecule of superheated air, had crossed the infinity barrier. Bakugo's eyes went wide with shock, then narrowed into slits of pure, incandescent rage. That trick again. It's not a trick, Kaken, Izuku said. His voice calm, too calm. It sounded alien even to him. It's a fact. He took a step forward. Okiko, behind him, was a statue of awe. You want to fight me? Izuku continued. Then fight me, but you'll have to get through this first. Bakugo snarled, unleashing a barrage. Blast after blast, a storm of concussive fire. Each one met the same silent, absolute negation. They roared and died against the infinite divide, lighting up the barrier's outline in shimmering afterimages. Izuku advanced through the fireworks like a ghost through a war zone, unhurried, unstoppable. The analytical part of his mind was coolly noting Bakugo's tells, the slight dip of his shoulder before a right hook, the micro-expression of frustration when an attack failed. He saw the strain starting in Bakugo's sweat glands, the overuse. But he also saw the pain, the humiliation, the shattered pride. He saw the person, not just the opponent. Bakugo, pushed to the brink, did something desperate. He planted both hands on the floor and unleashed the biggest blast yet, a massive, propulsive explosion meant to launch him forward like a missile, to close the distance with sheer, insane speed. It almost worked. His velocity was tremendous. He crossed half the corridor in a blink, a human rocket. Izuku didn't widen the barrier. He refined it. He created a selective filter. He allowed the air displaced by Bakugo to pass. He allowed light to pass. But he set the infinity specifically for Bakugo's mass and kinetic energy. Bakugo slammed into the barrier at full speed. It was like hitting a universe. All momentum ceased, not with a crash, but with a sickening, final stop. He hung in the air for a split second, the force of his own quirk rebounding through his body. Before dropping to the ground like a marionette with cut strings, he gasped, the wind knocked out of him, his arms trembling. Izuku looked down at him. He could end it now. A touch, a micro-application of blue, and Bakugo would be out. He didn't. Okiko, he said, never taking his eyes off Bakugo. Now, top floor. Ida's waiting. She snapped out of her daze. All right. She turned and ran, using her quirk on herself to float lightly up the stairwell shaft. Bakugo tried to push himself up, fury giving him strength. Don't you dare look down on me, you bastard. I'm not, Izuku said softly. He knelt, putting himself on Bakugo's level. His infinity remained active, a gentle sphere around him. I'm trying to see you, Kaken. The real you. The one who's always been ahead of me. Be you. I can't fight that person if all he sees is a freak to be destroyed. Bakugo stared at him, chest heaving. The hatred was still there, but it was mixed with something else, a dawning, horrible understanding. Izuku wasn't taunting him. He was speaking a truth Bakugo had no framework for. On the monitors, the class watched, dead silent. All Might's commentary had died in his throat. Upstairs, Okiko engaged Ida. It was a battle of wits and agility, her zero gravity against his raw speed. She used the environment, floating debris, creating unexpected obstacles. Ida was powerful, but predictable. She managed to touch the bomb with all 5 fingers just as he was about to intercept her. Hero team wins. All Might's voice boomed, but it lacked its usual vigor. Back in the corridor, Izuku stood up. He offered a hand to Bakugo. Bakugo slapped it away, hauling himself to his feet. He didn't speak. He just turned and walked, his shoulders hunched, the usual explosive swagger gone, replaced by a heavy, confused gait. The debrief was tense. All Might praised Okiko's clever tactics and Ida's stalwart defense. He was uncharacteristically careful discussing Izuku and Bakugo's fight. Young Midoriya's defensive capabilities are unparalleled, he said, choosing his words. And young Bakugo's offensive power is tremendous. However, combat between classmates should be about growth, not annihilation. Control is paramount. Aizawa, who had been observing silently from the back of the monitor room, said nothing. His tired eyes were fixed on Izuku, a silent verdict pending. The incident cemented Izuku's reputation in the class. He was no longer the nervous, mumbling boy. He was the unbreakable wall. The one who walked through hellfire without a scratch. It created a distance. Some looked at him with awe. The girl with earphone jacks, Jiro, gave him a respectful nod. Some with unease. Kaminari called his power hacks, in a joking but slightly nervous tone. Shoji, the multi-armed student, was quietly respectful. Tokiyami's dark shadow seemed wary of him. The only one who treated him exactly the same was Okiko. And, paradoxically, Tenya Ida, who approached him after class with a stiff bow. Your performance, while unorthodox, was strategically sound, Ida declared, his hand chops precise. You identified the primary threat and neutralized it without causing injury, allowing your partner to achieve the objective. This is efficient heroics. It was such a purely Ida analysis that Izuku almost smiled. Thank you, Ida. However, Ida continued, pushing his glasses up his nose. The emotional context with Bakugo appears volatile. As class president, once elected, I shall endeavor to mediate any interpersonal conflicts. He hadn't been elected yet, but his certainty was absolute. The person who changed the most, however, was Bakugo. He didn't try to pick fights. He didn't even yell as much. He trained with a silent, ferocious intensity that was somehow scarier than his outbursts. He watched Izuku during spars, his eyes not with hatred, but with a consuming, analytical focus. He was reverse engineering a puzzle he couldn't solve. It was AF. A particularly grueling joint training session with Class 1B a week later that the second heat of the crucible came. They were in the locker rooms, tired and bruised. Kaminari was joking about short-circuiting again. Kirishima was praising everyone's manliness. The air was steamy and loud. Izuku, dressed in his uniform, was at his locker, carefully tuning his senses back to a resting state. The effort of the day, blocking phantom attacks from 1B's Vine Quirk user, analyzing the twins' copycat power, had given him a pounding headache. He was fumbling for the bottle of painkillers recovery. Girl had reluctantly prescribed when he felt a presence behind him. Not Bakugo. This signature was colder, more contained. He turned. Shoto Todoroki stood there, his heterochromatic eyes, one gray, one turquoise, fixed on Izuku with an unsettling directness. The room's chatter died down, sensing the shift. Midoriya, Todoroki said, his voice flat. Todoroki, what is it? Todoroki didn't blink. Your quirk. It's powerful. Possibly the most powerful in the class. Izuku said nothing. A statement like that, from Todoroki of all people, was a loaded gun. I've been watching you, Todoroki continued. You don't rely on it. You use it sparingly. Precisely. Like you're afraid of it. I have it under control, Izuku said, the rehearsed line feeling hollow. Control is an illusion, Todoroki said, his gaze drifting to his own right hand, where a faint mist of frost was forming. All power comes with a price. A legacy. He looked back at Izuku, and for the first time, Izuku saw a flick of something raw in those usually impassive eyes. A challenge. My father is Endeavor, the number 2 hero. He has a legacy of fire he wants to force upon me. I refuse it. I will become the number 1 hero using only my mother's ice. To reject his legacy entirely. He took a step closer. The temperature in their corner of the locker room dropped several degrees. Your power, Todoroki said, his voice dropping to a whisper meant only for Izuku. It doesn't feel like a normal quirk. It feels old, like a legacy too, heavier than any I've seen. I can see it in your eyes. They're always calculating, always seeing too much. That's your burden. Izuku's breath caught. Todoroki, with his own fractured history, had seen right through him. What's your point, Todoroki? Izuku asked, his own voice quiet. My point is, Todoroki said, the frost spreading up his arm now, when we fight, and we will, in the sports festival, or in training, I will not hold back. I will show the world, and my father, that a hero can rise without relying on the power that defines them. And I will beat you, to prove that your legacy, whatever it is not enough. He didn't wait for a reply. He turned and walked away, leaving a trail of cold air and stunned silence in his wake. The locker room was quiet. Everyone had heard. Izuku stood there, the painkillers forgotten in his hand. Todoroki had just declared a war not on his strength, but on the very nature of his power. A war of ideology, of legacy. He thought of the rooftop, of the hollow feeling as All Might's dream was ripped away, replaced by the cold infinity. He thought of the ghost in the machine, the analytical chill of the bank rescue. Was this power a legacy? Was it a curse he was doomed to carry, to be defined by? He looked at High's reflection in the polished metal of the locker door. His green eyes stared back, but in the low light, he thought he saw the faintest ring of pale blue, a ghost of the 6 eyes. Todoroki was wrong about one thing. Izuku wasn't afraid of the power. He was afraid of becoming it. Afraid of the day when Midoriya Izuku disappeared entirely, and only the limitless, calculating void remained. The crucible was heating up. And the flames weren't just testing his body. They were testing his soul. Chapter 10 End. Chapter 11. The Legacy of Ice and Infinity. Todoroki's declaration hung in the air of Class 1A like a sword. The easy camaraderie that had been slowly forming now had a fracture line running straight through its center. People glanced between Izuku and the jewel-haired boy, sensing a coming storm. Izuku found himself watching Todoroki during training. Not with his 6 eyes analytical depth. He kept those dialed down, but with a human curiosity. The way he used only his ice. The left side of his body a glacier of controlled fury. The way he moved with an efficient, cold grace, but his eyes were a furnace of unspoken emotion. Izuku could see the strain, the self-imposed limit. He was fighting with half his strength, and it was still enough to dominate most spars. It was a mirror, in a twisted way. Izuku was also holding back. Not out of spite for a legacy, but out of fear of his own. The parallel was unsettling. Their next foundational hero studies class was a rescue simulation in the unforeseen simulation joint, the USJ. A sprawling facility YTH disaster zones, a shipwreck in a flood, a crumbling cityscape, a conflagration forest, a mountain landslide. All Might, beaming with his usual bravado, explained they'd be practicing extraction and destabilization in hazardous environments. The class buzzed with excitement. This was real hero stuff. Izuku's team was assigned to the mountain zone with Todoroki, Sato, and the invisible girl, Toru Hagakure. Their mission, locate and extract victims, weighted mannequins, from a simulated rockslide. The mountain zone was a convincing fake, towering cliffs of sculpted concrete and resin, loose scree, and artificial fog. The moment they entered, a controlled detonation triggered a mini avalanche above them. Boulders the size of cars rumbled down the slope. Ice wall. Todoroki didn't hesitate. He slammed his left foot down, and a massive barrier of ice erupted from the ground, intercepting the bulk of the tumbling debris. It was a magnificent, instantaneous display of power. The wall shuddered under the impact but held. Great work, Todoroki. Hagakure's glove waved excitedly. The victims are likely buried in the debris field at the base, Todoroki stated, already moving forward. His breath frosting in the chilled air his quirk created. Sato, you clear the larger rocks. Hagakure, scout for heat signatures. Midoriya, he glanced at Izuku, you provide cover. Your barrier show. You'll be able to protect the extraction site from secondary slides. It was a logical, cold allocation of resources. Izuku was a tool, a shield. He nodded. Understood. They worked. Sato, having ingested sugar, used his enhanced strength to heave aside rubble. Hagakure, with her specialized suit's thermal sensors, pinpointed 2 mannequins. Todoroki used precise ice ramps and slides to carefully excavate them without causing further collapse. It was a perfectly efficient operation. Izuku stood a little apart, his infinity forming a wide, low dome over the work area. He felt the occasional titia of pebbles and dust hitting the barrier, harmless. His role was passive, necessary, but passive. He watched Todoroki, the focused intensity, the absolute reliance on one half of a whole. He saw the way Todoroki's right side, the fire side, remained deliberately still, almost stiff. A prison of flesh. As Todoroki lifted the second mannequin free with a sheet of ice, a larger, unseen boulder, dislodged from higher up, came careening down directly towards his unprotected back. Sato was turned away. Hagakure shouted a warning. Todoroki started to turn, his left arm coming up, but he was off balance, holding the ice sheet. A new ice wall would take a split second he didn't have. Izuku didn't think. He didn't command the barrier to move. He selected the space occupied by the falling boulder and rejected it. The boulder didn't hit a dome. It encountered a localized, infinitely dense field of repulsive space directly in its path. It didn't just stop. It reversed. With a sound like a gong, it shot back up the slope a good 10 feet before clattering harmlessly to a stop. The silence in the wake was broken only by the hiss of Todoroki's ice. Todoroki turned slowly, setting the mannequin down. His eyes found Izuku. There was no gratitude there. Only a cold, assessing scrutiny. You didn't need to do that, Todoroki said. I had it handled. It was faster, Izuku replied simply. Your control is impressive, Todoroki acknowledged, but it sounded like an indictment. To reply it so precisely, at a distance. It's not just a shield. It's a remote manipulation of physics. He took a step closer. The temperature dropping further. That boulder weighed several tons. You didn't just stop it. You reversed its momentum completely. The energy required for that, it should have blown out the entire hillside. Or your own mind. But you're standing there without a scratch. How? It was the question everyone wanted to ask. The one All Might carefully avoided. The one Aizawa probed with his silent stares. I don't redirect the energy, Izuku said, the truth coming out in this strange, frozen moment. I don't absorb it. I make it irrelevant. The force of the boulder, the kinetic energy, it's trying to cross a distance. I make that distance infinite. The energy never arrives. It just dissipates into the impossibility of the task. Todoroki stared at him. For the first time, the icy mask slipped, revealing pure, unvarnished disbelief. You're saying you cheat physics. I'm saying my quirk rewrites the local rules, Izuku said, exhaustion bleeding into his voice. The explanation, the constant vigilance, it was all so tiring. That's what it does. Todoroki looked at his own left hand, at the frost coating his skin. I create ice. I understand thermodynamics. I remove heat. It's a process, a transaction with the environment. What you do, it's a declaration. It says, no, to reality itself. His heterochromatic eyes lifted, meeting Izuku's. That's not a quirk. That's a domain. The word landed with the weight of a prophecy. Time's up. All Might's voice boomed from the intercom, overly cheerful. Excellent work, all teams. Return to the central plaza for debrief. The moment broke. Todoroki turned and walked away, leaving Izuku standing in the cold he'd created. The debrief was a blur. All Might praised Todoroki's quick thinking and Izuku's protective instincts. But Izuku felt the weight of Todoroki's gaze throughout. After class, as they walked back to the main building, Todoroki fell into step beside him. The others were ahead, laughing and talking about the exercises. You asked me my point before, Todoroki said, his voice low. In the locker room, Izuku nodded, not looking at him. I saw my mother yesterday, Todoroki continued, the words stripped of all emotion. In the hospital, she poured boiling water on my face when I was a child because my left side looked too much like him. Izuku stopped walking, his blood turning to ice. Todoroki, I'm not telling you for sympathy. Todoroki cut him off, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. I'm telling you so you understand. My fire is his legacy. It is violence. It is pain. It broke my mother. I will not use it. I will prove that I am stronger without the part of me that is him. He finally turned to look at Izuku, and his eyes were glaciers hiding volcanoes. Your power, this, Domarin, it feels like a legacy too. One that is consuming you. I can see the cost. The headaches, the distance you keep. You are fighting not to be consumed by it, just as I am fighting not to be defined by my fire. He stepped closer, his voice a fierce whisper. The sports festival is coming. The whole world will be watching. When we meet in the ring, I will fight you. With everything I have chosen to accept. And I will win. I will prove that a hero forged in refusal, in self-control, is stronger than a hero drowning in a legacy they didn't ask for. He didn't wait for a reply. He walked away, leaving Izuku standing alone in the corridor. The words echoed. Drowning in a legacy they didn't ask for. Asterisk. Was that what he was doing? Drowning. He thought of the rooftop. He hadn't asked for this. It had been thrust upon him in a moment of ultimate despair. A power born from the death of a dream. He wasn't refusing it like Todoroki refused his fire. He was trying to wield it. To master it. But was mastery just a slower form of consumption? He made his way to the school roof, seeking solitude. The sun was setting, painting the UA grounds in gold and shadow. He leaned on the railing, the same type of railing he'd stood before a lifetime ago. He closed his eyes and, for the first time in weeks, deliberately dialed his 6 eyes to their fullest, most analytical extent. He saw the campus not as a school, but as a nexus of energy. He saw the pulsing power of the generators deep below. He saw the unique auras of his classmates dispersing towards the gates. He saw the distant, weary signature of Izuku in the teacher's lounge. He saw the brilliant, flickering candle of All Might, dimmer than it should be. And he saw himself, a point of strange, recursive stillness in the middle of it all. A singularity of, no. Todoroki was right. This was a domain, a territory where his will overwrote reality. A legacy of negation. But as he stood there, the infinite data flowing through him, he felt something else. Not just the power, but the reason he had been given it. Not on the rooftop. That was just the trigger. The reason was in his heart. The heart that had broken for a crying boy on a riverbank years ago. The heart that had run when no one else would. The heart that had cleaned a beach not for glory, but because it was the right thing to do. The legacy wasn't just the infinity. It was the choice to use it. He opened his eyes, the world snapping back into devastating clarity. Todoroki saw his power as a chain. A burden to be resisted. Maybe it was. But chains could also be anchors. And anchors could hold a ship steady in the worst storm. He didn't know if he was drowning. But he knew he was still swimming. And he wouldn't stop. The sports festival awaited. An arena for the world. A stage for Todoroki's rebellion. And for Izuku's first true, public declaration of what his legacy would be. Not just a wall, but a foundation. Chapter 12. The invitation to the dance. The UA Sports Festival was more than an event. It was a national holiday. The energy surrounding it was a tangible force, a seismic Sure Izuku could feel in his bones long before he stepped into the cavernous stadium tunnel. Inside the locker room of Class 1A, the air was a cocktail of nerves and adrenaline. Kaminari was vibrating with anxious energy. Kirishima was psyching himself up with loud declarations of manliness, and Ida was giving a stern speech about upholding the school's honor. Bakugo sat silently, methodically tightening his wrist supports. His focus a contained explosion. Izuku sat on a bench, tying his high-top sneakers. He'd opted for his green tracksuit over a costume. His power didn't need one, and the idea of a flashy outfit felt like a lie. He kept his senses on a tight leash, filtering out the chaotic bio-signatures of his classmates, the roar of the gathering crowd that vibrated through the concrete. He focused on the simple feel of the laces between his fingers. Todoroki stood across the room, leaning against the lockers. He wasn't looking at Izuku, but his presence was a cold spot in the room's thermal map. His declaration hung between them like a frozen promise. Okiko sat down beside him, her own brown tracksuit rustling. "Nervous?" she asked, her voice a low hum under the din. "A little," Izuku admitted. It was an understatement. His nervous system was a live wire of hyper-awareness. Every cheer from the stands, every whispered strategy from a competitor, was a data point. "You, terrified," she said with a wobbly smile. "But excited. This is our chance, right? To show everyone what we're made of." "Yeah," Izuku said. "To show them. But what? The unbreakable wall. The calculating freak. The boy drowning in infinity." He didn't know. Present Mike's voice, amplified to godlike levels, shook the very air. "WELCOME, one and all, to the UA Sports FESTIVAAAAAL." The class tensed as one. The door slid open, revealing the blinding light of the stadium floor. "Let's go," Bakugo growled, leading the charge. The class streamed out into the thunderous sound. The sheer sensory overload was breathtaking. A sea of thousands of faces, a tidal wave of noise, the glare of stadium lights. For a moment, Izuku's filters wavered. He saw the crowd not as people, but as a pulsing mass of thermal signatures and sound waves. He saw the structural stress points in the stadium's archways. He saw the flickering energy signatures of the pro-heroes in the commentator's box, including All Might's dim star. And Endeavor's raging sun, seated right beside him. He closed his eyes for a second, forcing the data back. "See the people asterisk," he reminded himself. "See the festival." Midnight, clad in her revealing costume, stood on a raised stage as the R-rated heroine MC. She explained the first event with a flourish of her whip. An obstacle race. A 4-kilometer loop around the stadium grounds. Simple. Brutal. At the starting line in a narrow tunnel, the tension was a physical crush. Students from all departments jostled for position. Izuku found himself near the front, flanked by Bakugo and Todoroki. Ida was poised like a sprinter. Okiko was a few rows back. The starting buzzer screamed. Chaos. The tunnel exit instantly became a frozen choke point, literally. Todoroki had slammed his foot down the moment the race began, a wave of ice shooting forward, coating the ground and walls, trapping the feet of dozens of students behind him. It was a ruthless, efficient opening move. Izuku, anticipating it, had already activated a localized infinity field under his own feet the millisecond before the ice hit. The frost spread around his shoes, leaving him on a tiny island of dry ground. He didn't slip. He just started running, his movements economical, his enhanced balance perfect. Bakugo blasted over the ice with explosions, snarling. Ida's engines roared, as he skated expertly on the frozen surface. They were the vanguard. The first obstacle was the Robo Inferno, giant versions of the entrance exam robots blocking the path. Todoroki simply froze them in place with glacial waves. Bakugo blasted through with contemptuous ease. Izuku weaved between their frozen limbs, his path pre-calculated, untouched. The second was a canyon spanned by tightropes. Most slowed. Izuku didn't. He ran straight for the edge. As his foot left solid ground, he applied infinity not as a barrier, but as a temporary, frictionless plane. He ran across the air asterisk, 2 steps above the abyss. A ghost defying gravity for a heartbeat before landing on the other side. It wasn't flying. It was a momentary refusal to fall. He heard gasps from the crowd and commentators. Whoa, what was that? Some kind of air walking. From the 1A student, Midoriya. He didn't have time to care. The final obstacle was a minefield. Flags marked a safe path, but it was a winding, slow route. Todoroki and Bakugo were already picking their way through, cautious of the explosions. Izuku stopped at the edge. He dialed up his perception. He could see the mines, not visually, but as slight disturbances in the Earth's density. As dormant chemical signatures, he could map a straight line path through the chaos. He ran, not on the ground. He used the same principle as the canyon, but refined. With each step, he created a pinpoint infinity platform just under his foot, a microscopic disk of absolute repulsion against the ground's surface. He wasn't touching the earth. He was skimming it, his feet landing with feather-light taps that triggered nothing. He moved in a blur of green, a silent dart shooting through the minefield in a straight line, overtaking both Bakugo and Todoroki, who were forced to detour. He emerged from the minefield first, the stadium entrance looming. The roar of the crowd was a physical force. He could see the finish line. A shadow fell over him. Not from above, from behind. A wave of cold so intense it made the air crackle. He glanced back. Todoroki, his left side sheathed in ice, was riding a wave of it like a surfer, propelling himself forward at incredible speed. His eyes were locked on Izuku, a silent challenge. He wasn't just racing the course. He was racing him. Izuku pushed harder. His lungs burned. But Todoroki's ice slide was faster. They crossed the threshold into the stadium neck and neck, a streak of green and a flash of white. The crowd was on its feet, screaming. They hit the final straight to the finish line as one. Todoroki's hand shot out, not to grab, but to release. A burst of super chilled air aimed not at Izuku, but at the ground in front of him, intending to flash freeze it into a slick sheet. Izuku didn't break stride. He adjusted the infinity field around his feet, changing the coefficient of friction to 0. The ice meant nothing. He ran across it as if it were dry pavement. Todoroki's eyes widened a fraction in surprise. They crossed the finish line. The electronic board flashed. First place, Midoriya Izuku. Second place, Todoroki Shoto. By 100th of a second, Izuku skidded to a halt, breathing hard. The thunder of the crowd washing over him. He turned. Todoroki stood a few feet away, the ice melting off his body, his expression unreadable. He gave a single, slight nod. An acknowledgement. The race was just the preamble. Bakugo blasted in third, his face a masterpiece of apoplectic rage at being beaten by both of them. As the rest of the qualifiers finished, Okuko made it in the top 20. Beaming, Midnight announced the second event. A cavalry battle, teams of 4, each person assigned a point value based on their placement. His first place meant he was worth 10 million points. A giant, glowing, 10,000. 000 appeared above his head. He was the ultimate target. For a moment, panic threatened to seize him. He was a beacon, a sitting duck. Then he saw them moving towards him through the crowd of forming teams. Okuko, with determined eyes. Ida, with stern logic. And Tokiyami, the bird-headed boy, his dark shadow lurking behind him. Midoriya, Ida chopped a hand. A team is logical. With your defensive capabilities and my speed, we can create a mobile fortress. Uraraka can provide aerial maneuverability and weightlessness. Tokiyami's dark shadow offers both offense and defense. It was a sound plan. They were offering themselves as his shields, his allies. Not because he was weak, but because his value made him a linchpin. He looked at their faces. Okuko's supportive grin. Ida's earnest efficiency. Tokiyami's solemn nod. He wasn't alone. Okay, Izuku said, a plan already forming in his mind, a fusion of his power and theirs. Let's do it. As they huddled, other teams were forming with predatory glances in his direction. He saw Bakugo gathering a team of powerhouses. Todoroki had assembled a formidable squad with Yaoyorozu and 2 others. The game was on, but as Midnight prepared to start the battle, Izuku's heightened senses caught something at the very edge of the stadium, in the VIP section. A flicker, a familiar, wrong distortion in space. A faint, purple haze, like a smudge on reality, hovering for a second behind a pillar before vanishing. The same anomaly from the side street. It was here, watching. The cheerful festival atmosphere suddenly felt like a thin veneer over something far darker. The invitation to the dance had been accepted, but there were more players on the floor than just students. And one of them wasn't playing by any rules at all. Chapter 12 End. Chapter 13. The Unbreakable Fortress. The cavalry battle begins. Midnight's crack echoed through the stadium. Chaos erupted. Teams lunged for each other. A whirlwind of color and power. And at the center of the storm, a green-haired boy with 10 million points floating above his head stood surrounded by his chosen knights. Plan Sigma. Ida barked, crouching into position as the horse. Izuku, the rider, mounted, his legs hooked around Ida and Tokiyami in front, Okuko behind. Tokiyami's dark shadow, a mass of sentient darkness, coiled around them like a living shield. Go, Ida, full speed, don't stop. Izuku commanded. Ida's engines roared. They shot forward, a blur of motion. Immediately, teams converged on them. A student with a glue quirk shot sticky strands. A team with a boy who could extend his lobes like whips lashed out. Izuku didn't raise a barrier. He spoke softly. Dark shadow, repel left. Okiko, 3-point release on the right. My mark. As the attacks came, Izuku's 6 eyes processed vectors and velocities in real time. He saw the glue strand's trajectory. Now, Dark Shadow swatted the glue globs aside. At the same instant, Okiko touched 3 small pieces of debris at her feet with her fingertips, sending them floating up into the path of the earphone jacks, tangling them. They weaved through the initial assault. But the hunters were relentless. Bakugo's team descended like hawks. Bakugo, riding on Kirishima's hardened shoulders, propelled by Sero's tape and Kaminari's electrified support, came in fast and high. The hell you think you're going, Deku? He unleashed a sweeping blast, not aimed at Izuku, but at Ida's legs, trying to cripple their mobility. Izuku's hand came down, palm facing the blast. A localized, curved infinity field manifested directly in the explosion's path. The fire and force parted around an invisible curve, washing harmlessly over the barrier's surface. The concussive sound was deafening, but inside their formation, they felt only a gust of wind. Kaminari, now, Bakugo yelled. Kaminari, his brain already fried from earlier efforts, let loose a wide area indiscriminate shock. Okiko, us, now, Izuku shouted. Okiko slapped her hands against Ida's back and Tokiyami's shoulders. Their entire formation, except for Izuku, went weightless. Ida, suddenly carrying no load, shot forward with even more impossible speed, zipping out of the radius of the electricity just as it crackled through the space they'd occupied. Kaminari's shock hit empty air, and he short-circuited with a dumb smile. TCH, damn cheater, Bakugo snarled as they rocketed away. But the reprieve was short. Todoroki's team emerged from the side, a glacier on the move. Yaoyorozu had created a steel net launcher. The net, weighted and wide, shot towards them. Too big to dodge easily. Too solid for Dark Shadow to casually bat away. Izuku's mind raced. A net was a distributed load. Blocking it entirely with infinity across its whole surface would be a massive, draining effort. He didn't block it. He selected it. As the net descended, he fought you. Said on the points where it would make contact with their formation. He applied a microscopic, infinitely repulsive field to each individual strand at those precise points. The net didn't bounce off. It deformed. It landed on them, but its weave refused to tighten, the threads holding a rigid, unnatural shape a millimeter above their skin and clothes, as if resting on a bed of a billion invisible needles. It was a cage that couldn't touch them. Okiko, the net. Okiko, understanding, touched the net. It floated up and away, a useless, weightless cloud. Todoroki, watching from his own formation, his eyes narrowed. He'd seen it again, not a blunt negation, but a surgical, impossibly precise application. The battle raged. Izuku's team became a legend in real time. They were the unbreakable fortress, the ghost ship. Ida's speed, guided by Izuku's preternatural awareness of openings, was unstoppable. Okiko's zero gravity created sudden, unpredictable changes in momentum. Dark Shadow was a perfect reactive defense. And at the center, Izuku was the conductor, his mind the supercomputer orchestrating the symphony of their quirks into a seamless whole. He wasn't fighting with overwhelming power. He was fighting with perfect power. Each use of infinity was minimal, efficient, lasting a fraction of a second. He conserved his energy, his focus absolute. The headache was a distant thrum, held at bay by sheer necessity. With 1 minute left, they had held their 10 million point headband. Other teams had fractured, reformed, fought each other. The point values shifted on the board. 30 seconds. Midnight called. Todoroki's team made their final, coordinated push. This time, it wasn't just ice. Yaoyorozu created a dazzling array of flashbang grenades and smoke screens. Todoroki flanked wide, aiming to freeze Ida's engines solid. It was a multi-vector attack designed to overwhelm even Izuku's perception. Dark Shadow, disperse the smoke clockwise. Ida, hard right on my mark. Okiko, prepare for vertical. Izuku's voice was calm, a rock in the storm. The flash bangs detonated. To Izuku's enhanced eyes, the burst of light was a detailed spectrum of photons, painful but not blinding. He saw through the smokescreen as Dark Shadow whipped it into a vortex. He saw Todoroki's eyes coming, a spear aimed at Ida's calf. Mark, now. Ida juked right. The ice spear missed by inches. At the same moment, Okiko made their entire formation weightless. Ida, with no traction, couldn't run. But he could push. Using a piece of debris as a foothold, he kicked off with all his engine-powered strength. They shot into the air, a floating, defenseless cluster. Todoroki's eyes tracked them. He raised his hand, a spike of ice growing to impale them mid-air. Izuku looked down at him from his floating perch. He didn't raise a barrier. He met Todoroki's gaze, and he smiled. A small, tired, but genuine smile. He saw Todoroki hesitate for a microsecond, confused by the expression. That was all the time Dark Shadow needed. The living darkness extended, not to attack, but to snatch the headband from the head of Todoroki's rider, the boy with the sugar rush quirk. Time's up. Midnight's whip cracked. They landed gently, Okiko releasing her quirk. Izuku's team stood intact, their 10 million point headband secure. And in Dark Shadow's claw was another headband, worth points. The scoreboard finalized. Izuku's team was first. Todoroki's was second. Bakugo's, having raged through the battlefield collecting other headbands, was a close third. The crowd was in an uproar. The commentators were losing their minds. Incredible. The coordination. The absolute defense. Midoriya Izuku isn't just a wall. He's a tactical genius. In the stands, All Might watched. His smile proud but his eyes shadowed with concern. The strain he knew Izuku was under was invisible to the crowd, but he could see the slight tremor in the boy's hands as he dismounted. The way he subtly massaged his temples. Aizawa, wrapped in his capture scarf in the teacher's section, muttered to himself, "Problem child is learning. Using his head, not just his quirk. But he's still holding back the big guns." Wise. Endeavor, flaming beard bristling, glared at the screen showing Todoroki's frustrated face. Fool, using only half his strength. He'll learn. As the teams dispersed for the lunch break, the atmosphere was electric. Izuku was swarmed by his teammates. "That was awesome, Midoriya." Okiko cheered, bouncing. "You were like, whoosh, and, bam, and they couldn't touch us. Your strategic analysis was impeccable." Ida chopped the air. "A masterclass in team-based tactics. Your mind is a dark and fascinating abyss," Tokiyami intoned solemnly. Dark shush. Ado was pleased to partake in the chaos. Izuku accepted their praise with a shy smile, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes scanned the stadium crowds, the exits, the shadows. He'd seen the purple haze. It was gone now, but the feeling of being watched by something other remained, a cold stone in his gut. As he headed towards the tunnel, a voice stopped him. "Midoriya." Todoroki stood there, alone. The noise of the celebrating crowd seemed to part around him. "That wasn't a fight," Todoroki said. "That was a demonstration. You used your classmates as extensions of your will. You turned their quirks into variables in your equation. We worked as a team," Izuku corrected gently. "You orchestrated a team," Todoroki countered. There was no anger in his voice, only a cold, analytical respect. "You saw the whole battlefield. You processed every threat. You allocated resources. That's not just a quirk. That's a command of reality I've never seen." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "You didn't use whatever you did to the zero-pointer. You didn't use that reversal technique. Why? It wasn't necessary," Izuku said. "And it's dangerous. To others. Or to you." Izuku didn't answer. Todoroki nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something. "The one-on-one battles are next. There will be no team to orchestrate. No variables to manage. Just you, and me, if the brackets allow it." His turquoise and gray eyes held Izuku's. "Then we'll see what's necessary. And what the real cost of your legacy is." He walked away. Izuku stood in the tunnel mouth, the shadow cool against his skin. He'd proven he could lead, protect, and strategize. He'd shown control. But Todoroki was right. The finals were a different beast. A crucible of individuality. He thought of the purple haze. Of the unseen watcher. He was playing a high-stakes game on multiple boards, and he was the centerpiece on all of them. The afternoon would bring the tournament. The dance was moving to a more intimate, violent stage. And he had a feeling the music was about to change. Chapter 14. The Eye of the Storm. The tournament bracket flashed on the giant screens, a tree of fate with 16 names. A roar went up from the crowd. Izuku's eyes scanned it instantly, his mind mapping probabilities. First round, Midoriya Izuku vs. Hitoshi Shinso, General Studies. He didn't recognize the name. No quirk listed. A mystery. Okiko's match was first, against the fierce kendo from Class 1B. She fought valiantly, using her zero gravity with clever ingenuity, but was overpowered by kendo's martial prowess and mega fists. She lost, but left the arena to respectful applause, her head held high. She gave Izuku a thumbs up from the tunnel in trance, her smile encouraging. Izuku watched, his analytical mind already working. Shinso, no visible quirk, likely mental or verbal, a trap type. He'd have to be careful. His own match was called. He walked down the long tunnel towards the brilliant light of the arena. The noise swelling to a physical pressure. He kept his senses dialed to a narrow band. The texture of the concrete underfoot, the feel of his own breath. The world was a distant roar. He stepped into the sun. Across the polished concrete square stood Shinso, a boy with tired, indigo eyes and messy purple hair. He looked bored, almost disdainful. "So you're the 10 million point wonder," Shinso called, his voice carrying a lazy drawl. "The unbreakable fortress. Let's see how tough you really are." Midnight raised her whip. "Begin." Shinso didn't move. "Not much of a talker, are you? All that power must make you feel pretty superior. Looking down on us in General Studies, I bet." It was bait. Obvious bait. Izuku felt the urge to retort, to defend himself, but he clamped his mouth shut. Mental quirk. Triggered by response. He started forward, walking calmly, his infinity a silent, ready shield. "Nothing to say," Shinso taunted, backing up. "Cat got your tongue, or are you just a dumb brute behind all that flashy power?" Izuku kept walking. He was 10 feet away. He could end this with a touch. A simple application of glue to the ground at Shinso's feet to trip him, then push him out. "I heard you were quirkless until recently," Shinso said, his voice dropping, losing its taunting edge, becoming almost sympathetic. "That must have been hard. To be looked down on all that time. I know what that's like." The words struck a chord, an old, deep pain. Izuku's step hitched. His lips parted, a denial on his tongue. "Got you." The world warped. It wasn't a visual change. It was a hijacking. Izuku's body stopped moving. His limbs felt heavy, disconnected. A fog descended over his thoughts. A foreign will, cold and compelling, settled into the driver's seat of his mind. Brainwashing. Asterisk. Shinso's bored expression vanished, replaced by fierce focus. Walk out of bounds. Slowly, Izuku's body turned, against his will, and began taking plodding steps towards the white boundary line. Panic screamed in a tiny, locked-away corner of his consciousness. He was a prisoner in his own skull. The crowd murmured, confused. This was anticlimactic. In the stands, Aizawa leaned forward, his eyes glowing red, his hair lifting, but he wasn't using his quirk. He was observing. "Come on, problem child. Fight it." All Might's hands were clenched on the railing. Inside the prison of his mind, Izuku fought. He pushed against the fog, but it was like pushing smoke. The command was simple, absolute. Walk. His feet carried him. The line was 10 steps away. 9, 8. He couldn't break the command. But the command was to walk. It wasn't to turn off his quirk. His infinity was always on, a subconscious calculation. It was a part of him, like his heartbeat. The brainwashing couldn't stop his heart. Could it stop this? He focused not on breaking free, but on the field, on the infinite space around him. He willed it to change. Not to repel, but to resist. He selected the space his feet occupied and the ground beneath them. He introduced friction, infinite friction. His next step didn't land. His foot hovered a millimeter above the concrete, held by an absolute, unmovable grip on reality itself. His body, compelled to walk, strained against the impossibility. Muscles tore, bones creaked, but his foot did not move. A grunt of pain escaped his lips. Shinso's eyes widened. "What? Keep walking." Izuku's body shuddered, trying to obey. But the command was to walk asterisk, to move across the ground. If the ground could not be touched, the command could not be fulfilled. It was a loophole in the semantics of control. The foreign will in his mind flickered, confused by the feedback error. Command cannot execute. In that flicker, Izuku struck. He didn't try to reclaim his body. He redirected the infinite calculation. He turned the infinity inwards, not on space, but on the connection itself. He visualized Shinso's control as a thread, a psychic tether linking their minds. He selected the space occupied by that theoretical thread and applied the principle of infinity to it. He made the distance of the connection infinite. The fog shattered. The foreign will snapped back like a severed rubber band. Izuku gasped, staggering, control flooding back into his limbs. His head felt like it had been split open. A new, uneasy pain layered over the usual headache. Across the arena, Shinso cried out, clutching his head, nose bleeding. How? The crowd was dead silent, then erupted into confused cheers. Izuku didn't give him time to recover. He took one step, a normal step, and was in front of Shinso. He didn't strike. He simply placed a hand on Shinso's chest and pushed, a gentle application of a repulsive infinity field. Shinso flew back, tumbling across the concrete until he slid out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances, Midnight announced, a voice tinged with awe. Izuku stood in the center, breathing hard. He looked at his hands. He hadn't just broken a brainwashing. He'd hacked it with a conceptual loophole. He'd used infinity on an idea. The implications were terrifying. He walked back to the tunnel on shaky legs. As he passed Shinso, who was being helped up by medbots, the purple-haired boy looked at him, his indigo eyes no longer bored, but blazing with a mix of fury and desperate curiosity. What are you? Izuku had no answer. In the tunnel, he leaned against the cool wall, waiting for the world to stop spinning. The next match was already starting. Todoroki versus some kid from the business course. It was over in a second, a glacier encapsulating the arena. A statement of power. The brackets progressed. Ida won his match with blinding speed. Bakugo obliterated his opponent with contemptuous ease. Tokiyami's dark shadow overwhelmed another. Izuku's second match was against Tokiyami. In the dark tunnel, his friend gave him a solemn nod. Our alliance was noble, but now, we are adversaries. Do not hold back, Midoriya. Dark Shadow hungers for a true challenge. The match was a dance of shadows and negation. Tokiyami was powerful, Dark Shadow. A creature of immense strength and range, weak only to light. Izuku could have ended it quickly with a wide area blue or an all-encompassing barrier. But he didn't. He fought a defensive battle, analyzing Dark Shadow's patterns, its reactions. He used pinpoint infinity fields to deflect its blows, to create unexpected surfaces for it to crash against. He led it on, studying it. When Tokiyami, frustrated, commanded Dark Shadow to engulf him entirely, Izuku finally acted. He didn't repel the darkness. He stilled it. He created a perfect sphere of absolute, infinite stasis around himself. Dark Shadow, trying to compress the sphere, met an immovable object. The force rebounded, startling the sentient Quirk. In that moment of recoil, Izuku stepped forward, through the fading shadow, and tapped Tokiyami's shoulder. Yield, he said softly. Tokiyami, breathing hard, nodded. The darkness recoiled from your void. A worthy victory. 2 matches. 2 victories achieved not by overpowering, but by outthinking. By using his quirk in ways that broke the rules of the engagement. The semi-finals were set. The board flashed. Midoriya Izuku vs. Ida Tenya. Todoroki Shoto vs. Bakugo Katsuki. The stadium vibrated with anticipation. The first match was a clash of philosophies, unbreakable defense versus unstoppable speed. In the prep room, Ida was a model of focused intensity. I will not hold back, Midoriya. My brother's legacy, the name of Ingenium, demands my utmost. I expect nothing less, Izuku said, meaning it. The match began with a sonic boom. Ida's recipro burst was a blur. A streak of blue and white so fast Izuku's enhanced eyes could barely track the movement, only the afterimage and the devastating shockwave. Ida didn't aim for Izuku. He aimed for the ground around him, using his speed to carve a trench, to destabilize the arena, to limit movement. Izuku stood still, his feet anchored by infinity to the spot. The concrete shattered around him, but his island remained intact. He tracked Ida not with his eyes, but with his spatial sense, feeling the displacement of air, the vibration through the ground. Ida came in for a direct kick, a piston blow that could shatter steel. Izuku didn't raise a wall. He created a slope, an angled plane of infinite friction in the air just in front of Ida's foot. Ida's kick hit the slope and skidded asterisk. His incredible momentum redirected upwards. He flipped head over heels, crashing to the ground yards away, skidding to a halt. He was up in an instant, engines smoking. How? Friction is just resistance across a surface, Izuku said, his voice calm over the din. I control the surface, Ida roared, charging again. This time, Izuku didn't deflect. He guided. As Ida neared, he created a series of infinitesimal, angled barriers in the air, a maze of invisible force. Ida, moving too fast to adjust, caromed off them like a pinball, his trajectory becoming chaotic, uncontrolled. He crashed again, harder. He pushed himself up, one engine sputtering. He was reaching his limit. Ida, Izuku said, walking towards him. Your brother would be proud. Ida's eyes, behind his helmet, glistened. He let out a shout of pure effort and launched one final, desperate charge. Izuku didn't stop him. He let him come. At the last possible moment, he sidestepped, a graceful, minimal movement. He placed his hand on Ida's back as he passed, not pushing, but applying a vector. A touch of infinity, set to repel forward. Ida's own incredible speed was amplified. He shot across the arena like a cannonball, straight out of bounds, landing in a heap of safety foam. Ida is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. He advances to the finals. The crowd was on its feet. He hadn't thrown a punch. He'd used physics as a weapon. As he left the arena, he passed the entrance tunnel for the next match. Bakugo and Todoroki were there, waiting. They ignored each other, their focus absolute. Bakugo's hands were crackling. Todoroki's left side was already frosting over. Their eyes, for a split second, both locked on Izuku. It was a look of pure, undiluted challenge. The final boss awaited the winner of their war. Izuku nodded once, a silent acknowledgement, and walked to the prep room to wait. He could hear the explosion from the arena, feel the tremor of ice. The battle between fire and ice, between inherited rage and self-imposed exile, was a cataclysm happening just out of sight. He sat in the quiet room, the noise of the stadium muffled. He closed his eyes, not to rest, but to see. He replayed his matches, the brainwashing, the shadow, the speed. He had won by being a fortress, a maze, a conceptual hacker. But the finals, against either Bakugo's limitless rage or Todoroki's frozen resolve, they would not be won with tricks. They would demand something real, something that cost. He thought of the purple haze in the stands, the unseen guest. He was the eye of the storm, calm, calculating, seeing everything, but the storm was gathering around him, and soon, the eye would have to move. Chapter 14 End. Chapter 15. The Fire and the Void. The thunder from the arena finally subsided, replaced by a buzzing, shocked silence, then a roar that shook the very foundations. The monitor in the prep room flickered, showing the result. Winner, Todoroki Shoto. The image showed a devastated battlefield. Half a frozen wasteland, half a blackened, smoldering crater. Bakugo was on his knees in the center, being restrained by midnight, still screaming in raw, primal fury. Todoroki stood at the edge, leaning heavily on his left side, his right arm hanging limp and badly burned, steam rising from his skin. He had won, but he looked more broken than victorious. Izuku watched, his 6 eyes analyzing the aftermath even through the screen. The thermal signatures told the story, a battle of apocalyptic escalation. Bakugo's relentless assault had finally, brutally, forced Todoroki's fire to awaken in self-defense. The final clash had been a detonation of ice and flame that had threatened to swallow the arena whole. Todoroki had used his fire. He'd broken his own oath to win, and the cost was written in the burns on his arm and the hollow shock in his eyes. The door to the prep room slid open. Todoroki stood there, flanked by a medical bot. His right arm was wrapped in a cooling gel pack. His heterochromatic eyes were haunted, but when they landed on Izuku, they focused into points of absolute, glacial determination. "They're giving me 15 minutes for emergency treatment," Todoroki said, his voice hoarse. "Then we fight." "Your arm," Izuku said, standing up. "It doesn't matter," Todoroki interrupted. "I will be there, and I will use everything." The word everything hung in the air, heavy with new meaning. It was no longer just ice. It was the fire he had just unleashed. The legacy he had embraced to survive. He turned and left, the medical bot whirring after him. Izuku was left alone with the pounding of his own heart. The finals. Against a Todoroki who was no longer fighting with half his soul. A Todoroki who had faced his demons and, for one moment, wielded them. The walk to the arena tunnel felt longer than any before. The crowd's noise was a physical ocean he had to wade through. He could feel millions of eyes on him, their expectations await. He was the mysterious genius, the unbreakable wall. Todoroki was the tragic prodigy, the phoenix rising from self-imposed ice. They were a story made for this stage. He stepped into the light. Todoroki stood opposite him, his right arm still wrapped, but his stance was steady. The frost already crept from his left foot. The air around him shimmered with cold on one side, with heat haze on the other. The duality was no longer a conflict, but a promise. Midnight, looking unusually solemn, raised her whip. This is the final match. The winner will be crowned champion of the UA Sports Festival. Begin. Quote, Todoroki moved first, not with a glacier, but with precision. A spear of ice, sharp as a diamond, shot from the ground at Izuku's feet, not to impale, but to maim, to limit movement. Izuku didn't block it, he let it come. The spear tip hit the infinity around his ankle and shattered into a million harmless crystals. He didn't flinch. I know your tricks now, Todoroki said, his voice carrying on the cold air. A wave of frost swept out, not aiming for Izuku, but coating the entire arena floor in a thick, slick sheet of ice. Let's see you run without traction. Izuku looked down. He adjusted the infinity field around his soles. Friction became a choice. He took a step, then another. He walked across the ice as if it were dry pavement. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. He slammed his left hand down. This time, it wasn't a wave. It was a forest. Massive pillars of ice erupted in a complex, jagged pattern, not to crush, but to corral, to create a maze with walls of frozen death. Izuku flowed through it. He didn't smash the pillars. He slipped between them, his movements preternaturally graceful, his spatial awareness giving him a perfect map. Where an ice spike thrust from a wall to block him, he simply negated its existence at the point of contact, walking through it as it turned to dust. He was getting closer. Todoroki raised his right arm, wincing but determined. A gout of fire, not the wild inferno from the Bakugo fight, but a focused, white-hot jet, roared across the ice. It wasn't aimed at Izuku. It was aimed at the air around him, to superheat it. To burn the oxygen, to create a vacuum. Izuku felt the temperature spike. He didn't widen his barrier. He refined it. He created a selective filter that allowed air molecules to pass, but not thermal energy. The fire roared around a perfect, cool bubble, licking at nothing. He was 10 feet away now. Todoroki's breath fogged in the air, his face a mask of strain and dawning realization. Nothing was working. The fortress had no gates. Stop holding back. Todoroki screamed, the sound raw and desperate. He crossed his arms, left over right. You're just defending. You're just saying no. What kind of hero is that? The air temperature plunged, then skyrocketed. A vortex of ice and fire spiraled from his position, a screaming helix of absolute opposites forced into a violent marriage. It was beautiful and terrifying, the attack he'd used to finally defeat Bakugo. It filled the arena, an inescapable cataclysm. Izuku stopped walking. He looked at the approaching annihilation. He saw the infinite complexity of the interacting forces, the fragile equilibrium that made it possible. He saw the pain in Todoroki's eyes, the cost of creating this. He didn't raise a shield. He raised his right hand. Index finger extended. He didn't say no. He said asterisk, cease. Asterisk. He applied infinity not as a barrier, but as a command to the space occupied by the vortex. He didn't try to stop the energy. He selected the very concept of interaction between the ice and fire and made the distance for that interaction infinite. The helix didn't hit a wall. It unraveled. The ice and fire simply parted. They lost all cohesion, becoming separate plumes of harmless steam and falling snowflakes that drifted past Izuku on either side, leaving him untouched in a calm, silent eye. The crowd was utterly silent. Todoroki stared, his arms falling to his sides, all fight draining out of him. He had thrown his ultimate technique, the symbol of his conflicted soul, and had been dismissed like a child's tantrum. That's That's not a quirk, Todoroki whispered, the words lost in the stadium's hush. That's divinity. Izuku walked the final few steps until he stood before Todoroki. He could see the burns, the exhaustion, the shattered resolve. It's a quirk, Todoroki, Izuku said softly, so only he could hear. It's my burden, just like your fire is yours. You asked what kind of hero I am. He looked at his own hand, then back at Todoroki's defeated face. I'm the kind who understands the cost. I see it, in your burns, in your eyes. You used your fire to protect yourself, to win. That's not surrendering to your father's legacy. That's claiming it for yourself, making it yours. Todoroki flinched as if struck. Izuku leaned closer, his voice a fierce whisper. My power, it lets me see everything. And what I see in you isn't just ice and fire. I see a hero who is stronger than his past. Don't you dare give up now. He stepped back. He raised his hand again, not in attack, but in invitation. Fight me, Todoroki, not with your father's fire, or your mother's ice. Fight me with your power. The power you choose. Show me what you're really made of. For a long moment, Todoroki just stood there, trembling. Then, slowly, he straightened. The hollow look in his eyes receded, replaced by a new, fragile light. A decision. He raised his left hand. Frost coiled. He raised his right, the bandages smoking. Flame flickered. He wasn't combining them. He was accepting them, both, as his. Okay, Todoroki said. And he attacked, not with a cataclysm, with skill, with strategy. Ice barriers to deflect, fire jets to heat the air and create mirages, using the steam from melting ice as cover. He fought like a hero, using all his tools, thinking 3 steps ahead. Izuku defended, matched him move for move. He used infinity to create platforms to jump from, to deflect individual ice shards, to dissipate heat pockets. It was a dazzling display of control and counter-control, a chess match played with the elements. The crowd found its voice again, cheering for the sheer artistry of it. But Izuku could see Todoroki was at his limit. His right arm was failing. The burns too severe. His movements were slowing. It was time. As Todoroki launched a final, desperate flurry, a ice spear from below, a fireball from above, Izuku moved. He didn't negate them. He stepped between them, a motion so fluid it seemed impossible. He was inside Todoroki's guard. He placed his palm gently on Todoroki's chest, over his heart. He didn't push. He activated a tiny, precise point of blue. Not to compress, to vibrate. A microscopic, spatial tremor. It was harmless, but it was a touch that bypassed all defense. A tap that said, I could have ended this at any time. Todoroki froze, feeling the strange, unsettling resonance in his very bones. He looked down at Izuku's hand, then up at his eyes. Izuku saw the acceptance there. The respect. He let the blue fade and stepped back. Todoroki sank to his knees, not in defeat, but in exhaustion and understanding. He nodded once. Midnight's voice cut through the din. Todoroki is unable to continue. The winner, and champion of the UA Sports Festival, is MidoriyaIzuku. The stadium exploded. Confetti rained down. The noise was a physical wall. Izuku didn't hear it. He looked down at Todoroki and offered his hand. Todoroki looked at it, then up at Izuku's face. After a beat, he took it, letting Izuku pull him to his feet. Thank you, Todoroki said, his voice thick. You're welcome, Izuku replied. They stood together in the center of the ruined arena as the cheers washed over them. The boy of ice and fire, and the boy of infinity. On the podium later, with Todoroki in second, and Bakugo, who had to be physically forced onto the third-place stand, glowering in third, All Might placed the gold medal around Izuku's neck. You did more than win today, my boy, All Might whispered, his voice choked with emotion. You showed them what a true hero's heart looks like. As the national anthem played, Izuku looked out at the sea of faces. He saw his mother crying tears of joy. He saw his classmates cheering. He saw Endeavor's scowling approval and Aizawa's faint, almost imperceptible nod. He had won. He was the champion. But as he stood there, the medal cold against his chest, his 6 eyes, almost against his will, swept the highest, darkest shadows of the stadium stands. And there, for one fleeting second, he saw it again. Not a purple haze. A pair of eyes. Yellow, slitted, swimming with malice and a terrifying, intelligent curiosity, staring right back at him from the gloom. Then they were gone. The victory felt hollow. The applause felt distant. He had conquered the festival. He had reached out to a rival and found a fragile piece. But in the shadows, something ancient and hungry had been watching. And it was very, very interested in the boy who commanded infinity. Chapter 16. The Shadow's Gaze. The afterglow of victory was a cold fire. The medal felt like lead against Izuku's sternum. The cheers of the crowd, the backslaps from his classmates in the locker room, the proud tears in his mother's eyes during the family visit, it all passed through him like a ghost. The image of those yellow, slitted eyes in the stadium's rafters was a brand on his mind, eclipsing everything else. It saw me. It knows. All Might's celebratory speech to the class about the collective performance and the upcoming internships felt distant. Aizawa's dry warning about the increased public scrutiny and the importance of responsible conduct during their work-study week went in one ear and out the other. Izuku just nodded, his mind 1,000 miles away, sifting through infinite data for a trace of that malignant presence. He found it in the quiet of the empty dorm common room that evening. While others celebrated, he sat with a laptop, his 6 eyes analyzing every frame of publicly available sports festival footage, every angle. He wasn't looking for himself. He was looking for the shadow in the shadows. In the highest, most distant camera shot from the light rigging, he found it. A distortion, not a person, but a warp. A patch of space that drank the light around it, a humanoid silhouette of impossible thinness and wrong proportions, perched like a gargoyle. The footage was grainy, the figure there for only 3 frames before it simply wasn't. It hadn't moved. It had ceased to be in one location and existed in none. A teleportation without movement, and in the last frame, as the camera panned away, 2 pinpricks of sickly yellow light, oriented directly at the podium where Izuku stood. He leaned back, his blood like ice. This wasn't a curious bystander. This was a predator, and he was the prey it had marked. A soft footstep on the carpet made him flinch. He slammed the laptop shut, his heart hammering. It was Todoroki. He stood in the doorway, holding 2 cups of tea. He was still moving stiffly, his right arm in a more proper sling. His expression was unreadable. "You're not celebrating," Todoroki stated, walking in and setting a cup before Izuku. "I'm tired," Izuku said, the lie brittle. "You're looking for something." Todoroki took a sip of his own tea, his mismatched eyes fixed on Izuku. "You have been. Since the moment you stepped off the podium. Your eyes haven't stopped moving." Calculating. Izuku didn't answer. He looked at the steam rising from the cup. With his enhanced sight, he could see the Brownian motion of each molecule. The complex dance of heat transfer. It was beautiful and overwhelming. "During our fight," Todoroki continued, his voice low, "you said you see the cost. You saw my burns, my history. What do you see now? Midoriya, what has you so afraid?" The directness was disarming. After the raw honesty of their battle, the wall between them felt thinner. Izuku was so tired of carrying this alone. "There was someone in the stadium," he whispered, not looking up. "Watching, not a fan. Something else. I saw it. It saw me." Todoroki was silent for a long moment. "A villain. I don't know what it is. It doesn't feel human. Its presence, it warps space. Like a tear." He finally met Todoroki's gaze. "Like the opposite of my quirk. Where I create infinite distance, it folds it. Consumes it." Todoroki's brows drew together slightly. "You think it's connected to you? To your power?" "I think it's interested in it." Izuku's hand curled into a fist on the table. It felt like being examined under a microscope by something that wants to dissect you. "You should tell Aizawa, or All Might." "And say what?" Izuku's voice held a hint of desperation. "I saw a shadow that breaks physics. They'll think the strain is making me paranoid. Or worse, they'll believe me and put me in a cage for my own protection." Todoroki considered this. "You're probably right." He set his cup down. "Then we don't tell them. Yet. You're not the only one who sees things differently now," Todoroki said, a flicker of that new resolve in his eyes. "You showed me that my power is mine to wield. That includes using my judgment. If there is a threat, and you are its focus, then it becomes a threat to the class. To you, I will watch with you." It wasn't an offer of friendship. It was a statement of tactical alliance. From Todoroki, it meant more. Izuku felt a knot of loneliness loosen, just a fraction. Thank you. Todoroki merely nodded. The internship offers come tomorrow. We will be scattered. Keep your eyes open. And, he paused, as if the next words were foreign to his tongue. Be careful, Midoriya. The internship offers were a torrent of paper and digital notifications the next morning. Izuku's stack was one of the largest, a testament to his shocking performance. Big names, prestigious agencies. But his eyes were drawn to one in particular. The letterhead was simple, stark. The Sir Nitei Agency. Asterisk. All Might's former sidekick. The man known for his foresight quirk and his meticulous, analytical approach. The man who, according to All Might's rare, pained mentions, had vehemently opposed the idea of a successor. It was a challenge, an invitation from the one person who might look at Izuku's power and not see a hero, but a catastrophic variable. He accepted it without hesitation. The days before the internship departure were a frenzy of preparation. Costume fittings. He'd finally relented and worked with the support department on a design. It was simple, a dark green, reinforced jumpsuit with black segments, a durable white belt, and a face mask that could filter particulates. No cape, no flash. The only notable feature was a set of specialized goggles, tinted a smoky gray. Aizawa's suggestion, made reality. They helped dampen the visual overload, acting as a permanent, gentle filter for the 6 eyes. Looking through them was like seeing the world through a calm, deep lake. He also, secretly, had a second pair made. One with lenses that could go completely opaque. A blindfold he could wear in plain sight. The knee. GHT before he left for Nitei's agency in Tokyo, he stood on the Heights Alliance dorm roof. The city lights of Musutafu sprawled below, a galaxy of human energy. He dialed his senses up, just for a moment, searching. He swept the skyline, the alleys, the spaces between buildings. Nothing. The shadow was gone, or it was better at hiding. He heard the rooftop door open. He didn't need to turn. The familiar, crackling energy signature was unmistakable. Bakugo walked up to stand beside him at the railing, not looking at him. He hadn't spoken to Izuku since the festival, his fury a silent, radiating thing. You're going to Nitei? Bakugo stated, his voice a low growl. Yeah, TCH. Figures. The analyst goes to the calculating bastard. Bakugo jammed his hands in his pockets. You didn't use it on Icy Hot. The real thing. That. Reversal shit. It wasn't a question. No, Izuku said. Why? It wasn't necessary. And it would have hurt him. Badly. Bakugo was silent for a long time, the muscles in his jaw working. On the podium, you looked like you'd seen a ghost. Izuku's breath hitched. Of course Bakugo had noticed. He noticed everything about him now, with the focus of a rival. Maybe I did, Izuku admitted softly. Bakugo turned his head, his crimson eyes boring into Izuku's profile. This power of yours, it's a curse. I can see it eating at you. The headaches, the way you zone out. You're breaking apart trying to hold it together. He looked back at the city, his voice dropping, almost inaudible. Don't you dare break before I beat you. You hear me, Deku? You don't get to fall apart. Not until I prove I'm better. It was the closest thing to concern Katsuki Bakugo would ever voice. A demand for Izuku to stay whole so he could be the one to break him. Strangely, it was a comfort. I'll try, Kaken, Izuku said. Bakugo scoffed and walked away, leaving Izuku alone with the city and the silent, watching stars. The Sir Nitei Agency was located in a sleek, modern high-rise in downtown Tokyo. The air inside was cool, quiet, and smelled of lemon polish and old paper. It was the opposite of everything Izuku associated with heroics. No booming laughter, no flashy displays. Just efficient, humming silence. Sir Nitei himself was a tall, stern man with green hair and glasses that reflected the light, hiding his eyes. He moved with an economical precision that reminded Izuku of a clockwork mechanism. When Izuku was shown into his office, Nitei was reviewing files, not looking up. Midoriya Izuku, Nitei said, his voice flat and dry. The sports festival champion, the boy with the spatial manipulation quirk. He finally looked up, and his gaze was like a physical weight. Izuku felt it, a probing, analytical pressure that sought to categorize and file him away. All Might speaks highly of you, though his judgment in such matters has been emotionally compromised in the past. Izuku stood straight, saying nothing. He kept his own gaze respectful but didn't look away. He could see the minute tension in Night Eye's shoulders, the calculated rhythm of his breathing. The man was a fortress of control. My quirk is foresight, Night Eye continued, steepling his fingers. I see 1 hour into an individual's future. It is a quirk of absolute certainty in a world of variables. I do not like variables, Midoriya. And you, according to every report, are the biggest variable to enter the hero scene in decades. A power that defies conventional analysis. A late bloomer with no clear origin. An enigma. He stood and walked around the desk, circling Izuku like a hawk. All Might believes you have the heart of a hero. Heart is a variable. It is unreliable. What I require is control. Precision. The ability to follow a plan to its logical conclusion, no matter the cost. Can you do that? I can follow orders, sir, Izuku said, carefully neutral. I didn't ask if you could follow orders. I asked if you could follow a plan. A future I have seen. A future that must come to pass for the greater good. Night Eye stopped in front of him, his reflective glasses now hiding his eyes completely. My quirk showed me All Might's end. I have seen the moment of his death. It is inevitable. My entire agency is dedicated to orchestrating events so that when that moment comes, the damage is minimized, and a suitable legacy is in place. The words were a punch to the gut. All Might's death, seen as a certainty. Izuku's vision swam for a second, the data stream flickering with distress. He forced it down. You've seen it. I have, and in every future I have seen since your emergence, you are a disruptive anomaly. Your power interacts with fate in ways I cannot predict. You are a wild card. And wild cards get people killed. Night Eye leaned in slightly. You are here so I can decide if you are a tool that can be integrated into the plan, or a variable that must be removed from the board. The threat was cold, clear, and utterly professional. Izuku met the blank reflection of the glasses. Inside, his mind was racing, but his face was calm. He thought of the shadow in the rafters, of Todoroki's alliance, of Bakugo's demand that he not break. He was a variable, a wild card. Maybe that's exactly what this world needed. I understand, sir, Izuku said, his voice steady. I'll do my best not to be a disruption. Night Eye studied him for a long, silent minute. We'll see, he said finally. Your internship begins now. Report to Bubble Girl on the 4th floor for patrol briefing. Dismissed. Izuku bowed and turned to leave. As his hand touched the door handle, Night Eye spoke again, his voice softer, almost curious. Midoriya. Izuku paused. In the 1 hour future I saw of you walking in to this room, you were wearing different shoes. Izuku looked down at his standard issue red sneakers. In his vision of the future, they had been his green high tops. A tiny, meaningless detail. Wrong. He looked back at Night Eye. The man's lips were pressed into a thin line. His foresight, for the first time, had been inaccurate. By a single, sartorial detail. But a crack was a crack. I must have misremembered this morning, sir, Izuku said, and slipped out the door. In the sterile hallway, he leaned against the wall, his heart pounding. Night Eye's future was not absolute. He could change it, even in small ways. He was a variable, and a variable, by definition, could change the equation. He pushed off the wall and headed for the 4th floor, a new determination settling in his bones. He would learn from Night Eye. He would be precise. He would be controlled. But he would not be a cog in a machine predicting a friend's death. He would be the wrench in the gears of fate. And maybe, just maybe, he could use this infinite power of his to find a future where the symbol of peace did not have to die. Chapter 16 End. Chapter 17. The Foreseen and the Unseen. Patro. L with the Night Eye agency was a study in stark efficiency. Bubble Girl, the cheerful, bubble-blowing heroine, was his assigned mentor for the week. Her demeanor was bright, but her movements were sharp, her eyes constantly scanning. There was no banter, no wasted motion. Every turn, every pause, was part of a route Night Eye had presumably vetted through his quirk. Izuku moved beside her in his new costume, the tinted goggles softening the visual scream of Tokyo into a manageable hum. He kept his infinity at a low, subconscious level, enough to deflect a surprise bullet or a fall, but not the constant, visible barrier. He needed to observe, not announce himself. The city was a different beast from Musutafu. Taller, denser, a frantic pulse of life and data that threatened to overwhelm even his filtered senses. He learned to focus on patterns, the flow of traffic, the standard thermal signatures of civilians, the abnormal spikes of Quirk use. Bubble Girl's teaching was practical. Night, I-sensei's forecasts give us a probability map, she explained as they walked a bustling shopping district. We're not here to stop crimes he's seen. That's paradox stuff. We're here to be a presence. In areas where his foresight indicates a potential asterisk for villain activity is high. Our presence alone can alter the variables and prevent the future he wants to avoid. It was proactive, philosophical heroics. It should have been fascinating. But Izuku felt like a chess piece being moved by a player he couldn't see. On the third day, the forecast shifted. Bubble Girl's communicator chirped with a specific, coded alert. Her smile vanished. Change of plans. Nitae-sensei has had a vision. A confirmed villain transaction in the Kiashi Ward warehouse district. High risk. We are to observe and report. Centipede and I will move in if the transaction completes. Your orders are to maintain perimeter surveillance. Do not engage. They moved quickly, taking a discreet agency van. The warehouse district was a maze of decaying concrete and rusted metal, a stark contrast to the gleaming city center. As they approached the designated block, Izuku dialed up his senses cautiously. He felt it before he saw it. A pocket of distorted space. The same wrongness from the side street, from the stadium rafters, but sharper, more present. It was coming from the target warehouse. Bubble Girl, he said, his voice tight. There's something off in there. Not just a normal Quirk signature. She glanced at him, her brow furrowed. Night Eye's briefing didn't mention anomalies. Just a weapons deal between two known gangs. She touched her earpiece. Sir, Midoriya is detecting an unusual energy signature at the target. Request confirmation. A moment of static, then Night Eye's dry voice. The vision was clear. Proceed as ordered. Midoriya, maintain your position. Your role is observation. Bubble Girl gave Izuku an apologetic look. You heard him. Stay here. Watch the east entrance. We'll take the west. She and Centipede, a tall, solemn man with the lower body of a centipede, melted into the shadows. Izuku stood in the cover of a stack of shipping containers, his unease growing. His 6 eyes were screaming at him. The distortion wasn't just in the warehouse. It was the warehouse, in one specific spot. A localized fold in reality, a tear that was stable. Artificial. A door. He couldn't just watch. He moved silently, using his spatial awareness to navigate the debris-filled lot without a sound. He found a rusted fire escape and climbed, his movements fluid and silent. From a vantage point on a neighboring roof, he peered through a grimy skylight into the warehouse below. The scene was wrong. 2 groups of thugs were there, yes, standing around crates. But they were statues, their faces slack, eyes vacant. In the center of the room, hovering in the air, was the tear. A vertical slit of swirling, bruised purple and black, about 7 feet tall. From it emerged a thin, tall figure. The figure from the stadium. It had pale, grayish skin stretched taut over a skeletal frame. Its limbs were too long, its joints bending in subtly wrong directions. It wore tattered, dark cloth that seemed to drink the dim light. Its head was hairless, its face a nightmarish mask, a stitched shut mouth, no nose, and those eyes. Large, luminous yellow orbs with black, slitted pupils that swam with a cruel, ancient intelligence. They scanned the room, the frozen thugs, with detached curiosity. This was no villain. This was something else entirely. Nomu. No, the USJ Nomu had been mindless, a brute. This thing, it was intelligent. It was examining. One of the thugs, a big man with a rock-like quirk, suddenly twitched, as if the hold on him slipped. He saw the creature and screamed, raising a fist made of granite. The creature didn't turn. One of its long, spidery fingers twitched. The space around the thug's fist collapsed. There was no sound. The man's fist, and the forearm attached to it, simply crumpled in on itself, folding into a sphere of compressed flesh, bone, and stone the size of a grapefruit. It hovered for a second before dropping to the floor with a wet thud. The man stared at the stump, his mouth open in silent shock before he fainted. Spatial compression, a dark mirror of his own blue technique, but instant, effortless, and horrifically precise. The creature made a low, chittering sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It reached out a hand towards one of the frozen thugs, its long fingers passing through the man's chest as if through smoke. When it withdrew, it was holding a glowing, ethereal strand of something asterisk, the man's quirk factor, visible as a tangible energy. The creature examined it, then let the strand dissipate like mist. It seemed disappointed. It was sampling quirks, and finding them lacking. Izuku's blood ran cold. This thing could manipulate space at a level that made his own power look clumsy. And it was harvesting quirks. His communicator vibrated silently. Bubble Girl's text. In position. No movement. Asterisk. He had to warn them. This wasn't a deal. It was a harvest. He tapped a response. Abort. Anomaly present. Extremely dangerous. Not human. Asterisk. The response was immediate. From Night Eye's direct line. Disregard. Maintain observation. Do not alert the target. Asterisk. The order was insane. This thing was a walking disaster. Below, the creature's head tilted. Its yellow eyes slid from the thugs and slowly, inevitably, turned upwards. It looked directly at the grimy skylight Izuku was peering through. It saw him. A smile split the stitched-shut mouth, the threads snapping with tiny pops asterisk, revealing a black, needle-toothed maw. It didn't move. It simply wasn't asterisk in the warehouse center, and was asterisk on the roof. Standing 10 feet from Izuku, the transition had no intermediate state, no blur of movement. It was here. The pressure of its presence was a physical weight, a wrongness that made the air taste of ozone and decay. Izuku's infinity flared to life automatically, a shimmering sphere around him. The creature cocked its head, examining the barrier. It reached out a long, gray finger and tapped the air where the infinity field was. The tap created a visible ripple asterisk in Izuku's power, a concentric circle of distortion spreading out from the point of contact. The creature's yellow eyes glinted with interest. It spoke, its voice a dry rustle of leaves and breaking glass, layered with multiple tones. A domain, a little one, but pure, not stolen, born. It took a step closer, its form seeming to blur at the edges. You see the threads, don't you? The weave of space. You are an interesting specimen. Asterisk. What are you? Izuku demanded, his voice steadier than he felt. A seeker, a curator. This world is so noisy. So many crude, screaming powers. But yours, asterisk. It leaned in, its face inches from the barrier. Yours is quiet. A law, not a shout. I will take it. I will study its silence. Asterisk. It raised a hand, all 5 fingers splayed. Izuku knew what was coming. A compression field, to crush his barrier, and him inside it. He didn't wait. He couldn't match its power. So he didn't try. He used blue, not offensively, defensively. He targeted the space between himself and the creature and compressed it infinitely in the opposite direction. The effect was a violent, spatial repulsion. The creature was flung backwards off the roof as if shot from a cannon, crashing through the wall of the adjacent warehouse in a shower of brick and dust. Izuku didn't hesitate. He turned and ran, leaping from the roof, using pinpoint infinity platforms to break his fall. He hit the ground running, his heart a drum solo in his chest. Bubble Girl, Centipede, fall back, now, it's after me. He heard the crash as the creature extracted itself from the rubble. He didn't look back. He focused on one thing, creating distance. He wove through the warehouse maze, using his spatial awareness to find the shortest, most obstructive paths. A purple tear opened in the air in front of him. A long, gray arm reached out. Izuku slid under it, feeling the wash of cold, dead air from the portal. He rolled to his feet and fired a desperate, wide-area infinity pulse behind him, not to stop the creature, but to distort the local space, to make teleportation targeting unstable. He heard a frustrated, multi-tonal shriek. He burst out of the warehouse district onto a main road, where Bubble Girl and Centipede were waiting, faces alarmed. What's happening? Bubble Girl yelled. No time. We have to go. Now. A streetlight above them bent inwards, crumpling like paper into a tiny metal ball that dropped between them. The creature stepped out from behind the twisted pole, its form flickering. It seemed annoyed now. Centipede moved, his many legs a blur, trying to ensnare it. The creature flicked a finger. The space around Centipede's midsection compressed. He cried out, collapsing. His armor crumpled. Bubble Girl unleashed a torrent of hardening bubbles. The creature ignored them, walking through the foam as if it weren't there. The bubbles popping against the spatial distortion that perpetually surrounded it. Its eyes were only on Izuku. The little domain maker runs. Come, be still. It will only hurt for an eternity. Asterisk. Izuku stood his ground, putting himself between the creature and his downed mentors. He raised his hands, his mind racing. He couldn't win a direct confrontation, but he could create a problem. He focused on the creature's own spatial anchor, the point where it interfaced with this dimension. With his 6 eyes, he could see it, a tangled, ugly knot of folded reality at its core. He didn't try to undo it. He pulled. He used glue on that anchor point, not to compress, but to retract asterisk, to pull all surrounding space towards it. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the local environment. The asphalt street rippled asterisk, rushing towards the creature like water towards a drain. A parked car screeched as it was dragged sideways. The creature itself stumbled, its own teleportation street ability disrupted by the violent spatial vortex Izuku had created around its heart. It shrieked, a sound of genuine surprise and anger. It fought the pull, its form flickering violently. Sirens wailed in the distance. Pro-heroes, drawn by the chaos. The creature glared at Izuku, its yellow eyes burning with promise. This domain is marked. We will meet again, little lawbender. Asterisk. It slashed a hand through the air, tearing open a jagged purple portal. It stepped through, and the portal snapped shut, leaving behind a scene of surreal destruction. A cratered street, a crumpled hero, a bent streetlight, and a car sitting sideways. Izuku sank to his knees, gasping, blood dripping from his nose onto his mask. The headache was a white-hot axe in his skull. Bubble Girl was at Centipede's side, calling for medical. She looked at Izuku, her face pale with shock and fear. The sirens grew closer. Izuku looked at the spot where the creature had vanished. His hands were trembling. It had a name now, in his mind. Not a Nomu, a spatial curator. And it wanted his Quirk. Night Eye's vision of a simple weapons deal had been catastrophically wrong. Because Night Eye's foresight couldn't account for a variable from outside the system. A variable that was now intimately, terribly interested in Izuku. The foreseen future was shattered. And the unseen war had just begun. Chapter 18. The breach in the wall. The aftermath was a storm of questions, cold lights, and the coppery taste of blood in his mouth. Izuku sat on the back bumper of an ambulance, a shock blanket draped over his shoulders. It did nothing for the chill that had settled in his bones. Paramedics had checked him, clucking over the nosebleed and the pallor of his skin, but he'd waved them off. The real damage was inside his head, a grinding ache that pulsed with every heartbeat. Centipede had been rushed to the hospital with critical internal injuries. His armored carapace had saved him from being cut in half. But the spatial compression had bruised organs and cracked ribs. Bubble Girl was giving a frantic statement to a police captain, her usual cheer replaced by a shaken, grim professionalism. Sir Nighteye arrived in a sleek agency car, his expression carved from ice. He ignored the police, his sharp eyes finding Izuku immediately. He strode over, the aura of controlled fury around him so intense it felt like a pressure drop. You disobeyed a direct order, Nighteye said, his voice a low, dangerous monotone. Izuku looked up, the tinted goggles hiding the exhaustion in his eyes. The order was based on faulty intelligence. That wasn't a villain deal. It was an extraction, by something that isn't human. My foresight is never faulty, Nighteye snapped, but a tiny fissure of doubt was there, in the tightness around his mouth. His Quirk had failed. He had seen a future that did not come to pass. You engaged a hostile of unknown classification, escalating the situation, resulting in critical injury to a pro-hero and significant property damage. It engaged me asterisk, Izuku corrected, his own voice flat with fatigue. It teleported to the roof where I was observing. It knew I was there. It called my power a Domarin. It wanted to take it. He met Night Eye's gaze through the reflections in his glasses. It can manipulate space, sir. At a level I've never seen. It compresses matter like we crumple paper. It was sampling quirks from those thugs. Nighteye was silent for a long moment, absorbing this. The rigid certainty in his posture didn't change, but his mind was visibly recalibrating. A new, unpredicted variable, a threat that existed outside his hour-ahead window. Describe it, in exact detail. Izuku did. The gray skin, the wrong joints, the stitched mouth, the yellow eyes. The effortless, terrifying spatial control. When he finished, Night Eye's face was pale. That matches no known villain, no registered quirk, no Nomu on record. He turned, looking at the bizarre crater in the street. The impossibly crumpled car. A spatial manipulator of that caliber. It's a S-class threat. A walking natural disaster. He looked back at Izuku, and for the first time, the calculation in his eyes held something akin to dread. And it's fixated on you. Yes, Izuku said simply. Your internship is terminated, effective immediately. You will return to UA. This inside. NT will be reported to Principal Nezu and the Hero Public Safety Commission as a potential targeted existential threat. You will be placed under protective surveillance. The words were logical, sensible. They felt like a sentence. It won't matter, Izuku said, standing up, letting the blanket fall. If it can fold space to teleport, no surveillance will stop it. If it wants my quirk, it will come for me. Putting me in a cage just makes the cage a target. Night-Eye stared at him. What is your alternative, Midoriya? To wander freely as bait. To get stronger, Izuku said, the words of Ao. To understand my own power better than it understands its own. To be ready when it comes back. Because it will. He walked past Night-Eye, towards the agency car that would take him back to gather his things. The pro-hero didn't stop him. The ride to the train station was silent. Bubble Girl, driving, kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror, her expression a mix of fear and awe. You fought that thing off, she whispered. I annoyed it, Izuku corrected, staring out the window at the passing city. I don't think I could fight it. Not yet. At the station, as he shouldered his bag, Bubble Girl handed him a small data drive. Night-Eye-sensei said to give you this. It's all the raw footage from our bodycams and nearby traffic cameras. He said if you're going to study this threat, you should have the data. It was a peace offering. An acknowledgement that the old rules no longer applied. Izuku took it. Thank you. And tell Centipede I'm sorry. She nodded, her eyes bright. He'll be okay. Thanks to you. The bullet train back to Musutafu was a blur. Izuku didn't sleep. He plugged the data drive into his laptop and watched the footage on loop. He saw the creature's movements. Analyzed the spatial distortions frame by frame with his 6 eyes. He saw the moment it noticed him. The intelligent curiosity. The predatory focus. This was no mindless beast. This was a hunter. A collector. And he was a prized specimen. UA felt different when he returned. The towering H-shaped building no longer felt like a sanctuary, but a fortress under subtle siege. The news of the Kiashi Ward incident was already out, though the details were vague. Mysterious villain with spatial quirk, Sir Night-Eye agency response, 1 hero injured. His name wasn't mentioned, but rumors in the hallways of 1A had a way of spreading. He was summoned to Nezu's office immediately. The principal's office was spacious, sunny, and lined with books. Nezu sat behind his large desk, a cup of tea steaming before him. Aizawa stood leaning against a bookcase, looking more exhausted than usual. All Might was there too, in his skeletal form, sitting stiffly in a chair, his face drawn with worry. Midoriya, come in, Nezu chirped, his beady black eyes glittering. Quite the exciting internship, I hear. Though, exciting, is perhaps a euphemism for, dimensionally unsettling. Izuku bowed. Principal Nezu, Sensei, All Might, Sir Night-Eye has provided a full report, Aizawa said, cutting to the chase. His hair was slightly lifted, his eyes glowing the faintest red, not using erasure. Just stressed. He claims you encountered an entity with high-level spatial manipulation abilities, with a direct interest in your quirk. That it injured Centipede and you engaged it in a limited capacity before it retreated. That's accurate, Izuku said. Night-Eye also recommends you be placed under 24-hour protective custody, effectively removing you from the hero course, Aizawa continued. His voice flat. He believes you are a walking high-value target, and your continued presence at UA constitutes an unacceptable risk to the student body. Izuku's heart sank. This was it. They were going to lock him away. However, Izuku said, a slight, grim edge entering his tone, disagree. Izuku's head snapped up. Removing you would be treating the symptom, not the disease. Izuku stated, if this creature wants you, it will find you. Here, at least, we have resources, security, and most importantly, we can train you to defend yourself. Caging you makes you weak, and a weak target is a dead target. Nezu steepled his paws. Izuku's assessment, while characteristically blunt, aligns with my own risk analysis. This, spatial curator, as you've termed it, represents an unknown variable. Its capabilities suggest it is not of this world, or at least, not of our conventional understanding of it. Studying it, and by extension studying you asterisk, our best point of contact, is our only path to developing a counter-strategy. All Might finally spoke, his voice a gravelly rasp. Young Midoriya, are you hurt? The question, so simple, so concerned, almost broke him. I'm managing. All Might, the headaches are worse, but I'm okay. All Might's bony hand clenched on his knee. This creature, it saw your power as something pure, not stolen. What does that mean? I think it collects quirks, Izuku said, the theory forming as he spoke. But it finds most of them crude, messy. Mine is different. It's based on a fundamental law, infinity. It's not an omission or a transformation. It's a rewrite of local reality. That's what it wants to study. A terrifying thought, Nezu mused. A connoisseur of metaphysical phenomena. Well, we shall not make it easy for him. Midoriya, your curriculum will be adjusted. In addition to your regular classes, you will have mandatory sessions with Recovery Girl for neurological monitoring. You will train with Izuku on quirk suppression scenarios. If this creature can be erased, even momentarily, it could be a critical advantage. And you will begin private sessions with me. With you, sir, I am, among other things, the world's foremost strategist, Nezu said cheerfully. Your power is fundamentally analytical. It processes infinite data. My mind, while not infinite, is exceptionally adept at pattern recognition and complex problem solving. Together, we will work on refining your mental filters, on simulating engagements with this creature, on turning your perception from a burden into a weapon of precise, predictive analysis. It was a plan, a dangerous, proactive plan. They weren't hiding him, they were sharpening him. Thank you, Izuku said, the words thick with relief. Do not thank me yet. Izuku grumbled. Your life is about to become a living hell. You will train until you drop. You will push your limits every day. And you will report any anomaly, any sense of being watched, immediately. Understood. Yes, sensei. Good. Dismissed. As Izuku turned to leave, All Might stood. A moment, young Midoriya. In the hallway outside the office, All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. Nitaye. His foresight failed. For the first time since I've known him. Because of you. I'm sorry, Izuku said instinctively. Don't be, All Might said, his grip tightening. It proves you are not bound by the futures others see for you. Not by Night Eyes, and not by mine. He took a deep, ragged breath. I have spent so long looking for a successor to carry my power, to carry my symbol. I saw in you the perfect heart, but I thought the vessel was incompatible. I was wrong. You are not my successor, young Midoriya. You are something entirely your own. And you are facing a darkness I cannot fully comprehend. But I will stand with you. As your teacher, as your friend. Tears pricked at Izuku's eyes. He nodded, unable to speak. The path ahead was darker, more dangerous than he had ever imagined. But he wasn't walking it alone. The new regimen was, as Izuku promised, hell. Mornings were classes, but with a new intensity. He took notes not just on heroics, but on spatial physics, advanced mathematics, neurology, anything Nezu thought might help him understand the fabric his power manipulated. Afternoons were training. Sparring with Izuku was a unique torture. The Erasure hero would activate his quirk without warning, mid-fight. The first time it happened, Izuku's infinity flickered and died. The 6 eyes didn't turn off, the I-N formation flood remained, but the active calculation, the application of infinity, was severed. It was like going from holding up the sky to having it crash down on him. The sensory overload, without the filter of his own power to structure it, was so intense he vomited. Your quirk is a crutch. Izuku barked, as Izuku gasped on the mat. A magnificent, reality-bending crutch, but a crutch all the same. You rely on it to interpret the world, to protect you. If this creature can disrupt it, even for a second, you are blind and helpless. You must learn to fight, to perceive, to be without it. So he did. He learned to fight quirkless, using the enhanced physicality he'd built on the beach and the predictive analysis of his still active eyes. He learned to endure the migraine-inducing chaos of the unfiltered world in short, agonizing bursts. It was like being flayed alive, but each time, he lasted a second longer. The sessions with Nezu were mental marathons. The principal would set up complex simulations, a city under attack by a hypothetical spatial manipulator. Izuku would have to process thousands of data points, civilian locations, structural integrity, villain vectors, in real time and devise optimal containment or evacuation strategies. He learned to prioritize, to triage the infinite input, to find the single most critical thread in a tapestry of chaos. Your power sees everything, Nezu would say, sipping tea as Izuku's brain felt like it was melting. The mark of a master is not in seeing everything, but in knowing what to ignore. Through it all, the ghost of the curator lingered. Izuku felt watched, not constantly, but in moments, walking to the dorms at dusk, sitting by a window. A prickling on the back of his neck, a fleeting distortion at the edge his vision that vanished when he turned. It was testing the walls of his new fortress. Probing. He didn't sleep much. When he did, he dreamed of yellow eyes and folding space. One evening, 2 weeks after the incident, he was in the common room, working on a physics problem set. Most of the class was out or in their rooms. Todoroki was there, silently reading a book on Quirk lore. Their alliance, forged in the stadium, had settled into a quiet, mutual watchfulness. The television was on low, showing the news. A reporter was talking about a strange series of disappearances, low-level villains and petty criminals vanishing without a trace from locked rooms, from crowded streets. No signs of struggle, just gone. Izuku's pen stilled. He looked at Todoroki. Todoroki had looked up from his book, his heterochromatic eyes meeting Izuku's. He gave a slight, grim nod. He understood. The curator was still hunting, sampling, getting a taste of the quirks this world had to offer. And it was only a matter of time before it decided to come back for the main course. The Fortress UA had a breach, not in its walls, but in the fundamental safety of reality itself. And Izuku was the guardian standing in that breach, armed with nothing but a mind that saw too much, and a heart that refused to break. Chapter 18 End. Chapter 19. The Unfolding Equation. The disappearances were a silent plague. 2, then 3, then 5 petty villains and minor troublemakers vanished from police custody or the streets, leaving behind only confusion and a faint, lingering smell of ozone. The media dubbed it the Phantom Abductor. The police were baffled. The Hero Public Safety Commission issued a vague bulletin about a quirked serial kidnapper, but the details were classified. Izuku knew. Every new report was a data point in a terrifying equation. The curator was refining its technique, taking its samples more cleanly, leaving less of a trace. It was learning. The pressure inside UA was a living thing. Aizawa's training grew more brutal. He would now have other students. Bakugo, Tokiyami, Kirishima, ambush Izuku at random intervals, forcing him to defend himself without his quirk or with it abruptly erased. Izuku learned to read body language, environmental cues, the minute thermal shifts of an impending attack. He became a ghost in the school grounds, paranoid, hyper-aware, jumping at shadows. Bakugo, for his part, attacked with a ferocity that bordered on homicidal, but there was a new, grudging method to it. He wasn't just trying to blast Izuku into paste. He was testing the limits of the infinity. Looking for weaknesses, for patterns. He'd noticed Izuku's increased reaction speed, his quirkless combat skills. TCH, so you're not just a one-trick shield anymore. He'd grunted after a particularly vicious spar that left them both bruised and panting. About damn time. Okiko tried to bridge the gap, her cheerful stubbornness a balm. She'd drag him to lunch, force him to watch silly movies with her and Ida, trying to pull him back into the world of a normal teenager. It worked, in fleeting moments. Laughing at one of Kaminari's stupid jokes, debating hero ethics with Ida. He could almost forget the yellow eyes. Almost. The sessions with Principal Nezu advanced from simulations to something more profound. They sat in Nezu's sun-drenched office, a large whiteboard covered in complex mathematical notations between them. Your infinity, Nezu said, tapping the board with a pointer, operates on a principle of limitless division. You create an n finite series between point A and point B, making traversal impossible. Correct. Yes, sir, Izuku said, his head already aching from the symbols. And your blue technique inverts this. You create a point of infinite convergence. A singularity that attracts or compresses. Yes, these are two sides of the same coin. Repulsion and attraction, governed by the same fundamental law. Nezu's black eyes sparkled. But what of the space within the object itself? Not the space between you and it, but the space that is it. Izuku blinked. I don't understand. Matter, at its core, is mostly empty space. Atomic nuclei and electrons separated by vast distances relative to their size. What if, instead of manipulating the space around an object, you manipulated the space inside it? The concept was dizzying. You mean, making the space between an atom's nucleus and its electrons infinite? Or zero? Precisely, Nezu chirped. The former would cause the matter to simply dissipate into a harmless cloud. Its bonds rendered irrelevant across an infinite divide. The latter, his cheerfulness dimmed slightly. Well, compressing atomic nuclei together is the principle behind nuclear fusion. A rather energetic result. Izuku stared at the equations. He was talking about subatomic spatial manipulation, matter dissociation and nuclear fusion at a whim. The sheer, apocalyptic scale of it made his stomach turn. I couldn't. The control required. The recoil. Of course not. Not yet. And perhaps never on a conscious level. Nezu agreed. But your power operates on instinct and need as much as conscious thought. You stop the zero pointer not by thinking, I will create an infinite series here, but by needing to protect your friend. The principle was there. The application was automatic. He leaned forward. What I am proposing, Midoriya, is not that you learn to disintegrate buildings. It is that you understand the full spectrum of what your legacy entails. To see the whole equation. Because your adversary, this curator, seems to operate on a similar, if more crude and malicious, wavelength. It compresses matter. It folds space. To fight it, you must understand the battlefield at its most fundamental level. It was a lesson in terrifying potential. Izuku left those sessions feeling both empowered and profoundly small. He held a universe in his hands, and he was afraid to look at it. The breaking point came on a rainy Thursday. Training with Aizawa had run late. The sky was a bruised purple, matching the ache behind Izuku's eyes. He was walking back to the dorms alone, his senses dulled by fatigue, the hood of his jacket up against the drizzle. He felt it a second too late. A spatial pinch asterisk, a sudden stillness in the falling rain in a specific spot ahead. Under the skeletal branches of a large oak tree. He stopped, his breath frosting in the cold air. The rain parted around a vertical slit of bruised purple. The curator stepped through, its form more solid, more present than before. The stitches on its mouth were gone, revealing the permanent, needle-filled grin. Its yellow eyes glowed in the twilight. Little domain maker, asterisk it rasped. Its multi-voice a harmony of dry bones and static. You have been practicing. I can smell the change in the air around you. The little walls you build are sturdier. Asterisk. Izuku didn't speak. He activated his infinity, not as a dome, but as a layered series of selective fields around his body. He filtered his perception to tactical only. The creature was a knot of violent spatial distortions. You interest me more than the others, asterisk the curator said, taking a step forward on its two long legs. The rain didn't touch it, sizzling into steam a millimeter from its gray skin. Their powers allowed, simple. Yours is a whisper of a deeper truth. A law of, no. I have collected many, yes, powers. I wish to collect a, no. Asterisk. I'm not something you can collect, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the hammering of his heart. Everything can be collected. Everything can be folded, compressed, filed away. It raised a hand, fingers curling. Let me show you. Asterisk. The space around Izuku's left arm tightened. It wasn't an attack from outside. It was the space his arm occupied itself beginning to collapse inwards. Instinct screamed. Izuku didn't try to repel the external pressure. He fought it from within. He focused on the space inside his own arm, between the molecules, and willed it to hold. To be stable, to resist the fold. It was a war of infinities, the curators. Compressing infinity against his own stabilizing infinity. A sickening, grinding sensation vibrated through his bones. His vision swam. Blood trickled from his nose, his ears. The headache became a supernova. But his arm didn't crumple. It held, aching, bruised, but whole. The curator's grin widened. Oh, you learn. You fight the fold from the inside. Clever, clever little human. Asterisk. It was enjoying this. A cat playing with a mouse that had learned a new trick. Izuku knew he couldn't win a battle of attrition. His mind would shatter first. He had to change the equation. He remembered Nezu's lesson. See the whole equation. Asterisk. He looked past the curator's physical form, with his 6 eyes. He saw the core of it, the tangled, ugly knot of folded space that was its anchor to this reality. Its own personal domain. A wound in the world it carried inside itself. He couldn't unravel it. It was too complex, too alien. But he could perturb it. He raised his right hand, not in a fist, but with his index and middle fingers extended in a V. He focused not on the creature, but on the empty space beside its core anchor point. He applied glue, not to compress, to create a sudden, violent, but localized spatial vacuum. A tiny, hungry point of negative space. The effect was immediate. The curator's anchor knot, seeking stability, instinctively leaned towards the sudden vacuum, like a plant towards light. Its form flickered violently, its balance disrupted. It shrieked, a sound of genuine surprise and annoyance. You dare! Asterisk. In that moment of instability, Izuku didn't attack. He ran, but not blindly. As he ran, he fired pinpoint applications of infinity behind him, not as barriers, but as spatial lenses. He warped the local geometry, bending the paths of least resistance, creating a maze of distorted space in his wake. To follow him in a straight line, the curator would have to constantly recalibrate its teleportation, a computationally expensive task. He heard another frustrated shriek, then the sound of a portal tearing open and snapping shut somewhere distant. It had disengaged. For now, Izuku didn't stop until he slammed through the doors of Heights Alliance. Staggering into the brightly lit common room, he collapsed against the wall, sliding to the floor, blood dripping from his face onto the clean tile. The room, full of students studying and relaxing, fell silent. Okiko was the first to move. Midoriya. She rushed over, her hands fluttering, afraid to touch him. What happened? Todoroki was there a second later, ice already forming on his left hand. His eyes scanning the dark doorway. Was it the creature? Izuku could only nod, gasping for air. The pain in his head was blinding. He felt a warm trickle from his eye this time. Ida chopped a hand. Everyone, remain calm. Midoriya is injured. We must secure the perimeter and alert Aizawa-sensei immediately. Through the haze of pain, Izuku saw Bakugo standing apart from the crowd. His crimson eyes locked on him. There was no mockery, no anger. Just a fierce, burning understanding. The fight had been brought to their doorstep. Aizawa and All Might arrived within minutes. Recovery Girl was summoned. As she fussed over him, her healing kiss taking the edge off the physical trauma but doing nothing for the neural fire, Izuku gave a halting report. It's getting faster, stronger. It wanted to compress me from the inside. To collect me. Aizawa's face was grim. It engaged you on campus grounds. The security sensors didn't pick up anything. It doesn't trip conventional sensors, Izuku rasped. It folds around them. All Might looked older than Izuku had ever seen him. We cannot wait for it to strike again. We must devise a trap. A way to lock it down, to erase it long enough to contain it. Quote, a trap requires bait, Aizawa said, his eyes sliding to Izuku. Izuku met his gaze. He knew what came next. The fear was there, a cold stone in his gut. But under it, a strange calm was settling. The equation was unfolding. The variables were aligning. He was the bait. He was the lure. And he was done running. Set the trap, Izuku said, his voice but clear in the stunned silence of the common room. I'll be ready. The war was no longer a shadow game. It was here, and the next move was theirs. Chapter 20. The bait in the web. The plan, code-named Event Horizon, was a product of Nezu's labyrinthine mind, Aizawa's brutal practicality, and All Might's desperate hope. Its core was simple in theory, fiendishly complex in execution. Lure. The spatial curator enter a prepared location, use Aizawa's erasure to momentarily neutralize its spatial manipulation, and contain it with a combination of specialized technology and overwhelming force. The bait was Izuku. The location was Ground Gamma, UAE's urban disaster training zone, a dense forest of pipes, towers, and industrial structures. It was isolated, durable, and filled with environmental variables Nezu could manipulate. For Izuku, the days leading up to the operation were a strange limbo. Classes continued, but they felt like a play he was watching from the back row. His classmates treated him with a new, cautious reverence. They'd all seen the blood, the fear. They knew a storm was circling their quiet classmate. Okiko's smiles were tighter, her determination to keep things normal more fierce. Ida's efficiency took on a military precision. Todoroki's silent watchfulness became a constant, icy presence at his periphery. Even Bakugo's explosive rage was muted, replaced by a simmering, focused intensity. They were all waiting. The preparation was mental and physical. Nezu drilled him on the layout of Ground Gamma until Izuku could navigate it blindfolded with his spatial sense. They ran simulation after simulation, the curator appearing here, attacking there, Izuku leading it on a specific path towards the kill zone. You must make it believe it has the advantage, Nezu instructed. His paws moving over a holographic map. It is arrogant. It sees you as a fascinating insect. You must be elusive, frustrating, but never so threatening that it decides to simply erase you from a distance. You must dance on the edge of its tolerance. Aizawa's training shifted to survival evasion. How to dodge when erasure was active, how to use the environment, how to take a hit without his infinity. It was brutal, unforgiving work. Izuku's body became a canvas of new bruises. All Might's role was support. He would be on standby with a strike team of trusted UA teachers, Snipe, Smentos, and Present Mike, concealed around the perimeter. The job was to contain the creature the moment Aizawa's quirk hit it. The technological component was a prototype from the support department, Hatsume, working under Power Loader's supervision, had created spatial anchor mines. Devices that, when activated, would create a localized field of hyper-stable space, resisting compression or folding. In theory, they could create a cage even the curator couldn't teleport out of. In theory, the night before the operation, Izuku couldn't sleep. He stood on the dorm roof again, the city lights a distant galaxy. The blindfold was in his hand. He put it on, embracing the quiet darkness, the simple map painted by his passive spatial sense. He heard the roof door open. Not the explosive signature of Bakugo. This was colder, more contained. Todoroki stood beside him, holding 2 cups of tea. He handed one to Izuku. Can't sleep. No, Izuku admitted, lifting the blindfold to sip the tea. It was chamomile. Soothing. I would offer to fight it with you, Todoroki said after a moment, his gaze on the horizon. But I understand why I cannot. My power is too crude. It would be like trying to stop a flood with a candle. Your power is yours, Izuku said. That's what makes it strong. This thing, its power is stolen. Borrowed. It doesn't understand them, not really. It just consumes. You sound like you pity it. I fear it, Izuku corrected. But I also understand it, a little. To see the world as pure data, as geometry and force, it's a lonely way to live. It must be starving for something real. Quote, Todoroki was silent for a long time. You are the most human person I know, Midoriya. Even with those eyes that see everything. Don't let it make you into something else. The words landed softly. A gift. Izuku nodded, unable to speak. Todoroki left him with the tea and the quiet night. Ground Gamma at dusk was a monochrome maze of gray metal and deep shadows. The air was still, thick with the smell of rust and ozone from the dormant machinery. Izuku stood in a central clearing, wearing his costume, the tinted goggles replaced by the opaque blindfold. He didn't need to see. He needed to feel. In his ear was a thin, secure comms bud. Nezu's voice was a calm murmur. All teams are in position. Bait is live. Remember the sequence, Midoriya. Good luck. Aizawa's voice, gritty and tense. Don't do anything stupid, problem child. All Mights, a strained whisper. You are not alone, my boy. Izuku took a deep breath and dialed his 6 eyes to their fullest, most analytical extent. The world became a symphony of force vectors, structural stresses, thermal gradients, and the pulsing, waiting energy signatures of his hidden allies. He was the center of a web, feeling every tremor in the strands. He waited. The distortion came not as a tear, but as a shimmer. The air 50 feet to his left liquefied, then solidified into the curator's form. It was different again, smoother. Its movements were less jerky, more fluid, as if it was growing accustomed to this reality. Its yellow eyes fixed on him immediately. You are waiting, it rasped. Its voice a dry wind through dead leaves. You have prepared a little trap. How adorable. It knew, or it suspected. The game had changed before it even began. Doesn't matter, Izuku said, his voice steady through the comms. He turned his blindfolded face towards it. You're here. That's all that matters. He took off, not towards the planned kill zone, but away from it, deeper into the pipe forest. The original plan was scrapped. The curator was aware. He had to improvise. Run, little lawbender. Run. The creature's laughter was the sound of shattering glass. It didn't teleport. It flowed its body dissolving into a stream of distorted space that poured through the maze of pipes after him, rematerializing in flashes to take swipes with its claw-like hands. Izuku ran, his spatial awareness giving him a perfect, 3-dimensional map. He ducked under pipes, leaped between gantries, his movements a blur. He felt a compression field bloom where his head had been a second before. Crushing a steel pipe into a metallic pancake. He couldn't lead it to the trap. He had to make it go there. He skidded to a halt in a narrower canyon of pipes. He turned, facing the flowing distortion. He raised his hands and didn't create a barrier. He created a challenge. He focused on the space immediately in front of the curator and applied not infinity, but a complex, oscillating field. A rapid, alternating series of micro-compressions and micro-expansions, a spatial static. The flowing distortion hit it and recoiled solidifying into its physical form with a snarl of annoyance. It was like running into a wall of buzzing forks. Petty tricks. It slashed a hand. The pipes to Izuku's left and right sheared off, their ends compressed into dense metal spheres that shot towards him like cannonballs. Izuku didn't block them. He redirected. With pinpoint infinity fields, he altered their trajectories, sending them crashing into support structures around the curator, raining debris down on it. It wasn't hurt. It was irritated. Good. You talk about domains and laws, Izuku taunted, backing up towards the planned zone. But all you do is crush and fold. That's not mastery. That's a child smashing toys. The insult, delivered with cold precision, struck a chord. The curator's yellow eyes narrowed. You dare. I have consumed stars of power. I have folded realities. Then catch me, Izuku said, and turned, sprinting for the kill zone with everything he had. A portal ripped open in front of him. He didn't stop. He fired a blue point into the center of the portal as he leaped. The unstable spatial vortex detonated, the recoil blowing him sideways but also collapsing the portal in a shower of purple sparks. He hit the ground rolling, came up running, his ribs screaming in protest. He burst into the central clearing, the kill zone. The anchor mines were hidden, inactive. His allies were concealed. The curator materialized in the center of the clearing, cutting off his retreat. It was furious now, its form crackling with visible spatial energy. Enough games, insect. I will take your quiet law and silence it forever. It raised both hands. Fingers splayed. The very air in the clearing began to press in a massive, omnidirectional compression field meant to crush Izuku into a singularity. Now, Izuku screamed into the comms. From a hidden perch high on a tower, Izuwa's hair flew up, his eyes blazing crimson. The erasure hit. The crushing pressure vanished. The spatial crackle around the curator died. For one precious, shocking second, it was just a tall, gray, alien creature, its yellow eyes wide with utter, incomprehensible surprise. Its quirk, its stolen, curated collection of spatial powers, was gone. All units, go. Nezu's voice shrieked in the comms. Snipes bullets, designed to deliver tranquilizers and containment foam, ricocheted off suddenly materialized Smentos walls as the creature, even quirkless, moved with preternatural speed. Present Mike's directional shout made it stagger, clutching its head. But it wasn't contained. It was enraged. Its eyes found Izuku on the tower. It moved, not with teleportation, but with horrific physical speed, scaling the tower like a spider. Shota, All Might's voice boomed as the symbol of peace, in his muscular form, erupted from hiding. A golden blur intercepting the creature mid-climb. But without his quirk, All Might was just a strong, injured man. The curator backhanded him with a limb that hit like a piston of solid bone, sending him crashing into a water tower below with a sickening crunch of metal and a pained gasp. All Might. Izuku's heart stopped. The distraction was enough. Izuku's erasure faltered for a split second. His concern for his colleague breaking his focus. A second was all the curator needed. Its power roared back. It teleported from the tower, appearing directly in front of Izuku. Its needle-toothed maw open in a silent scream of fury. One long hand shot out, not to compress, but to pierce aimed straight for his chest, for the core of his power. This was it. It wasn't trying to collect him anymore. It was trying to destroy him. Time slowed. Izuku saw the claw coming. He saw All Might struggling in the wreckage. He saw Izuku vomiting blood from the strain of overusing his quirk. He saw the failure of the plan. He saw the equation. The curator's anchor knot. Its stolen, unstable core. The way it had flickered when he'd perturbed it before. He couldn't win by defending. He couldn't win by running. He had to break the equation. As the claw descended, Izuku didn't raise infinity. He didn't dodge. He reached out with his own hand, his fingers spread. And he didn't target the claw. He targeted the space inside the curator's own chest, where the tangled knot of stolen dimensions pulsed. He didn't apply blue. He didn't apply infinity. He applied both. He visualized an infinite series within the knot itself, dividing its already folded space recursively, infinitely. And at the same time, at the convergent point of that infinite division, he imposed a point of absolute compression, a blue singularity. The effect was not an explosion. It was an unraveling. The curator froze. Its yellow eyes bulged. A sound emerged from it, not a shriek, but a low, harmonic unweaving asterisk. The sound of space-time itself groaning in protest. The space inside it, the stolen pocket reality it used to power itself, was being turned against it. An infinite DVC, on meeting an infinite compression, created a paradox the stolen domain could not sustain. Its form began to glitch. Parts of it stretched into impossible thinness. Other parts collapsed into dense, black points. It was coming apart at the seams of reality itself. No. My collection. Its voice gurgled, fragmented. With a final, silent pulse of wrong-colored light, the spatial curator didn't die. It ceased. Its form fragmented into a million shards of grayish crystal that hung in the air for a moment before dissolving into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint smell of ozone and a profound, ringing silence. Izuku dropped to his knees, his vision whiting out entirely. The feedback from forcing that paradox through his own mind was catastrophic. He felt blood pour from his nose, his ears, his eyes. The world was a roaring, painful void. The last thing he was aware of was the thunder of footsteps, All Might's broken voice crying his name, and a cold, gentle hand, Todoroki's, on his shoulder before the darkness swallowed him whole. The bait had survived. The web had held. And the hunter had been unmade by its own stolen hunger. Chapter 20 End. Chapter 21. The Infinite Aftermath. Consciousness was a distant shore he couldn't reach. He drifted in a black ocean punctuated by needles of light, the sterile white of the UA infirmary ceiling, the worried green of his mother's eyes, the cool blue of recovery girl's visor. Sounds were muffled, as if heard through thick glass, beeping monitors, hushed voices, the occasional choked sob. The pain was no longer a localized headache. It was his entire being. A fundamental fracture. Using his power to create a spatial paradox had done something to the interface between his mind and the infinity. The six eyes felt raw, exposed, like nerve endings flayed open to the universe. He learned later that he had been unconscious for 3 days. A medically induced coma, recovery girl explained when he could finally focus on her face. Your brainwaves were like a storm. We had to force a reset, let the neural pathways cool down. Her expression was grim. You did something impossible, child. And you broke yourself doing it. When he was finally able to sit up, the world had a fragile, overexposed quality, even through his goggles. He felt hollowed out, a glass vessel with a hairline crack. All Might visited, moving slowly, his right arm in a sling, his face a tapestry of bruises. The backhand from the curator had cracked ribs and re-injured his old wound. But his smile, though strained, was genuine. You did it, young Midoriya. You saved us all. You're hurt, Izuku croaked. A small price, All Might said, his voice soft. The creature is gone, truly gone. The energy signature vanished completely. Nezu's senses confirm it. You didn't just defeat it, you erased its ontological presence. The words meant little. The cost was written in All Might's pained movements. In Aizawa's absence, he was in another room, recovering from Quirk overuse and internal bleeding, and in the terrifying emptiness inside Izuku's own head. The official story was a masterpiece of Nezu's obfuscation. A rogue, hyper-intelligent Nomu with spatial abilities, had been lured to ground Gamma and eliminated by a coordinated effort of UA staff. Student involvement was downplayed, classified. Izuku's name was kept out of it. The Phantom Abductor case was closed. But within UA, the truth was a quiet thunder. His classmates looked at him with a new awe, tinged with something like fear. He had faced a monster that made pros look helpless, and he had destroyed it with a power they couldn't comprehend. The unbreakable wall had become something more, a void that had consumed a void. Okako was the first to break through the barrier. She marched into the infirmary with a bowl of store-bought katsudon, plopped it on his bedside table, and sat down. Eat, she ordered, her voice trembling slightly. You look like a ghost. I feel like one, he admitted. She took his hand, her grip firm and warm. You're not, you're here, you're my friend, and you scared me half to death. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them back fiercely. Don't you ever do that again, got it? No more, unraveling cosmic horrors. Leave some for the rest of us. He managed a weak smile. I'll try. Todoroki's visits were silent. He would stand by the window for 10 minutes, then leave a cup of tea on the table. No words were needed. The alliance had been tested in fire and held. Bakugo came once. He stood at the foot of the bed, his arms crossed, glaring. After a full minute of silence, he grunted, you look like shit. Then he turned and left. It was, from him, a staggering display of concern. When Izuku was finally discharged, the world outside the infirmary was too bright, too loud, too much. He wore his opaque blindfold most of the time, relying on his spatial sense to navigate. The gentle hum of the dorms, the chatter of his classmates, the rustle of leaves, it was all a cacophony he had to manually filter, a skill he was relearning from scratch. He was summoned to Nezu's office again. The prink. Ipple looked at him with an expression that held none of its usual manic cheer. It was solemn, respectful, and deeply sad. What you did, Midoriya, was a feat of will and intellect I have never witnessed, Nezu said. You solved an equation with no solution. You found a paradox that could unmake a paradox. But the cost, he gestured to Izuku's blindfold. Your mind is the lens through which your power focuses. You forced that lens to look at something that should not be seen. It is scarred. Will I recover? Izuku asked, his voice small. In time, with rest, and with a new understanding. Nezu leaned forward. You can no longer treat your power as a tool to be used. You must treat it as a part of you that is wounded. You must heal with it. Push it too soon, too hard, and the fracture may become permanent. You may lose the ability to filter entirely, drowning in the infinite. Or you may lose the power itself, your mind sealing it away to protect itself. Both options were a kind of death. What do I do? Izuku whispered. You live, Nezu said simply. You go to class. You train, but gently. You laugh with your friends. You let your mind remember what it is to be human, not just a processor of cosmic data. The power will heal as you heal. It is your legacy, but you are not its slave. You are its guardian. And right now, your guardian is injured. It was a prescription of normalcy. The hardest challenge he had ever faced. The first day back in class was agony. Present Mike's voice was a drill. The flicker of the fluorescent lights was a strobe. He kept the blindfold on, earning curious looks but no questions. Aizawa, back at his desk looking pale and drained, gave him a single, slow nod. Permission to exist in his broken state. Training was now physical therapy. Slow walks, basic mobility exercises, meditation to rebuild his mental filters, brick by fragile brick. He spent hours in quiet corners of the campus, just listening to the wind, feeling the sun on his skin. Trying to perceive the world not as data, but as sensation. One afternoon, he sat under a tree near the training grounds, blindfold on, focusing on the sound of distant sparring. He could identify the signatures: Kirishima's hardening impacts, Kaminari's electric crackle, the whoosh of Ashido's acid. A new signature approached, not from the grounds, but from the path. Light, precise steps, a unique, cold and hot duality. Todoroki sat down beside him without a word. After a moment, he spoke. "My father came to see me." Izuku stayed silent, listening. He saw the news reports about the Nomu takedown at UA. "He suspects I was involved," he said. Todoroki's voice was flat, but a tremor ran beneath it. He said, "So you finally used your full power to defeat a real threat." "Good, as if my fire was a weapon I'd merely been stubborn about." He didn't ask if I was okay. He didn't ask about my friends who were hurt. He just saw the result. Izuku thought of the curator, seeing only the power, not the person. The parallel was chilling. "What did you say?" Izuku asked. "Nothing," Todoroki said. Then, after a pause, "I'm going to see my mother this weekend. I'm going to tell her I used my fire. Not because he wanted me to, but because I chose to. To protect my home." "That's good," Izuku said softly. "Your power," Todoroki said. "It's a part of you. Like my fire is a part of me. We can't cut it away without cutting ourselves. We have to learn to live with it. To make it ours." He stood up. "You taught me that. So, heal, so I can beat you fairly one day." He walked away, leaving Izuku under the tree with a faint, real smile on his face. The healing was slow. There were bad days. Migraines that left him curled in the dark, moments of sensory overload that sent him into a panic. But there were good days too. A movie night with the class where he laughed so hard he forgot the pain. Successfully following a conversation without his blindfold for an entire lunch period. Helping Okako study and feeling useful. He began to sketch again, not hero analyses, but simple things. The curve of a leaf. The way light fell across the dorm common room. He was relearning how to see. One evening, as the spring term neared its end, he stood on the dorm roof without his blindfold. The sunset was a gentle wash of pink and gold. He looked at it, and for the first time in weeks, he didn't see the scattering of light waves or the thermal gradient of the atmosphere. He just saw a beautiful sunset. The six eyes were still there. The infinity hummed in his veins, a quiet, steady potential. But the fracture was knitting. The lens was clearing. He was not the boy on the roof anymore, desperate for a power to call his own. He was not the ghost in the machine, drowning in data. He was Izuku Midoriya. He had a power that could unmake realities. And he had friends who reminded him, every day, what it meant to be real. The infinite aftermath was not an end. It was a beginning, a quieter, more fragile one. He had faced the abyss, and the abyss had blinked. Now, he had to learn how to live in the light it left behind. Chapter 22. The Quiet Strength. Summer at UA was a different kind of intensity. The air grew thick and humid, buzzing with cicadas and the lingering energy of final exams. For Izuku, it was a season of deliberate stillness. The fracture in his perception was healing, but it remained a sensitive scar. He wore his tinted goggles almost constantly now, the gentle, smoky filter a necessary buffer between his mind and the world's vibrant chaos. The blinding headaches had receded to a manageable, background hum, flaring up only when he was tired or stressed. Recovery Girl's sessions became less about crisis management and more about monitoring. Her terse approval a hard-won badge. His training regime, overseen by a watchful and still recovering Aizawa, was stripped back to its foundations. No flashy applications of infinity, no experiments with blue. Just meditation, Quirk control drills, and basic combat. He spent hours in Gym Gamma, practicing the precise shaping of his barrier, making it as hard as diamond or as soft as silk. Extending it to envelop a single falling leaf or contracting it to a microscopic point on his fingertip. It was about finesse, not force. About dialogue, not declaration. All might, his arm out of the sling but moving with a new, permanent caution, would often watch these sessions from the sidelines. His presence was no longer that of a looming symbol, but of a fellow convalescent. They spoke less of heroics and more of recovery, of the patience needed to let bones knit, whether they were of flesh or of the mind. The strongest foundations are laid slowly, young Midoriya, All Might said one afternoon. As Izuku practiced maintaining a perfectly spherical infinity field while walking a balance beam. Power that is built in crisis is brittle. Power that is woven in peace, that is what endures. Izuku nodded, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He understood now. The frantic, desperate growth on the beach, the life or death revelations against the curator, that was the forging fire. This, the careful, daily practice, was the tempering. Both were necessary to make a blade that wouldn't shatter. His relationships evolved in the summer quiet. With Okiko, it settled into a comfortable, steadfast friendship. She didn't treat him like he was made of glass, but she had a keen eye for his tells, the slight pinch at the corner of his mouth when a headache started, the way Hi's fingers would subtly press against his temple. She'd then casually suggest a break, or steer him towards shade and quiet conversation about mundane things. Her normalcy was an anchor. With Ida, it became a partnership in study and strategy. They would pore over hero lore and disaster response protocols, Ida's rigid logic providing a structure that Izuku's abstract, spatial mind could build upon. Your analytical abilities are unparalleled, Midoriya, Ida would declare, chopping a hand for emphasis. But they must be channeled through the proper frameworks of heroic conduct. Todoroki remained his silent sentinel. Their communication was often wordless. A shared glance in the cafeteria, Todoroki subtly cooling the air around Izuku on a particularly sweltering day, Izuku leaving a pack. Tea of the herbal tea Todoroki favored outside his door after a difficult training session. They were two people learning to live with legacies that could consume them, and in that shared understanding, a deep, quiet respect grew. Bakugo was different. The explosive rage was still there, but it had a new direction. He watched Izuku's painstaking control drills with a scowl, but it was a scowl of analysis, not contempt. He'd seen the apex of Izuku's power, the unraveling of a god, and it had fundamentally altered the landscape of their rivalry. Beating a pathetic Deku was one thing. Beating that asterisk was a mountain worth climbing. He trained with a vicious, focused purpose that left even Kirishima giving him a wide berth. The peace was not absolute. Nightmares visited Izuku, not of the curator's form, but of the sensation of infinite division within his own mind, of reality fraying at the edges. He'd wake gasping, the taste of ozone in his mouth, his sheets damp with cold sweat. On those nights, he'd slip out to the common room and just sit in the dark, focusing on the solid, real weight of the floor beneath him, the steady tick of the clock. One such night, he wasn't alone. A soft light was on in the kitchen. Yaoyorozu Momo was there, brewing tea, her face pale in the dim glow. She started when she saw him. Midoriya, I'm sorry, did I wake you? No, he said, his voice rough from sleep. Bad dream. She nodded, her expression understanding. I have them too. About the USJ. About being powerless. She poured 2 cups. Chamomile with honey. It helps. They sat at the counter in companionable silence. Yaoyorozu was one of the few who didn't treat him with awe or caution, but with a thoughtful curiosity. Your Quirk, she said finally. It requires immense calculation, doesn't it? A constant, mathematical processing of variables. Yes, Izuku said. It's like, my brain is always solving an infinite set of simultaneous equations. About distance, force, vector, mass. Fascinating, she murmured. My creation is similar, in a way. I must understand the molecular and atomic structure of what I wish to make. The more complex the item, the more focus it requires. It's a drain on my lipids, but also on my mental energy. She looked at him. You learn to filter the data, to focus on what's necessary. That's a skill I'm still trying to master. Sometimes, I see too many possibilities, and I freeze. It was a confession of vulnerability from the class's top-ranked student. Izuku felt a surge of kinship. I freeze too, or I used to. The data would be too much, and I'd just lock up. All Might and Principal Nezu taught me to build compartments, to only open the ones I need for the task at hand. Compartments, Yaoyorozu repeated thoughtfully. That's a good metaphor. I shall try that. She smiled, a small, genuine thing. Thank you, Midoriya. The simple exchange, two students sharing their burdens in the quiet of night, felt more significant than any battle won. This was the quiet strength Nezu spoke of, the connections that held you together when the power inside threatened to pull you apart. As the summer break approached, a new challenge was announced, a summer training camp in a remote, mountainous region. Izuku presented it with his usual deadpan severity, but there was a glint in his eye. This is not a vacation. It will be the most grueling experience of your lives. You will be pushed beyond your limits. For some of you, his gaze lingered on Izuku, it will be about finding where your new limits lie. The class buzzed with a mix of dread and excitement. Izuku felt a flicker of anxiety. A remote location, away from UA's security and recovery girls' infirmary. If his control slipped, if the headaches returned in force. But he also felt a thread of determination. This was the next step. To test his healing, not in the sterile safety of a gym, but in the unpredictable crucible of the wild. He packed his gear carefully. His costume, his goggles, the opaque blindfold, and something new, a small, smooth stone from the now clean Takoba beach. A reminder of the first foundation he'd ever built. On the bus ride to the mountains, sitting beside Okiko who was excitedly pointing out window, Izuku held the stone in his hand. He focused on it, not with his 6 eyes, but with his ordinary senses. The cool weight of it, the slight grit of its surface, the memory of the sun and the sea. He was not just power. He was a person, and he was going to a training camp to learn how to be both. The bus climbed into the hills, leaving the city behind. The world outside grew greener, wilder. Izuku watched it pass, his goggles softening the brilliant summer light into a bearable glow. The quiet strength he had been building was about to be tested. Not by a monster from beyond space, but by the simple, demanding reality of growth. He was ready. Chapter 22 End. Chapter 23. The Forest's Crucible. The camp was a cluster of rustic log cabins nestled in a deep valley, surrounded by dense, ancient forest that seemed to swallow sound. The air was cooler, heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was beautiful, in a silent, watchful way that immediately set Izuku's senses on edge. The forest was a tapestry of life, a constant, whispering stream of biological data his 6 eyes automatically began to catalogue, the scuttle of insects, the rustle of small mammals, the distant call of birds, the complex root systems underfoot. Welcome to hell, Izuku announced, as the class gathered blearily outside the cabins. He was joined by 2 other teachers, the Wild Pussycats, a 4-person hero team who specialized in mountain rescue and survival. Their leader, Mandalay, smiled warmly, but her eyes held a glint that promised no mercy. Your quirks are tools, Pixie Bob, the earth-manipulating member, chirped, her hands on her hips. But out here, Mother Nature doesn't care about your fancy powers. She'll eat you up if you're weak. So, first test, get from here to the main lodge. She gestured to a trailhead that disappeared into the dark woods. It's only about 3 kilometers as the crow flies. Then she slammed her hands into the ground. The earth erupted, not in an attack, but in a reshaping. The ground fell away in front of them, transforming into a steep, treacherous slope of loose soil and rock. Leading down into the heart of the forest, Quirk-made cliffs rose on either side, funneling them into the wild. You have 2 hours. Go, go, go. The class, startled, began a chaotic scramble and slide down the slope. Izuku let himself go with the flow, his spatial sense mapping the tumble of bodies and terrain. He landed lightly, adjusting his balance with a whisper of infinity under his feet. Around him, others weren't so lucky. Mineta was already wailing. Kaminari had face planted into a bush. This way, Ida commanded, pointing. The lodge should be in that direction. They plunged into the woods. It immediately became clear this was no simple hike. The forest was a living maze. Pixie Bob's quirk had animated the very land. Roots snaked up to trip them. Vines lashed out like whips. The ground shifted underfoot, creating sudden pits or steep rises. It was chaos, but to Izuku's analytical mind, it was a dynamic puzzle. He didn't fight the forest head-on. He flowed through it. He saw the root a moment before it moved, stepping over it. He felt the instability in the ground, shifting his weight. When a wall of animated earth rose to block their path, he didn't blast it. He found the weak point in its structure, a seam where the quirk energy was thinnest, and applied a pinpoint infinity to widen it, creating a narrow passage. He wasn't in the lead. That was Ida, blazing a trail with his engines, and Bakugo, blasting obstructions apart with contemptuous force. Izuku hung back, often near the middle or rear, using his perception to guide others. Sero, left. The ground is stable there. Ashido, don't touch that vine, it's about to constrict. He became the group's unseen navigator, his voice calm amidst the panic. Okako used her quirk to float people over sudden chasms. Todoroki flash froze rushing mudslides. But it was Izuku's quiet, preemptive warnings that kept them moving as a cohesive unit. They reached a raging, quirk-swollen river. The current was vicious, the water cloudy with churned earth. We have to cross, Kirishima yelled, hardening his skin. No, wait, Izuku said, his eyes scanning the water's surface. His 6 eyes saw the turbulent flow patterns, the hidden undertows. The current is too strong. It'll sweep even you away, Kirishima. And it's deep. He looked up at the canopy. We go over. Over. How? Kaminari asked, looking dazed. Sero, your tape. How much weight can a strand hold? A lot if I anchor it well. Good. Tokiyami. Can Dark Shadow carry you to the top of that tall pine on the other bank? It is within our power. A plan formed, relayed in quick, efficient sentences. Tokiyami and Dark Shadow crossed first, securing Sero's tape to a sturdy tree. Izuku, using his spatial sense to gauge tension and wind shear, directed the placement. Soon, they had a shaky but functional zip line. Izuku went last, making sure everyone was across. As he zipped over the roaring water, he maintained a low-level infinity around his body. Not to stop a fall, but to stabilize his trajectory against the buffeting winds. They stumbled into the clearing containing the main lodge just as the 2-hour mark hit, bedraggled, muddy, but intact. The pussycats looked impressed. Mandalay's smile was genuine. Not bad, kittens. Most first years take 3 hours and arrive in pieces. But the respite was brief. The training that followed was relentless. Quirk control exercises under exhausting conditions. Sparring matches after being forced to run obstacle courses until they vomited. Team building drills that required perfect synchronization under duress. For Izuku, the physical strain was manageable. His beach-forged body held up. The mental strain was the real test. Maintaining his filters while exhausted, while soaked, while being shouted at, was agony. The headache returned as a constant, grinding presence. He used the blindfold during breaks, retreating into the quiet darkness to let his mind cool. It was during a blindfolded meditation session by a stream that Mandalay found him. She sat beside him quietly for a moment. Your teacher, Aizawa, told us about your unique requirements, she said softly. About the strain your quirk puts on your mind. He said you're learning control the hard way. Izuku nodded, not removing the blindfold. It's getting better. Slowly. Control isn't just about limiting output, she said. It's about harmony. Your quirk is a part of you, like your heart. You don't tell your heart to beat slower by clenching your fist. You breathe. You find calm. The forest is a good teacher for that. It is infinitely complex, but it doesn't struggle. It just is. Try listening to it, not analyzing it, just listening. It was similar to what Nezu had said, but framed in the language of the wild. Izuku tried. With the blindfold on, he let the sounds of the forest wash over him, the babble of the stream, the sigh of the wind in the pines, the distant crack of a branch. He stopped trying to identify each sound, to map its source. He just let them be a symphony. Gradually, the sharp edge of his headache softened. The true test came 2 days later. The pussycats announced a test of courage. The students would be paired up and sent on a nighttime hike through a designated, haunted, section of forest. Of course, the teachers and the pussycats themselves would be providing the scares with their quirks. Izuku was paired with Tsuyu Asui. A good match. Tsuyu was practical, level-headed, and her frog quirk gave her excellent night vision and awareness. Ready, Midoriya-chan, she croaked as they stood at the dark trailhead. As I'll ever be, he said, adjusting his goggles. He'd decided to keep 'em on. The darkness was already a filter. He didn't need the extra attenuation of the blindfold. The forest at night was a different creature. The data stream from his 6 eyes shifted from the visual to the thermal and the spatial. He could see the warmth of small animals hiding in burrows, the cool shapes of rocks, the intricate lattice of tree branches. It was less overwhelming than full daylight, but required a different kind of focus. They walked in silence for a while, the only sound their footsteps and the night insects. Then the scares began. A sudden, ghostly light, Kaminari's electricity, poorly directed. A blood-curdling scream, present Mike, obviously. A section of the path that turned to quicksand, Pixie Bob. Izuku and Tsuyu navigated them calmly. He'd sensed the quirk energy build up a moment before the scare and warn her. Tsuyu, jump left in 3, 2, 1. They'd evade, sometimes with a touch of infinity to ensure solid footing. They were about halfway through the course when Izuku felt a different signature. Not the familiar, theatrical energy of a teacher. This was colder, sharper, a spatial distortion, faint but unmistakable, moving parallel to them through the trees, just outside the boundary of the test area. His blood ran cold. It wasn't the curator. That presence was gone, erased. This was, similar, but smaller. A fragment, a scout. Tsuyu, he whispered, stopping. Stay close. Something's wrong. Ribbit, what is it? I'm not sure, but it's not part of the test. A twig snapped in the darkness to their right. Not a careless teacher. This was deliberate. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was humanoid, but wrong. Its skin had the same grayish cast as the curator, but it was bulkier, more muscular, like a crude copy. Its eyes were a dull, lifeless yellow. It moved with a jerky, unfinished gait. In its hand, it held not a weapon, but a jagged shard of crystal that pulsed with sickly purple light, a piece of the curator's remains. An echo asterisk, Izuku's mind supplied. A piece of the whole that hadn't fully dissolved. Mindless, driven by a residual instinct. It saw Izuku and let out a guttural, static-filled shriek. It raised the crystal shard. The space around the shard warped, ready to fire a crude, narrow beam of spatial compression. Izuku didn't have time for a complex paradox. He pushed Tsuyu behind him. Run back to the lodge. Warn Izuku. But, go. As she leaped away into the trees, the echo fired. A beam of distorted space, like a lance of nothingness, shot towards Izuku's chest. He didn't raise a dome. He didn't have the focus for a large-scale barrier. Instead, he created a lens. A curved field of infinity directly in front of himself, designed not to stop the beam, but to refract it. The spatial compression lance hit the lens and bent, shooting off at a sharp angle into the forest, shearing through trees with a sound like tearing metal. The echo shrieked in frustration and charged, its physical form clumsy but strong. Izuku met its charge. He sidestepped, using a micro-application of blue at its ankle. The space around its joint compressed slightly, just enough to throw it off balance. It stumbled. Izuku moved in, his hand shooting out not to strike, but to touch the pulsing crystal shard in its grasp. He didn't try to break it. He introduced a stabilizing infinity field into the crystal's own unstable spatial matrix. The shard flared with violent purple light, then, with a sound like a sigh, turned inert and gray, crumbling to dust in the echo's hand. The creature stared at its empty hand, confused. The drive that animated it was gone. It stood there for a moment, its dull eyes blinking, before its body too began to dissolve, fading into motes of gray light that were swallowed by the night. Izuku stood panting in the sudden silence, the headache now a pounding drum in his skull. It had been small, mindless, a shadow of the true threat. But it was proof. The curator was gone, but its stain on reality remained. Fragments, echoes. The forest's crucible had just presented him with a new kind of test. Not of strength or control, but of vigilance. The war wasn't over. It had just changed shape. He eared the rustle of approaching footsteps. Izuku, Tsuyu, and others, alerted by her warning. He took a deep breath, steadying himself. The quiet strength he'd been building had held. But the forest reminded him, even in the deepest quiet, shadows could stir. Chapter 23 End. Chapter 24. The Heart of the Team. The aftermath of the Echo attack cast a long shadow over the camp's final days. Izuku and the pussycats swept the forest with a grim intensity, but found no other remnants. The incident was classified a silent addendum to the already secret war. The mood among the students sobered. The test of courage had delivered a real scare, and the knowledge that something had breached the camp's perimeter lingered. Izuku bore the weight of it silently. The echo had been weak, a mindless fragment, but its existence was a confirmation of his deepest fear. The spatial curator's death had not been clean. It had left behind residue, like toxic fallout, and that residue was drawn to him the source of its unraveling. He spent the last training sessions pushing his limits in a new way, not in raw power, but in integration. He worked with his classmates, not as their unseen guide, but as a visible part of the machine. He'd pair with Shoji, using the multi-armed student's superior hearing and his own spatial sense to create a perfect early warning system. He'd train with Tokiyami, learning to synchronize his infinity fields with Dark Shadow's movements to create impenetrable defensive formations. It was with Bakugo that the most unexpected evolution occurred. Aizawa, in a move that seemed designed to torture them both, paired them for a 2-on-2 capture exercise against Todoroki and Ida. Try not to kill each other, Aizawa had droned before collapsing into his sleeping bag to observe. They stood on their starting platform, Bakugo crackling with barely contained fury. Don't get in my way, Deku. I'll handle Icy Hot and Four Eyes. They're a strong combination, Izuku said, his analytical mind already running scenarios. Todoroki's area control with Ida's precision strikes. A direct assault will get bogged down in ice and then outmaneuvered. TCH. So what's your genius plan? Oh mighty analyst. Izuku looked at him. You're the spear. I'll be the shield and the path. But you have to follow my lead. Exactly. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but for once, he didn't immediately refuse. He'd seen the results of Izuku's plans during the forest run. He gave a curt, grudging nod. The match began. Todoroki immediately laid down a glacial field, slowing movement. Ida revved his engines, a blue blur waiting to strike. Bakugo, forward, 10 meters, now. Izuku commanded. Bakugo exploded forward on instinct. As he did, Izuku ran behind him, using pinpoint infinity fields to create a series of stable, frictionless platforms in the air just above the ice. Bakugo landed on them without breaking stride, using them as springboards to maintain his explosive momentum across the frozen terrain. It was like giving a rocket a series of launch pads. Ida shot into intercept. Recipro. Bakugo. Drop left. Izuku yelled. Bakugo dropped, and Izuku threw up a slanted infinity plane right where Ida was about to be. Ida's piston kick hit the angled barrier and skidded upwards, throwing him off balance. Now, up and right, full blast at Todoroki's position. Bakugo, trusting the path, blasted upwards, following an invisible staircase of Izuku's making, clearing the remaining ice walls. He came down on Todoroki like a meteor, a howitzer impact ready to detonate. Todoroki raised a massive ice shield. Bakugo's explosion shattered it, but in the steam and debris, Todoroki was already moving, a jet of fire roaring towards Bakugo's exposed side. Izuku was there, not in front of Bakugo. Beside him, he interposed not a wall, but a vent. A funnel of infinity that captured Todoroki's flame and channeled it upwards, away from Bakugo, into the sky in a harmless pillar of fire. In that moment of surprise, Bakugo landed, his hand grabbing the capture tape around Todoroki's arm. Got you, you half and half bastard. But Ida was recovered, speeding towards Izuku. A blur of motion. Bakugo, behind you, 3 o'clock high. Izuku called, not looking at Ida, his eyes still on the bigger picture. Bakugo, without turning, fired a concussive blast behind and above him. The explosion caught Ida as he was leaping for a high-speed tackle, knocking him off course into a tangled heap. The match was called. Victory. Bakugo stood panting, staring at his own hands as if he'd never used them before. The victory hadn't been just his brutal power. It had been a symphony, and he'd been one instrument, following a conductor he'd spent his whole life despising. He turned to Izuku, his expression unreadable. You used me. Like a damn weapon. I used your strengths, Izuku corrected, wiping sweat from his brow. And you used mine. That's what a team does. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment, then scoffed and stomped away. But there was no real heat in it. It was the sound of a paradigm shifting, grindingly and unwillingly, into place. That night, around the campfire for the final evening, the atmosphere was different. The shared ordeal, the real danger, the intense training, had forged bonds. Kaminari and Sero were engaged in a stupid storytelling contest. Jiro was quietly playing a melody on her earphone jack. Momo was discussing chemical compositions with Sato. Izuku sat a little apart, sipping water, the firelight dancing on his goggles. He felt a presence sit down beside him. Not Okiko, not Todoroki. Kirishima. The red-haired boy grinned, sharp teeth flashing. That was manly as hell today, Midoriya. The way you and Bakugo moved. Like one person. It was a good match, Izuku agreed. It's more than that, Kirishima said, his smile softening. You know, when you first showed up, with that Kraz. Why power and those eyes that see right through you, it was hard to know what to think. You seemed untouchable, in a scary way. He poked the fire with a stick. But out here, I see it now. You're not untouchable, you're just carrying more than the rest of us. And you're still trying to be part of the team. That's the manliest thing I can think of. The simple, earnest praise struck Izuku deeply. He'd spent so long fearing the distance his power created, seeing himself as the freak, the outlier. To be seen not as a walking catastrophe, but as a teammate carrying a heavy load, it was a gift. Thanks, Kirishima, he said. His voice thick. Anytime, bro. Kirishima clapped him on the shoulder, a solid, friendly weight, then bounced up to join Kaminari's ridiculous story. Izuku looked around the firelit circle, at Okiko laughing at something Mina said, at Ida correcting Monetta's posture with stern gestures, at Todoroki staring into the flames, a slight, almost peaceful expression on his face. At Bakugo, scowling but listening to something Jiro was playing. He wasn't an island, he was a point in a constellation. Each of them carried their own burden, their own legacy, their own fear. Together, they formed something stronger. The fire crackled, sending sparks up into the star-strewn mountain sky. The forest, vast and ancient, surrounded them, but it no longer felt like a hostile maze. It felt like a backdrop. The real test, the real crucible, was right here, in this circle of light and shared struggle. He had come to this camp to find his new limits. He had found something more important. He had found his place. Chapter 24 End. Chapter 25. The Boy Who Held Infinity. The return to UA felt like coming home to a different house. The buildings were the same, the routine was familiar, but Izuku was not the boy who had left. The summer camp had sanded down his sharpest edges, not by dulling him, but by wearing him smooth against the rough, real world of his friends. The new term began with a quiet intensity. The shadow of the Echo attack had been reported to Nezu and the HPSC, leading to discreet, heightened security protocols. But for Class 1A, life moved forward. There were new lessons, new challenges, rescue simulation tournaments, public relations workshops, advanced quirk theory. Izuku navigated it all with a newfound steadiness. The goggles were now a permanent part of his costume, a tool as essential as his gloves. He still had bad days, moments where the data stream threatened to overwhelm, but they were fewer. He'd retreat to a quiet corner, put on the blindfold, and breathe until the world settled back into place. His control had deepened. He could now sustain complex infinity fields for longer periods, with less conscious effort. He practiced what he called layered infinity, creating fields with different properties in concentric shells around him or an object. An outer layer that slowed fast projectiles, an inner layer that completely stopped slow. Persistent pressure. It was efficient, elegant. He and All Might resumed their training on the now pristine Takoba beach, but the dynamic had shifted. It was less teacher and student, more like two veterans sharing wisdom. They would talk as much as they trained, about the weight of power, the loneliness of the top, the importance of the people you let stand beside you. I spent so long looking for someone to carry my torch, All Might confessed one evening as the sun set over the water, painting the sky in familiar oranges and purples. I thought the symbol had to be passed on, whole and unchanged. I was wrong. A symbol isn't a torch. It's a seed. It grows differently in every soil. Your symbol, young Midoriya, it will not be a smiling face that banishes fear. It will be something else. Something unshakable. A promise that some walls will never fall. Izuku listened, the words settling into the quiet spaces inside him. He didn't know what his symbol would be. He just knew he wouldn't build it alone. The first real test of the new term came not from a villain, but from within. The school announced a joint training exercise with Shikatsu High, one of UA's rival schools. It would be a series of team battles, observed by pro scouts and the press. A chance to prove themselves on a national stage again, but without the festival's pageantry. This was pure, competitive heroics. Class 1A was abuzz. All the old rivalries and alliances surged back, but tempered now by the trust forged in the forest. When the teams were announced, Izuku found himself teamed with Okiko, Tokiyami, and Bakugo. Bakugo just glared at the assignment, but there was no explosion, no refusal. A tense, bristling acceptance. Their opponents from Shikatsu were formidable, led by a confident, caped student named Inasa Yoarashi, whose wind control was on a colossal scale. The match was set in a simulated volcanic zone, with geysers of steam and unstable, rocky terrain. From the start, it was chaos. Inasa's whirlwinds upended strategy, scattering them. Shikatsu's other members were disciplined and powerful, exploiting the environmental hazards. Bakugo, true to form, tried to blast his way through the heart of the storm, roaring at Inasa. He was quickly isolated, his explosions dissipating in the gale force winds, his movements thrown off balance. Bakugo, fall back to coordinate. Ida shouted over the comms from another team's fight. Shut up, I can take this wind bag. Izuku watched from a vantage point, Okiko and Tokiyami beside him. He saw Bakugo's futile rage. He saw the Shikatsu team converging, using the wind to herd Bakugo into a trap. He made a decision. Okiko, get me above the central geyser. Tokiyami, dark shadow cover. Now. They moved without question. Okiko touched him, her fingers glowing pink. He floated upwards. Tokiyami's dark shadow expanded, a wall of living darkness drawing enemy fire. Izuku rose above the battlefield, the howling winds buffeting his weightless form. He focused, dialing his perception to its utmost. He saw the wind currents not as chaos, but as a vast, flowing map of pressure and vector. He saw Bakugo, a spark of fury caught in the flow. He saw Inasa, the eye of the storm, controlling it all. He couldn't stop the wind. It was too vast, too powerful. But he didn't need to stop it. He needed to guide it. He raised his hands, not in fists, but like a conductor. He began applying infinitesimal points of infinity, not barriers, but deflectors. Microscopic, angled fields placed at precise points in the wind's path. He didn't fight the current. He edited it. A gust meant to disorient Bakugo instead curved, giving him a stable platform to land on. A vortex meant to trap Tokiyami weakened. Its energy subtly bled off into another channel. The wind, still Inasa's wind, began to behave in ways its master didn't command. It became unpredictable, turning against Shikatsu's own formations. Inasa's confident grin faltered. What is this? The wind, it's not listening. Below, Bakugo saw his opening. He didn't question it. He saw the path Izuku was carving through the chaos, a series of calm spots. Of redirected gusts that propelled him forward instead of holding him back. He took it, his explosions now amplified by the tailored wind at his back. He became a meteor guided by an unseen hand, slamming into Inasa's position with pinpoint precision. The match ended shortly after. Victory for UA. In the debrief room, Inasa marched up to Izuku, his face a mix of frustration and awe. You messed with my wind. How? I didn't mess with it, Izuku said, removing his goggles to rub his tired eyes. I just suggested a different route. It was still your power. I just helped it see more of the map. Inasa stared at him, then threw back his head and laughed, a booming, honest sound. Amazing. You see the world itself as a map. What a wonderful rival you will be. Bakugo stood apart, watching the exchange. Later, as they walked back to the dorms, he fell into step beside Izuku. You didn't have to do that, he muttered, not looking at him. Yes, I did, Izuku said. We're a team. Bakugo was silent for a long moment. TCH, whatever, don't expect me to return the favor. But they both knew he already had, in the forest, on the battlefield. The favor was the trust to follow a path he couldn't see. The school year wound on. There were more lessons, more tests, more small victories and quiet growth. The specter of the curator and its echoes never fully left. A silent understanding among the staff and a few students, but it became a background note, a reason for vigilance, not paralysis. One afternoon, near the end of the term, Izuku found himself back on the roof of the main building. The sky was the same endless blue it had been on that fateful day over a year ago. He wasn't the same boy. He didn't stand at the ledge. He sat in the middle of the roof, cross-legged. He took off his goggles and closed his eyes. He didn't dial down his 6 eyes. He let them run at the natural, perceptive state. The world flooded in. The infinite, beautiful, terrifying detail of it all. The hum of the city, the dance of dust in the air, the heartbeat of a sparrow on a nearby antenna, the vast, slow spin of the planet. It was too much. It would always be too much. But it was also everything. He didn't fight it. He didn't filter it. He just let it be. He was a single point of consciousness in an infinite universe, feeling the awe and the terror of that truth. And he was okay. He was Midoriya Izuku. He was a student, a friend, a hero in training. He carried a legacy of infinity in his bones and a world of connections in his heart. The power hadn't saved him. It had broken him open. And his friends, his teachers, his own stubborn, hopeful heart, had put him back together, stronger at the broken places. He opened his eyes. The world was still there, in all its overwhelming glory. But now, he saw not just the infinite threads, but the tapestry they wove. And he saw his own thread, green and strong, intertwined with so many others. He stood up, slipping his goggles back on, the world softening to a bearable, beautiful clarity. He wasn't the boy who had been given infinity. He was the boy who had learned to hold it. And he was just getting started. The path ahead was infinite. But he would not walk it alone. The end.